छैन तिम्रो बोल सबैजना नमस्कार गर्न चाहन्छु अहिले बिकल वेलकम टु लाइभ मेरो के छ खबर अहिले मिस्टर कप्स दाइ हेलो थोर भाइ माई फेभरेट सङ भन्नुभएको छ हेलो डिटिएस गेमिङ ब्रदर वेलकम लाइभ सम्झना म र गेम किन भएन ड्यु टु होइन गेम चाहिँ यस्तो भयो कि म दिउँसो फ्री हुने भएन अनि वाच पार्टी गर्नु मिलेन नि त त्यति भएर चाहिँ एकचोटि यसो हल्का सारिदिनु न सर भन्नु भन्थ्यो मैले उता अलिक धेरै नै सार्दैछ कि त्यो भएर है सर यही मेरो अब मिल्यो अब म गेम गराइहाल्छु है नातिनुहोस् हजुरहरू त्यसलाई टेन्सन नलिनु है त अहिले चाहिँ हाम्रो बिराइट ब्याक छ उतापट्टि ओहो स्टिङर त अर्को वाला रहेछ त बिट्टे कतिखेर सुरु हुन्छ फिक्स आउने हो पब्जी अब फिक्स आउँछ पब्जी फिक्स आउँछ ढुक्क हुनुहोस् निर्धक्क हुनुहोस् हजुर नातिनुहोस् म छु हजुरहरूको साथमा हजुर हेलो प्रसन्न भाइ वेलकम टु लाइभ म छु है त नातिनुहोस् अब गेम हुन्छ बिटे अभि नरसिंहपुर 100 रुपियाँ रिचार्ज गर्दैन टाइम मिलाइन्छ र लाइभ गर्दा भएर 10वटा गेम भ्याउँछ त ए अनि 10वटा गेम्सलाई चाहिँ 6 गेम्समा सारेको छ है मेरो बुढी माइतबाट आउने बेला भइसक्यो गेम हुने बेला भएन त दाइ हुन्छ खाना खाएँ अनि हजुरहरूले खाना खानुभयो सबैजनाले कमेन्टमा लेखौँ कसले के खानुभयो आज तरकारीमा है आज भाले नढालेको त भन्नाले बुझेन भाले भन्नाले ए एकछिन त टिल्दैन अब हाम्रो यसो हल्का फुल्का अब एनालाइसिस म गराउँछु नि हजुरहरूलाई है एनालाइसिस के हाम्रो एनालाइसिस यस्तो हुन्छ नि त फेरि आरएसको रोटेसन हेर न कप्स तैलाई भने ए कसम यसरी त 10को नि वेट गरेको थिइनँ त्यही भने है म त होइन अब ठिक छ अब सुरु 11 बज्नु लाग्यो यार अहिले गेम हुन्छ र हुन्छ नि रिजन खड्का ब्रदर गेम हुन्छ अब हेर न यस्तो रोटेसन 1 2 3 4 5 के हो यो कोल लाग्यो मैले बुझिनँ यार अब के थाहा छैन फेरि गेमको पाटो त फेरि मलाई केटा यार पोचिङकी हिल्स भनेर यस्तै हुँदो रहेछ उडकटर क्याम्प रहेछ यो थाहा छैन मलाई त्यो नाम नि रियल हो कि फेक अरे पप्पा, रिजन ब्रदर हजुरहरूको अगाडि मैले फेक गरेर के पाउँछु या तँ पनि डिआरएसको अफिसियल च्यानलबाट प्र्याङ्क हान्दै त बस्दिनँ होला म वाच पार्टी भन्दै। अब चाहिँ गेम हुन्छ, विराट ब्याक छ अहिले उता, नातिनुहोस्। प्लेयरहरूलाई सबलाई स्टेजमा निमन्त्रणा आइसकेको छ होइन र हो। होइन टक्क लाएर अनि म चाहिँ अब सल्क एनालाइसिस हानेर कसरी खेलाउने केटाहरूलाई है हो भनेर एनालाइसिस हल्का दिइरहेको। पर्स हेर्छु पैसै देख्दिनँ त यार पर्समा यार, कस्तो जिन्दगी रहेछ। मान्छेलाई झुक्काउने हिजोदेखि खेल हुन्छ भनेको भनेछ, गेम नहुने रे। हजुर जीवनी गुरुङ ब्रदर्स, सरी फर द्याट। हजुर मलाई पनि माथिबाट झुक्काए टर्कीकाले, मैले हजुरहरूलाई झुक्काएँ जस्तो भयो। टर्कीकाले मलाई माफी त माग्दैन, तर म हजुरलाई माफी माग्छु। खै हाम्रो केटाहरूलाई देखाउनु पऱ्यो रे, केटाहरू अहिले विराट ब्याग छ हौ, यस्तो छ अहिले केटाहरू। ए देखाउँछ अहिले, अहिले देखाएपछि म देखाइहाल्छु नि, यस्तो एनालाइसिस गर्दैछु के एकछिन है। केटाहरूले मेडल ल्याउँछ नि, मेडल त अभियसली ल्याउँछ नि हौ। ओन्ली 6 गेम्स, अब एकछिनमा सुरु हुन्छ। ओन्ली 6 गेम्स हुन्छ है। केटाहरूले गोल ल्याउनै पर्छ यार आज त यार। भोलि नि हुन्छ कि के हो नि, अझ टाइममै आयो जस्तो छ। नरसिंह ब्रो हिजो त वेट गर्दा गर्दा कुन कुन टिम गएको छ नेपालदेखि? नेपालदेखि कुनै टिम नि गएको छ? नेपालदेखि ओन्ली टिम डिआरएस एज टिम नेपाल भनेर गएको छ है। टोटल 10 गेम छैन भनेर त्यसलाई त्यसलाई 6 गेममा गराएको छु भन्न आएछ। 6 गेममा गराएको छ। ब्रो स्टार्ट कहिले हो? ब्रो स्टार्ट अब हुन्छ। ए स्टेजमा गइसक्यो केटाहरू, स्टेजमा बोलाइसक्यो केटाहरूलाई। एक्सपेक्ट है केटाहरू स्टेजमा गइसक्यो। धैर्य सिकी बसुन्जेलमा केही बेरला। ब्रो स्टार्ट गर्ने भन त। अरे म भनिरहेको छु। आज गोल लाइपार मासु खाने मोबाइलको बेट स्टार्ट भयो ब्रो भने मैले। रोनाल्डो बाई वेलकमलाई मेरो कान्छा। मोबाइलको ब्याट्री नै सकिन लाग्यो यार। यो कुरा त मैले मध्यनजरै नगरेँ क्या यार। 1 देखि 20 काउन्ट गर न ब्रो। 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20। भ्युअर्सको डिमान्ड नि के हो भाइ? त्यस्तो होइन नि खोर भाइ। भ्युअर्स आर गड। राम्रो मान्छे रहेछ यार, हावागुरा भनेको नि मान्यो। यसरी क्या कतिखेर लाइभ लाइभ त अहिले नि छ नि यार प्रतरी, तर विराट ब्याग छ कि। बेडा गीत जाओस् न अरे अपी दायार गेम कति बेला स्टार्ट हुने हो र? दिउँसोबाट हेर्छु भनेको। आउन जेपेक्स हेलो के छ यार दोस्ती? कस्तो ट्याउ ट्याउ गरेको अरे मोबाइल यार। डिफरेन्ट भयो कि नाइ रे? केटा बिचरा ला सजेछ यार। यो त के भइरहेछ कमेन्ट? ओए म्याच चाहिँ भोलि होइन आजै हुन्छ। डिजे डिजे डिजे बाबु इन द हाउस। अनलाइन डिजे किट नो प्राइस फुल। आज जित्छ त डिआरएसले, अब त हेरेपछि थाहा भइहाल्छ नि। एक गेम नि भएको छैन, पब्जी भएको छैन। एक गेम नि भएको छैन होइन। अब डिजे मलाई मोड दिनु न के दाइहरूको है समर्पण भाइ। रोनाल्डो कि मेस्सी ब्रो? वर्ल्ड कप फाइनलमा त मेस्सीको सपोर्ट, किनकि रोनाल्डो छैन। अनि के जित्छ त्यही ट्रफी ट्रफी मेडल? ट्रफी हुन्छ कि हुन्न कुनि? जस मेडल चाहिँ हुन्छ। मैले दिइसकेँ आउनलाई। कतिवटा देशको आएको हुन्, धेरै देशको छ नि यार यहाँ यार। Everybody, everybody, come on. सलल बगिरहोस् पिरतीको खोला, नाचिदेऊ छमछमी मादल ठोकेर। ए धेरै धेरै नकथन। ब्रो सन्चै एकदम। कति बजी सुरु हो? अब गेम सुरु भइहाल्छ केटा, डोन्ट वरी। अब केटाहरू स्टेजमा गइसकेको छ, स्टेजमा गएर रुम छिर्नु पऱ्यो। अबको 10 मिनटमा सुरु हुन्छ ल। चलपल दिइहालेँ, केटाहरूले त फेरि मार्छ नि त 10 मिनट सुरु भएन भन्दै। बुट क्याम्प टुर भिडियो हेरिदिउँ न लाइभमा हो र? ल है त। बुट क्याम्प त दामी छ है। हजुरहरूलाई कस्तो लाग्यो? साह्रै।
हेलो हेलो नमस्ते अनि तपाईहरु सम्पूर्णलाई स्वागत छ वेलकम टु द बुट क्याम्प अफ द रियल सोल्जर्स DRS गेमिङ द घोस्ट अफ द माउन्टेन वेल हामी सबैलाई थाहा छ नेपाली PUBG मोबाइल गेमिङ कम्युनिटीको यो सिनारियोमा टिम DRS ले एउटा नेपालकै वान अफ द बेस्ट टिम्सको रूपमा आफ्नो रेपुटेसन बनाइसकेको छ
भोलि फाइनल चाहिँ लाइभ हान्दिनु पर्ला हान्दिने त वर्ल्ड कप फाइनल लाइभ हान्दिने
तर सायद तपाईलाई थाहा नहुन सक्छ कि प्लेयरहरु बुट क्याम्पमा कसरी बस्छन् बुट क्याम्प भित्रको माहौल कस्तो
बुट क्याम्पमा थचक्क बस्छन्
हुन्छ बुट क्याम्पमा के कस्ता फ्यासिलिटीहरु रहेका छन् सो आजको यो भिडियोमा हामी तपाईलाई सँगै लिएर जानेछौं यो फ्यासिलिटीमा अनि देखाउने छौं प्लेयरहरुको माहौल कस्तो
दामी छ बुट क्याम्प दामी छ के
क्याम्प भित्रको माहौल कस्तो छ प्लेयरहरु के गरेर बस्छन् बुट क्याम्पमा कस्तो फ्यासिलिटी छ यो इन्टायर कुराहरु हामी आज थाहा पाउने छौं यो भिडियोमा सो लेट्स गो विथ मी एन्ड वी विल एक्सप्लोर दिस फ्यासिलिटी टुगेदर लेट्स गो
बालनको बारेमा भन्नुस् न रे काठमाडौँको मेयर हो दाजु है आमा अघि एउटा बिट्टी हान्छ त ए अनि त तेरो गोल्ड मेडल हाल्न लाग्यो फर्स्ट रनर अप अन्त बिर्से कति सुरु अब 10 मिनेट पेन गर्दा स्पेम नहान्नु है
राइट देन यो फेसिलिटीको एन्ट्रान्समा नै हामी जब आउँछौं सुरुवातमा हाम्रो लागि सिटिङ एरिया रहेको छ यदि कोही गेस्ट आउनुहुन्छ भने इन्स्ट्यान्टली सुरुवातमा सिटिङ एरिया हामीसँग रहेको छ सँगसँगै
भोलिको प्रेडिक्सन स्कोर प्रेडिक्ट गर्नु मिल्यो भने बियर खुलाउँछु म त्यस्तो बियरहरू खादिनँ ब्रदर यार है त्यो पनि प्रेडिक्सन चाहिँ गरौँला नि भोलि अर्जेन्टिनाको 4 फ्रान्सको 2 यस दाइ ठिक छ फ्यान्डम ब्रदर वेलकम लाइभ
हामीसँग अर्को सिटिङ रुम छुट्टै नै डेजिग्नेटेड रहेको छ अनि पहिलो फ्लोरमा किचन डाइनिङ वाशरुम अनि एउटा बेडरुम पनि रहेको छ इन्ट्रान्सको फेसिलिटीमा नै रहेको यो पहिलो रुम यानी कि आइजिएल सरको रुम लेट्स सी के गर्दै हुन्छ हाम्रो आइजिएल गेमको साउन्ड आएको छ माइट बी गेम खेलिराख्नु भएको छ होला लेट्स सी के गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ त्यसपछि हामी इन्टायर रुम पनि देखाउ
खेला लास्टै गफ हानेछ हैन गेमको साउन्ड आइराछ पनि दिएछ हेर है
गेमको साउन्ड आएको छ पहिलो रुम यानी कि आइजिएल सरको रुम लेट्स सी के गर्दै हुन्छ हाम्रो आइजिएल गेमको साउन्ड आएको छ
लास्टै गफ हान्दै रहेछ यार दाइले मैले कहाँ आउनु मैले खादिनँ नि के नि त्यस्तो ड्रिङ्क्सहरू बियर के नि खादिनँ
माइट बी गेम खेलिराख्नु भएको छ होला लेट्स सी के गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ त्यसपछि हामी इन्टायर रुम पनि देखाउँदैछौँ ओके देन रुल्स ओजी हाम्रो आइजिएल हुनुहुन्छ रुल्स यो इन्ट्रोडक्सन प्लिज अनि आफ्नो रुम कस्तो छ त
हेलो सबैजनालाई मेरो नाम सुविन कुमार प्रजापति हो अब तपाईँहरूले चिन्नुहुन्छ इन गेम नेम मेरो DRS रुल छ र म DRS को आइजिएल हुँ अब मेरो सुत्ने अब कहिलेकाहीँ अब मोबाइल चलाउने बेला म यहीँ आउँछु अब गेम खेल्ने बेला चाहिँ म गेमिङ रुम जान्छु अब गेमिङ रुमको बारेमा मेरो विपुल मिटले भनिदिइहाल्नुहुन्छ अब त्यही
राइट
पिउने कुरा नगर न केटा प्लिज यार मैले त्यस्तो केही खानु भने चाहिँ कस्तो लोकल खान्छ ओडी आरोप नलाउ न झुटो आरोप केटा हो यार प्लिज है आरोप नलाउनुहोस् है डेल्टा त हा गर्दैछ च्याटमा केटा हो अनि गेम चाहिँ कसले खेल्दिनु सुरु नै भएको छैन है क्या हो
यो रहेको थियो हाम्रो फर्स्ट बेडरुम यानी कि हाम्रो आइजिएल DRS रुल्सको बेडरुम रहेको थियो हाम्रो फर्स्ट फ्लोरमा के रहेको छ हामी बिस्तारै त्यो पनि एक्सप्लोर गर्नेछौँ सो फर्स्ट फ्लोरमा लेट्स गो फेरि बाँकी स्पेस एक्सप्लोर गरौँ ओके राइट देन वासरुम रहेको छ वासरुम द को लाइक्स टु सी यो युज मात्र गर्ने हामी त्यति हेर्न मन पराउँदैनौँ सो लेट्स सी है हामीसँग सिटिङ रुम पनि रहेको छ अनि सिटिङ रुम सँगसँगै इनफ अफ स्पेस यहाँ रहनको लागि जब कोही गेस्ट आउनुहुन्छ कसैले बुट क्याम्प भिजिट गर्नुहुन्छ उहाँहरूको लागि यो स्पेस रहेको छ जहाँ बसेर कुराकानी गर्नका लागि माइट बी सम बिजनेस टक्स अर एनी अदर थिङ कोही फ्यामिली मेम्बर आउनुहुन्छ प्लेयरको उहाँहरू प्लेयरहरूलाई राख्नको लागि एउटा स्पेस पनि रहेको छ सँगै दिस ब्युटिफुल एक्वेरियम एन्ड लेट मी सो वान इन्ट्रेस्टिङ थिङ यो एक्वेरियमको भित्र DRS पनि लेखिएको छ सो दिस इज अ प्रोपरली वेल म्यानेज्ड एक्वेरियम र सँगसँगै दिस थिङ्स डु मेक अ सेन्स किनकि जब प्लेयरहरू बोर्ड फिल गर्छन् गेम एभ्री टाइम त्योदेखि बाहिर केही कुरा रिल्याक्सिङ
मोर्नीको ओगा हेर्दैछ के रानु
चाहिन्छ आफ्नो माइन्डलाई भने दिस एक्वेरियम
फेरि हामी यस्तो गेम गर्दा गर्दा फ्रेस हुनु लाग्छ बाछा हेर्न चाहिँ त्यहाँ
मेक सेन्स एट द्याट मोमेन्ट सँगसँगै हामीसँग किचन र डाइनिङ पनि सँगै रहेको छ म तपाईँलाई त्यो पनि देखाउने छु किचन रहेको छ बुट क्याम्पको जहाँ प्लेयरको लागि अनि बुट क्याम्पमा रहने अन्य सबैजनाको लागि खाना बन्ने गर्छ हेल्दी न्युट्रिसियस फुड बन्ने गर्छ जसले गर्दा प्लेयरहरूको बडीमा पनि हेल्थमा पनि कुनै असर नगरोस् सो किचन रहेको छ सँगै डाइनिङ एरिया पनि सँगसँगै रहेको छ सो यहाँ खाना बन्छ प्लेयरहरूले सँगै बसेर खाना खाने एउटा माहौल पनि बन्छ सो द्याट प्लेयरहरूको लागि पनि बुट क्याम्पमा बस्दा एउटा फ्यामिली जस्तो भाइब आओस् फ्यामिली जस्तो इन्भाइरोमेन्ट बन्योस् र घर मिस नहोस् यो कुरा हामीले म्यानेज गर्नको लागि हामी देख्न सक्छौँ डाइनिङ रुम पनि सँगै नै वेल म्यानेज रहेको छ राइट यो त रहेको थियो हाम्रो पहिलो फ्लोरको सम्पूर्ण तर आई डु हेभ मिस्ड अ थिङ लेट बी सो यु हाम्रो प्लेयरहरू गेम खेल्नुहुन्छ आफ्नो लागि मेन्टली स्ट्रेस त हुन्छ
डेल्टा त यता छ होइन ठिक छ कमेन्ट अझै फ्रान्स टुरे डेल्टा भाइले मिठो बोलेको छ अहिले चाहिँ राम्रो कुरा गरे है
सँगै फिजिकल स्ट्रेन्थको लागि पनि वी डु हेभ फ्यु फेसिलिटीहरू जुन हामी बिस्तारै एक्सपेन्ड गर्दै पनि जानेछौँ हामीसँग जिमको लागि केही मेटेरियल्सहरू रहेको छ यहाँ एउटा ओपन स्पेस रहेको छ जहाँ केही डम्बल्स केही बार लिभर्सहरू देख्न सक्नुहुन्छ जुन प्लेयरले मलाई थाहा छैन युज चाहिँ कहिले गर्नुहुन्छ बट देन हामीसँग फेसिलिटी रहेको छ सँगै
सबसे धेरै युज मैले गरेको कोही बेला चाहिँ मिस्टर गोल्डन बुट आइट
अगाडि हाम्रो एउटा फाउन्टेनको वाल पनि रहेको छ वाटर फाउन्टेनको त्यसलाई हामी बिस्तारै म्यानेज पनि गर्नेछौँ सो भेरी सुन माइट बी DRSको बुट क्याम्पमा एउटा वाटर फाउन्टेन पनि हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ राइट देन यो त रहेको थियो फर्स्ट फ्लोर सो लेट अस मुभ टु द सेकेन्ड फ्लोर अनि हेर्नेछौँ हामी सेकेन्ड फ्लोरमा के रहेको छ यो फेसिलिटीको लेट्स गो अप राइट देन हामीले फेसिलिटीको फर्स्ट फ्लोरमा के रहेको छ त्यो त हेरिसकेका छौँ सो लेट अस मुभ टु द सेकेन्ड फ्लोर अनि सेकेन्ड फ्लोरमा हामीसँग को प्लेयरहरूको रुम रहेको छ अनि
फेक डेल्टा सुजित छेत्री ब्रदर DRS गेमिङबाटै खेल्ने हो उसको DRS गेमिङको च्यानलमा अब कमेन्ट हान्ने मान्छे फेक हुन्छ त डेल्टा तिमीमाथि मोड पाएको छ कि फेकलाई मोड दिएँ मैले पहिले होइन मेस्सीकै फ्यान हो डेल्टा पनि
के फेसिलिटी रहेको छ त्यो हेर्नेछौँ हामीसँग बाहिर एउटा ब्युटिफुल बाल्कनी पनि रहेको छ सँगै कपाल अफ रुम्स पनि रहेको छ
मैले कत्रो हँसाएको यार
हामी बिस्तारै देखाउँदै जानेछौँ सुरुवातमा हामी जानेछौँ अर्को एउटा रुममा सेकेन्ड फ्लोरमा रहेको यो एउटा रुम हाम्रो टिमको सबैभन्दा साइलेन्ट प्लेयर बट वान अफ द डेडलिएस्ट प्लेयर DRS किलर वाइटीको रुम पनि रहेको छ सो लेट्स सी व्हाट किलर इज डुइङ ओके हेलो किलर
हेलो गाइस
आफ्नो इन्ट्रोडक्सन देऊ अनि आफ्नो रुमको बारेमा भनिदेऊ
मेरो नाम चाहिँ साहस भण्डारी हो मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ DRS किलर वाइटी र यो चाहिँ मेरो रुम हो बुट क्याम्पको सबसे सफा रुम हो
राइट देन बुट क्याम्पको सबसे सफा रुम हो प्लस किलरको रुमको माहौल देखेर पनि थाहा हुन्छ पछाडि प्रोटिन सेकको बक्सेसहरू देखिरहेको छौँ सो द जिम गाई इज हियर सो किलरको ग्राइन्ड चालु छ डिस्टर्ब गर्ने छैनौँ किलरलाई गो अन किलर हामी जानेछौँ नेक्स्ट रुममा र हेर्नेछौँ अर्को रुममा को रहेको छ नि त राइट देन हामीले दुईजना प्लेयरको रुम हेरिसकेको छौँ बिचमा फेरि यहाँ एउटा वासरुम पनि रहेको छ फेरि पनि हामी त्यसरी नै हल्का हातले वासरुमलाई इग्नोर गर्नेछौँ अनि अगाडि बढ्नेछौँ अगाडि जानेछौँ अनि अर्को एउटा रुमतर्फ जानेछौँ जहाँ हामीसँग अर्का दुईजना प्लेयरहरू रहनु भएको छ राइट देन अर्को रुम रहेको छ यो DRS डेल्टा एन्ड DRS ग्यान्टेको रुम सुरुवातमा त रुमको यो डुवरमा हामी देख्न सक्छौँ ब्युटिफुल कार्टनको स्टिकर पनि रहेको छ लेट्स सी यो रुममा पनि डेल्टा र ग्यान्टेको ग्राइन्ड नै चलिरहेको छ अथवा के भइरहेको छ हामी हेर्नेछौँ हामी ग्राइन्ड त भनिरहेका थियौँ तर यहाँ डेल्टा टिकटक हेरेर बसिरहेको रहेछ हेलो डेल्टा
20 मिनट एन्ड गेम स्टार्ट है केटा लेटेस्ट अपडेट आइसकेको छ DRS डेल्टाद्वारा जो चाहिँ हाम्रो टिम नेपालबाट रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ DRS डेल्टा उहाँबाट अफिसियल्ली अपडेट आइसकेको छ अबको 20 मिनटमा गेम सुरु हुनेवाला छ भनेको हामीले हेर्दाखेरि कति 25 मिनट नलाग्ला है त ल त्यति जेलसम्म स्टे ट्युन विथ अस हामी रमाइलो गर्नेवाला छौँ टिकटक हेरेर बसिरहेको छ डेल्टा
हेलो दाइ
ओके देन आफ्नो इन्ट्रोडक्सन दियो अनि आफ्नो रुमको बारेमा पनि भनिदेऊ
नमस्ते सबैजनालाई
गफ हाने अरे साला डेल्टा लास्टै भएछ यार यो डेल्टा त यार केटा हो यार नमस्कार गरिदियो दाइलाई दियो सम्मान
मेरो नाम चाहिँ दिपेश गुरुङ सबैले चिन्नु नै भयो होला DRS डेल्टा
राइट देन अनि ग्यान्टे पनि रहेको छ हामीसँग यही रुममा सो ग्यान्टेको पनि इन्ट्रोडक्सन लिनेछौँ हामी
नमस्ते मेरो नाम समीर गुरुङ मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ डिआरएस क्यान्टे
राइट देन यो रहेको छ ग्यान्टे र डेल्टाको रुम सँगसँगै ब्युटिफुल डिआरएसको लोगो अनि विसेस आउट देयर सायद कोही डिआरएस डेल्टा र ग्यान्टे दुवैजना धेरै फ्यान बेस भएको प्लेयर पनि हो सो सायद कोही फ्यान्सहरूबाट आएको एउटा गुड विसेस पनि हुनसक्छ अब हामी जानेछौँ बाहिर अनि त्यस पछाडि अर्को रुमतर्फ पनि जानेछौँ त्यहाँ के भइरहेको छ त्यहाँ पनि थाहा पाउनेछौँ त्यो रुममा इन्ट्री गर्नुभन्दा अगाडि यहाँ पनि फेरि एउटा सिटिङ स्पेस रहेको छ यो अर्को एउटा स्पेस रहेको छ जहाँ प्लेयरहरूको लागि बस्नको लागि अथवा प्लेयरहरूलाई बाँकीको टाइममा रिफ्रेसमेन्ट गर्नको लागि एनी पर्पजको लागि पनि एउटा सोफा रहेको छ जहाँ प्लेयर बस्न सक्छन् अब हामी जानेछौँ बुट क्याम्पको द मेगा रुममा बुट क्याम्पको सायद सबैभन्दा ठुलो बेडरुम पनि हुनसक्छ यो बेडको साइज देखेर यो रुमको साइज देखेर तपाईँले गेस गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ यो कसको रुम हो भनेर यो रुम रहेको छ द बोस अफ डिआरएस गेमिङ डिआरएस स्याङदाईको रुम रहेको छ यो सँगसँगै ब्युटिफुल सेटअप पनि रहेको छ सँगसँगै तपाईँले देख्न सक्नुहुन्छ डिआरएसको लोगो लभली लोगो रहेको छ सो यो त रहेको थियो सेकेन्ड फ्लोरको सम्पूर्ण रुमहरू हामीले हेरिसकेका छौँ अब हामी जानेछौँ थर्ड फ्लोरमा जहाँ रहेको छ सबैभन्दा इन्ट्रेस्टिङ पार्ट यानि कि द गेमिङ रुम जहाँ बसेर प्लेयरहरू ग्राइन्ड गर्छन् जहाँ बसेर प्लेयरहरू खेल्छन् अनि आफ्नो म्याचेसहरू टुर्नामेन्टहरू एक्जिक्युट गर्छन् त्यो रुममा जानेछौँ त्योभन्दा अगाडि हामीसँग यही रुममा अगाडि मैले भनेको थिएँ बाल्कनी पनि रहेको छ जहाँ प्लेयरहरू फ्रेस हुन सक्छन् भनेर सो लेट्स गो म तपाईँलाई बाल्कनी पनि
फेभरेट ठाउँ बाल्कनी बुटक्याम्पको फेभरेट ठाउँ किनभने यस्तो हुन्छ नि झ्याउला हुन्छ भित्र त फ्रेस हावा चल्छ होइन अनि सफा के एरिया स्विमिङ पुलहरू छ उतापट्टि
सेकेन्ड फ्लोरमा यो
मजा आउँछ यार कुचिया बसेर चक्का भाग्न त
म्याच रिफ्रेस हुनको लागि हावा खानको लागि यदि आफूलाई चिल आउट हुनु छ भने यहाँ आएर बस्न सक्छन् चारवटा कुर्सी राखिएको छ सँगै बिचमा टेबल पनि रहेको छ सो कुराकानी गर्नको लागि एउटा राम्रो इन्भाइरोमेन्ट रहेको छ सँगै बाहिरको भ्यू पनि राम्रो देखिन्छ यहाँबाट एउटा इन्जोयमेन्ट गर्ने अर्को एउटा ठाउँ रिफ्रेस हुने अर्को एउटा ठाउँ रहेको छ बुट क्याम्प भित्रको यो बाल्कनी पनि अब भने हामी जानेछौँ द थर्ड फ्लोरमा यानि कि गेमिङ रुम भएको फ्लोरमा जानेछौँ अनि त्यहाँ प्लेयरहरूको म्याचेसहरू कसरी चल्छ प्लेयरहरूले गेम कसरी टुर्नामेन्ट कसरी खेल्नुहुन्छ त्यो पनि हामी तपाईँलाई देखाउनेछौँ लेट्स गो राइट देन सो लेट्स गो टु द थर्ड फ्लोर जहाँ रहेको छ हाम्रो गेमिङ रुम अनि गेमिङ रुम कस्तो रहेको छ गेमिङ रुम भित्रको फेसिलिटी कस्तो रहेको छ त्यो हामी हेर्नेछौँ यो थर्ड फ्लोर रहेको छ यो एउटा गेमिङ रुम रहेको छ सँगसँगै हामीसँग त्यहाँ स्टोर पनि रहेको छ अनि बाहिर एक्सटर्नल बाल्कनी पनि रहेको छ त्यो हामी एकछिनमा एक्सप्लोर गर्नेछौँ तर सुरुवातमा जानेछौँ हामी गेमिङ रुममा अनि हेर्नेछौँ भित्रको माहौल कस्तो छ हाउ इज द गेमिङ रुम अफ डिआरएस गेमिङ भनेर लेट्स गो यो त रहेको छ टिमको गेमिङ रुम यहाँ बसेर टिमले म्याचेस खेल्छ टुर्नामेन्ट्स खेल्छ इम्पोर्टेन्ट अफिसियल इभेन्ट्सहरू पनि खेल्ने गर्छ अनि आफ्नो सम्पूर्ण गेमहरू चाहिँ टिमले यहीँ बसेर खेल्ने गर्छ यहाँ 5वटा गेमिङ चेयर पनि रहेको छ जहाँ प्लेयरलाई कम्फोर्टेबल हुने हिसाबले राखिएको छ यहाँ बसेर प्लेयरहरूले गेम खेल्ने गर्छन् सँगै एउटा मोनिटर पनि रहेको छ जहाँ इम्पोर्टेन्ट म्याचेसहरू यदि रिभ्यू गर्नु पर्यो आइजिएलले फेरि म्याचेस हेर्नु पर्यो अथवा प्लेयरले आफै पनि फेरि म्याचेसहरू रिभ्यू गर्नु पर्यो भने म्याच हेर्नको लागि यो मोनिटर
कम एनालाइसिस गर्नुपर्छ मैले केटा कोच भर्थ्या इम्पोर्टेन्ट कुरा हुन्छ टिभी
सेटअप पनि रहेको छ सँगै वासरुम एट्याच्ड रहेको छ सो द्याट प्लेयरलाई यदि गेमको बिचमा नै ब्रेक लिनु पर्यो भने पनि सँगै एट्याच्ड वासरुम पनि रहेको छ यहाँ बसेर प्लेयरले मोस्टली गेमहरू खेल्छन् टुर्नामेन्टहरू मात्र खेल्छन् स्ट्रिमिङ गर्नको लागि जुन अघि हामीले सेकेन्ड फ्लोरमा सेटअप देखेको थियौँ त्यहाँ गएर प्लेयरहरू स्ट्रिमिङ गर्ने एउटा प्लेटफर्म पनि रहेको छ सँगै केही प्लेयरहरूले यहीँ बसेर पनि स्ट्रिमिङ गर्ने गर्छन् तर यो रहेको छ इन्टायर रुम जहाँ तपाईँले देख्न सक्नुहुन्छ 3वटा म्याप पनि राखिएको छ इराङ्गल सानोको मिरामार अनि फेरि अर्को एउटा फ्यानबाट आएको एउटा बेस्ट विसेसको म्यासेज पनि रहेको छ अट्याच गरेर राखेको छ दिस इज अ गुड पार्ट फ्यानले पठाएको जुन म्यासेज हुन्छ त्यसलाई पनि टिमले आफू सँगै राखेको छ यानि कि फ्यान सँगसँगै टिम सँगसँगै आफ्नो फ्यानलाई पनि लिएर अगाडि गएको एउटा म्यासेज पनि देखाएको छ टिमले सो यो त रहेको थियो गेमिङ रुम द्याट्स अल फ्रम द गेमिङ रुम नर्मल एउटा सेटअप रहेको छ जहाँ प्लेयरहरूलाई बस्ने एउटा फेसिलिटी रहेको छ यहाँ बसेर टिमले म्याच खेल्छ टिमले गेम खेल्छ अनि इम्पोर्टेन्ट ट्रफीहरू इम्पोर्टेन्ट इभेन्टहरू उठाउनको लागि जुन राम्रो गेम एक्जिक्युट गरेको छ टिमले त्यो यही रुमबाट पनि निस्किएको हुन्छ यो त रहेको थियो बुट क्याम्पको गेमिङ रुम र गेमिङ रुमबाट डाइरेक्टली हामी बाल्कनीतर्फ पनि एक्जिट लिन सक्छौँ सो हामी जुत्ता प्लेयर्सहरूले आफ्नो लुगा स्पेस रहेको छ बाल्कनीमा सँगै
दामी रोड भ्यू हेरौँ त खै
डिआरएस बुट क्याम्प
ए केटाहरू साङ्दै सडै कति बज्यो अब जस्ट छ रिस उठिसक्यो यार दाइ नरिसाउ न भाइ यार त्यसमा वर्स्ट म्यानेजमेन्ट होइन त्यस्तो भन्नु हुँदैन के बोलाएर बस न केटा हात्तेरिका गीत सुनौँ न एकछिन पारो सनको यार दाइ ठिक छ केही छैन We are waiting, yes. कहाँको तोरी म्यानेजर हो खै थाहा भएन यार त यार मलाई यार ग्यान्डेको मोन्टाज हेरौँ न अरे मोन्टाज हेर्नु झालक छ क्या केटाहरू कहाँ न सो इन्ट्रेस्टिङ भिडियो ग्यान्डे भाइ के अरू के छ मोन्टाज हेर्न झलक छ दा बार्लिनलाई भनेर रुजा पढाउँ त यस्तो हुन्न केटा हो कहाँ यार यार मी वेटिङ सिन्स एस्टरडे अनि म चाहिँ यो भाइ गीत सुनौँ न दामी गएको छ अरे भाइले यार है दामी गाउँछ अरे भाइले यार चाहिँ लाग्छ अब मन त टाढा भाग्छ किन दिएन मलाई माया यस्तो हुन्छ है तिमी आएपछि पो थाहा भोलि अर्जेन्टिनाले जित्छ भोलि अर्जेन्टिनाले जितेन भने त म त कसम रुन्छु धर रुन्छु यार किन अरे रबिन जति बेला हस् हुन्छ स्ट्याप भएन यही भाइ बोल्छ त कान्ने बिहा गरी भाइ है रबिन जति बेला स्ट्याप भएन है मेसी र रोनाल्डोको हावा क्रेजले नेमारलाई बुझ्न पाएन त्यस्तो होइन भाइ त्यस्तो होइन दोस्त हे बरै मेसी र रोनाल्डोको हावा क्रेज होइन यार दे आर द गडिङ अफ फुटबल हो नि यार गडै हो नि यार हे बरै अरे के छ सुरेश भाइ देउसी रे के छ सुप्रिमजी हे बरै भाइले सोध्लान् नि है दाइ भन्लान् अझै कति टाइम लाग्ला 10 मिनट धेरैमा 10 मिनट किन नाथ्यो टिम नेपाल दिएर सान्दिम ल यो गाइज रे ठिक छ त्यस्तो स्पेयर हान्नु पर्दैन हामी दिएर मनबाट सबै चिलो बस्नु 11 यार गाइस मेक अ विश यार 11 भनेको लक्की हो के केटा हो मेक अ विश है मेक अ विश है सबजनाले है ट्याक है साँझ परेपछि नि लैले याद आउँछ तिम्रो धेरै साँझ परेपछि गेम कहिले छ दाइ गेम अब छ भाइ गेम अब छ हजुरलाई म गेम बिराएर आएको छु त होइन आउँछ एकछिन नातिनी एउटा मान्छेको मायाले कति प्लिज भन्नुभएको छ एकछिन धैर्य गरौँ न यो गीत त सुनेर भ्याउन त बजाइसकेपछि अनि हजुरले भनेको गीत बजाउनु हुन्न उनीसँग सम्बन्ध टुटेपछि हरेक रात सुन्ने गाना अरे कप्सा यस्तो नभन्नु नि त यार मैले अहिले मायामा पर्न लागेको छु तनाव हुन्छ झन् टुट्यो अन्त ओहो सुरु टन्नै साँझ परेपछि लैले हान्दैन केटा
There's so much to talk about, isn't there?
There's so much to talk about. Thank you guys for sticking around. Thank you guys for waiting. We are just as excited as you are to finally get into things. We have some of the best teams in the world here. We have some of the best players in the game getting on stage, getting ready to play. We have tons of players that have never been to a LAN before. It's the first time they're playing on stage. It's a wild mix, Felix.
Oh my goodness, it is. There's so many guys in the chat, guys and gals in the chat cheering for their favorite team already. And I don't even think we have time to go over all of them. But there's a couple we do have to cherry pick. Am I right? First of all, coming up, who is joining us here today is plenty of countries from all around the world. They played their national qualifiers. They played their regional qualifiers. They got to this point. They went all the way from their respective nations here to Istanbul, pretty much, right?
Hello, Sachin bhai.
But it's also down there as well. So they came here and they're ready to fight. And to go over some of the favorites, I think we do have to start with one team.
We have to start with the home team. I think before we do though, let's maybe introduce ourselves. My name is Kovo, and I'm joined by the one and only Felix on my side. We will be guiding you through the action tonight. But the thing you were hinting at, Felix, is obviously Team Turkey, Fireflux. These guys are a massive name in the PUBG Mobile scene. These guys are performing incredibly at PNGC. And, well, we talked about them before these games. They said, we don't really care what happens. We're just going to do our thing, and we're going to dominate.
Yes, one of the only two teams that have progressed to the PMGT finals that we have coming up here today. And they have a huge advantage also because they are here in their full lineup. So they're all here, right? The full lineup is here, and they have represented Turkey so far, and they will do so today as well. But there is another team that is in the PMGC final. There's another team that is here, the full lineup, as they will be in January from the 6th to the 8th, which is
DRS. Or they are here as Nepal. These guys are absolutely massive. Again, one of the two teams going into the PMGC finals, one of the teams coming here in a full lineup, confident, ready to go. These two are going to be two very big names. And then I think we're sort of sliding down to maybe Saudi Arabia, bring into 3 players,
100%.
3 players from Falcon. We've even got, I think, a really strong contender out of South America. We've got Brazil coming in as well, the Vivo Keyed roster. We talked to them earlier. They seemed very confident as well. We spoke a little bit about drop spot with these teams because it's a crazy lobby, guys. A lot of these teams don't really know where everyone else is dropping. these teams we
Let's
just
go,
talked about,
DRS, let's
they don't
go.
have to care. They're dropping in their spots, and
Gold
everybody
medal
is going to
हाम्रो
respect that.
Everyone is going to have to adapt on towards these teams. They will
Yeah.
have an advantage in that sort of playing style, especially coming in from Turkey, from PMPL Turkey. I've watched the whole season pretty much. I'm sure some of you have as well. It's an incredibly aggressive region.
Yeah.
They have a lot of very strong mechanical players, and especially in a lobby like today, where we don't have any scrims. They have not played any scrims whatsoever, right? Different time zones, different practice times. They just haven't had the opportunity to actually play with each other.
Yeah.
And that
कुन
is
device बाट
going to be
खेल्ने?
an
iPhone
advantage
13.
coming in for the teams that, have the aggressive play style we talked about. And coming in from Turkey, Fireflies, they do have that.
They don't
Obviously.
have to adapt. They can play their own game. And also, if we're being serious here, they should dominate in a chaotic lobby like this. If they can pick out fights, maybe in the early game, maybe where there isn't a whole lot of third-party potential, these guys will thrive. The one thing where I can sort of see them fumble the ball a little bit is if other teams find third-party opportunities, because that is really how you're going to be taking these behemoth teams down before they really plow through this
कुन
lobby.
डिभाइसबाट खेल्ने हुन अहिले भनेछौ अनि
We do have to
iPhone
talk about
13
some of the
भनेछु
players from Western Europe as well, I
Suyok
think,
brother
or from Europe in general.
player
which
भनेको मैले
on
रे
one hand is, for example, Lithuania and Moldova, right? Both of these teams do have players that have been, gathering experience in their respective
Match of exit,
PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues as well. And I think starting off with Lithuania, we have two very big names, I think, that have to be mentioned as well, which is Watson and Rokas, representing, once again, country Lithuania. Both these players have played at very big stages.
मलाई
I mean, I
handsome
don't have to
देखे
talk
साथ
about
आज त।
Rokas much or Woodson.
कपाल काटेर
but
होला
really,
है।
let's talk about the other two, Silence and Zippis. They will be
Yeah.
completing the lineup, and we've talked about with these guys as well. It is their first PUBG Mobile LAN, so that means it's a crazy experience that's about to come up, isn't it?
आफ्नै
I
डिभाइसले
think
खेल्ने हुन
the
अहिले
one thing
होइन
that goes against them is obviously the inexperience. It's
Dinta.
much more exciting when you do it for the first time. It's crazy to sit on that stage. There's an audience there cheering them on, cheering against them maybe if they're on the wrong team. But also the thing is, this is a fantastic chance for them to sort of just push themselves into that spotlight. They're playing with two extremely experienced players.
Yes, very
They're
much
playing
so.
on a big stage in a very chaotic lobby where you will have some opportunities here or there to pull off plays. And if they can use that guidance from the bigger names, from the more experienced players,
DRS हैन,
push
नेपाल
that
हो आज।
into some shiny moments, some moments of brilliance, I think that's fantastic for these players just to put their name out there a little bit more as
गेम
well.
हेरम लाग्यो अरू लाउनु
Before we
नरे
keep on talking, we will go into a quick advertisement video. See you right back, I promise. Oh, I'm just hearing. It is a couple of more minutes coming up, so we have time. We have time to talk about it. Don't worry about that. So let's go over through the list. I think we've talked about Lithuania. Let's go over to Moldova. These are all 4 players that have just as much experience as, I would say, Watson and Rokas in terms of international stage
Yeah, so
experience.
pace
and
भनेको हो।
experience, which,
First in
for
match
the
start
most
पर्यो।
part, actually, let's go over the lineup right away, right? Get Wrecked and Malo, they know each other from the 4 Romanian men.
Yeah.
If you have followed the Western Europe Pro League, you will know these guys. These guys are very experienced players. They've had their ups and downs in the Pro League, but for the most part, they've been playing really consistent. They are very strong individually as well, I'd say. Maybe not Fireflux kind of level, but they are definitely up there as well. And they will be competing with Kespo and Folly.
Yeah.
Folly as well, coming in from Codex. He's been a sub for them. in the
Haन्छ
first
हुँदा
phase,
हानिहाल्छ नि
but
भाइ।
yeah, he's in the main roster now.
He's in the main roster. We talked to him in the lobby a bit.
को रहेछन् प्रायः जस्तो
He's
टिम
calm, he's collected. You know, a lot of these players are very open that they are excited and they are a little bit nervous about what's happening. But these guys, they pretty much keep their cool and they're looking like they're not
West
really getting all
European
too much
भनेको।
touched about it. But there is one team, Felix, that I really want to talk about because all of these 2 days, we have seen chat absolutely explode with
DRS होला नि।
Uzbekistan. There is so many supporters out there just spamming the chat. I even feel like I'm getting fluent in the language at this point. I don't really know what Sila means, but hey, they are absolutely excited.
Hopefully you didn't say anything wrong, honestly.
Hopefully I'm not getting cancelled at this point.
Don't fire us, please.
But the Uzbekistan fans have been absolutely popping off. If you want to support your
Uzbekistanको
team,
फ्यानहरु
get
चाहिँ
in there,
crazy यार।
get in chat, put your flags
यो
out, put
केटा
your
हाम्रो
player
देशको
names in
होला
there. We
नि
want to
गेममा।
see it. It's absolutely exciting. I'm excited to see what they can do because really, a lot of these names have sort of flown under the radar a little bit for us.
Yes, also, get your friends in here right now because it is starting. I know, obviously, we've had some delays. But
केटा भन्दा बरु
it's also
केटी
the
बोलेको
good part. We
सुनिदिन्छु
have
म एक
PUBG
घन्टा
Mobile
होइन
action coming right up.
ल्याङ
I'll let you
लगाइसक्यो
guys
होइन
know,
बोलिसुन्दा
what stands out the most at this point in time. So get your friends in here. Cheer for them. I saw a lot of players from other regions as well. Lithuania, a couple of guys in the chat as well. So we see you guys out there as well. We're looking at the chat, so make sure to support them.
Make sure you do. I think we have a good chance to really go through the list here a little bit. I want to talk about Brazil a little bit. They seem super calm and collected. Vivo Keyed as well. Again, I think it's going to be extremely interesting to see how these 4-man rosters that have played together for so long,
Yes.
have scrimmed together, have practiced together, compared to the rosters that are shifted together from multiple teams. Because realistically, even if they were a fresh lineup, they will have gone through multitudes of the practice that a mixed lineup will ever have gone through. And they've been sort of shifted together. They've built a roster that they think will work, while a mix is completely random. And it's just the best players out of a region. So it's going to be extremely interesting to see if any of these mixed teams can really pull off anything crazy.
Yes.
Because the advantages on paper are not.
Hello, Invix Gaming.
It's
Welcome,
pretty interesting,
brother.
discussion in terms of practice and when you can call yourself an experienced lineup. Because when I played professionally, there used to be a saying which goes, you are only ever a team when you play 300 So that's kind of the number they were aiming for. In terms of time investment, that means you've been together for like, what, 3/4 of a year. So that's kind of what we're talking about in terms of an experienced lineup, at least back then. I wouldn't say it has changed much. So,
I mean,
which of these teams has got that?
Yeah, think about that. If you're scrimming 6 times a week, that is a full year. So 300 scrims will be a full year. That is a lot of practice. And that is a lot of time that you're investing together with your teammates to try and be the best that you can, which is really what all these teams are doing. All these guys are trying to be the best PUBG Mobile team that they can be. There's a lot that goes into that, and there's a lot of that gets thrown out the window when you're suddenly not with your own team anymore. You have to fully adapt to your new teammates, to your new opponents, to maybe a new drop spot, maybe a map that you're not as comfortable on when you have to land out of your comfort zone. It's going to be crazy, and especially the first few games, we'll talk about drop spots a bit, are going to be absolutely wild.
Especially Zanok. It depends on whether or not we will see it twice, but if we see it only once, which is very much in the realm of possibility, we will have one-time Zanok. No one's going to know where to drop. No one's going to know where the other ones are going to drop. I mean, except for the big names, maybe. But I do believe it will be chaos. We'll see. Something else we want to talk about, maybe in terms of teams. Let's go back to that before we keep talking about all the beautiful stuff we've seen in Istanbul here. Team Saudi Arabia. I know we touched it very briefly. There's been a lineup change. I do believe beforehand it was they were I think 4 people from R8 Esports, but now it's like 3 people from. Team Falcon coming in as well. I do believe it's Damar, Powerful, Never Alone. They're currently here in Istanbul. I think that was changed last minute in case you haven't been updated on the rosters. And these guys are incredibly experienced as well. I mean, I don't have to talk to you about, PMG.
ABCDमा कति लेटर हुन्छ अरे ल हजुरलाई त्यति पनि थाहा छैन ब्रदर
First place winnings in Arabia and the full split, for example. But they won't be a full team. That's the key thing I'm trying to say right now. They are a 3-man lineup, and as it looks right now, they will be joined by, and that will make sure not
10 to 3 सम्म गरेको मैले वाच पढे
97. Yes, from our
10 to 3 त के होला
very experienced player as well, obviously. I mean, they did go out of group stage this year.
मैले just 4.5 घण्टा त कुरे मात्र
I do believe
मेरो गेम त हेरेको हुन्छु
stage PMGZ, I'm pretty sure on that. But it doesn't mean anything. I mean, he's still, individually, he's experienced. He does fit into that lineup really well. And most importantly, I don't think they will have any problems in terms of communication.
I think if we've learned anything in PUBG Mobile is that it's extremely volatile. You see teams performing massively, then not making it to PMGC. You'll see teams perform on the international stage and then struggling locally. I've had the whole weekend to listen to him talking about how Big used to be so strong and now they're really not doing all so hot.
You go.
They're trying to say in PMPL. It goes up and down so much.
Yes.
It's extremely hard to read into these performances, which is exactly why I'm so convinced that Fireflux will do well. They formed at the start of this year. They started some of their players end of last year, and then the final roster came together in January this year. And they got second and first. That is not easy to achieve in a time when CIS comes to Europe as well. And obviously, competing in Turkey as well makes that a lot easier. But once you come into the whole championship, it's crazy what they've been able to achieve with that roster, and especially the consistency they've been able to pull off.
100%.
Especially,
we've been seeing these guys walk around the room and everything. Let me know you finish that sentence. We are going in. And ladies and gentlemen, it is GEG 2022 in Istanbul. And we are getting into the first map of PUBG Mobile. It is time. It is time right now. Let's go.
Planes in the air. We're going straight across Erringle, north to south. And guys, we have a match on our hands. I still can't believe it. I can't believe what I'm seeing in front of me.
Goosebumps.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen,
yes,
so make sure to support your team in the chat. The first ones are going to be dropping in. And it is, who is that? Do you believe? Oh my God, it's hard for me to see from up here. But I do think it's is it Mongolia?
Yes. Now we've got some of the Uzbekistan players dropping out of there. And Uzbekistan going for North Georgia Pole. NRG.
हजुरले गर्दा बसेछ यार आज बसा आछ हो धन्यवाद ब्रदर
I can already see Saudi Arabia going towards the east, maybe somewhere towards Yasnaya Polyana. We see Fireflux or Team Turkey around the South Georgia Pole area.
Yeah, so they are playing with their Fireflux tags as well.
Yes.
So, I mean, we are seeing this for the first time just as much as you are. It's a little bit of a surprise for us as well, but there we go. So, NRG, these are the guys from Uzbekistan. I mean, if you've looked at the chat, not hard to spot, obviously, but I can tell you the names as well. Fragger77, Dino as well, Aslam, and Crazy Fox. So, these guys will be representing Team Uzbekistan. Looks like they're going towards the
टिम नेपालको झन्डा आउँछ अब DRS देखाउँदाखेरि
to Georgia Pole, but it doesn't look like. I think they're just picking up the cars. They will stay outside of it. So there is, obviously, in Georgia Pole, you have the freedom to maybe share with another team, maybe share with two teams even. I've seen that in some PMPLs as well. But for the most part, I mean, approach to this is being solo in the city.
100%, and I mean, what safer place is there to be than in a lobby where we have talked about so much where how hard is it to find a spot for yourself and be safe. A very common strategy would be, you know, just a reaction drop, figure out where nobody's dropping and pick a spot for yourself. But you can take matters into your own hands. You can be one of the first teams to drop. You signal everyone, hey, there's a lot of players in this area, and then the other teams shift to other parts of the map. You get to pick.
Brazil versus Turkey,
you switch towards Zaki. If North Georgia is free, you pick that. And
Brazil has to be
a little bit careful here. They're getting a little bit close, too close for comfort here to Turkey, but getting themselves a vehicle and should be getting right out of there.
This is kind of, you're learning flags on the way here, because every time you're looking at these maps, I can tell you, this is Azerbaijan, obviously.
Yes,
I can imagine some people out there are not as fluent when it comes to the maps as well. Obviously, we don't have them on stream, so make sure just, you know, have the audio on, because we will guide you through here. Anyways, we are talking about Falcon before, or we were talking about Falcon before, and here they are. Looks like they will have their city for themselves as well. I don't think there's anyone else teams being able to split this, but it's always been... Actually, when I played Broly back in my days, I used to love this spot because we split it as well. But we always had two players outside the city because car spawns, that's the thing. Car spawns are incredibly tough when dropping here. And you will most of the times need like a Heaven compound on the eastern side of it as well.
It's also it's a bit of a safety net in a way, because in open qualifiers, in lobbies, where you can't predict who's going to be dropping where, you're landing in a city that in the worst case you can split. But on the other hand, you're also never really happy about splitting because it makes things so much more awkward. You have to worry about someone creeping in on you. You have to worry about the cars that you're running for, someone camping your vehicle. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, and there's a lot of sort of added stress and added possibility of failure when you're splitting a city this close.
Military base it is for the
and we can switch to the top class and miss that, and we have switched to the military base.
Potentially outline on this map, which is obviously but I'll gladly say it again. So DRS, and we see the team cams as well. This is lovely. This is lovely. Look at this.
Oh my goodness. It's what makes LAN so good. Meeting these players, talking to these players, seeing them. Even before, when we were watching some of the Dota, just, you know, shots of the teams, the coach behind them, just the comms between the players. That is so fantastic. That is why offline PUBG is so good right now. And you get a good taste of that. You get a good taste of how it looks on the stage. You get a good taste of the sort of vibe these players are in right now. A lot of focus, but some teams communicating a bit more heavily than others. And there's the Turkish boys on camera as well. Just absolutely into the game right now, stuck in it.
Vietnam, I do have to talk about that one as well, because they have been top 5 PMGZ last year, which is something that is an incredible achievement, and I love these guys as, you know, as much as anyone in terms of, you know, international scene. They are arguably, not even arguably, they are the best team in Vietnam. They've been top 2 both pro leagues this year. And also, something else we noticed, you know, even though they had all these achievements, they didn't make it past group stage as well. So many great, incredible teams. That's the beauty we're talking about having this event after, you know, after the group stage, after the survival stage, as it's called, or elimination stage. Because now we actually have the 6 teams and we can go into that. And unfortunately, Vietnam or DRS Gaming in this case has not made it past the group stage either.
It's craziness. How proficient and how clean you have to be on that top level. You have to be consistent throughout the stages. You get a few chances once you've made it, to the qualifiers to PMGC, but still getting there, you have to be some of the best in the world. And even if you are some of the best in the world, you have 2 bad days, and suddenly your chances are gone. So it's a rough world out there. As we're switching through the teams here, we just saw some Pachinki looting going on. We see the boys from Uzbekistan. They've got a long road ahead of them. If we're going to the melee base, at least the circle seems sort of, I think it's centered somewhere east of Pachinki. Somewhere, you know, it's got some melee base in it, some of the northern parts in it. They'll have a long way to go. Similarly, a Yaznaya team. Yaznaya team not super happy, but if imagine the zone goes military and you're looting Zaki.
I mean, come on. Now let's keep it easy on them. We don't want to start with the worst case scenario ever. Now, do we? Everyone who's quite competitive has experienced that kind of circle. Right? When you're dropping in scrims and you don't have any clue about drop spots, you just have to take the garbage. Sorry for that one. Wasaki, come on, man. Yeah. It's Zaki. What else are you going to do? Right? You will have rotation paths for minutes on end. Anyways, you'll probably have the longest rotation distance out of any of the teams, and you haven't even
come on.
Right? So, anyways, keeping that apart, something I also wanted to quickly mention was Chinese Taipei, because we saw them just a minute ago.
Yeah.
And very interesting. They haven't had these huge successes as a team. They're coming in as a full lineup as well, as far as I'm concerned. They're coming in from One Team Esports, which is what their team name is. They're representing Chinese Taipei obviously. And they did make the Southeast Asia Championships in the fall split, 2022, coming in at 9th place. So they didn't qualify, but that was their first big achievement, kind of the first showing an international stage, sort of. Yeah. So this is kind of their second. So this is their first LAN as a team as well. And that makes it all the more interesting as well, watching Chinese Taipei.
Makes it all the more exciting for them and for us. There we see the Brazilian boys here. Bill, he's got his vest, and just by the position these players are taking, you can see is a little bit around for sure. Midi base is so far on the edge. No one's
म्युट हान्ने भने म भनिदिन्छु बरु यस्तो यस्तो गरे भनेर गन साउन्ड सुन्नुपर्छ र
around the barns, around the area. As we see slow-mo cruising on it, we see exactly what I mentioned. This is when you're coming out of the north part.
हैन हो अगाडि टेबल के बसिन ठाउँमा.
It looks like they're maybe looking to grab another vehicle here on the way, and then they will slowly but surely start to shift on south.
Now we have a team Mongolia, just a little bit of a trivia as well for you guys out there. They are from the team Baytex Esports. You might have seen them if you've watched South Asia Championships, so not the Southeast Asia, but the South Asia Championship. And the most tragic thing about them is they haven't made PMGC by 4 points. Can you imagine? It is a heartbreak just talking about it. I do remember, I haven't watched the games live, but I heard about it afterwards.
ल भाइ गेम साउन्ड त छ त ल गेम साउन्ड म बन्द गर्दिन ढुक्क बस्न दियो हेर चिलो म जंगली भन्ने मेरो साथले बनाउँछ त्यो लास्ट रमाइलो गराइन्छ के ल लाइक शेयर सब्स्क्राइब चाहिँ हान्नु है
and my answer is always but it usually comes down to the last game. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, you get points over multiple games, but the amount of time to see one single game decide who makes it into the finals or who wins those finals is absolutely incredible. And that's obviously, sometimes you're on the losing end of that. Sometimes you're 4 points short. Sometimes, you win the kill tiebreaker and suddenly you're in. So tons of possibilities in battle royales and especially PUBG Mobile. As you see, Fireflux getting some drive scouting in. Catch. Realizing that he's going a little bit far, but it takes a few bullets. Turns around, goes back towards the safety of his team. They have to be a little bit careful though, because they're on Pachinki, but I could very easily see that area quite a bit more, and then suddenly you're pinched between two teams.
Road to 50 गयो
even if you're Turkey.
त्यसले सब्स्क्राइब नहानेको कता आधी जिन्दगी खेर गए अनि टिडिएस प्रिन्सिपल नहानेको नि आधी जिन्दगी खेर जान्छ नि केरा थाहा थाहा दिन्छ होला
exactly the kind of distance you want to have. You want to drive through tree cover in order to get this. It's called drive scouting for a reason, right? You want to look out the window while it's drive scouting or while driving, obviously.
Hello दोस्ती
Get all the information. Even if someone shoots you, the point is
के अलि चर्को बोल न यार भात खाए जसरी
to get shot, but be at a distance and at a position, maybe
अलि आएन त तिम्रो आवाजमा दम
at a downwards angle as well through the hills, so that
किन नहुने र
you realize where it's coming from and you
ल
can
साथी
get out and sort of the
गेम
get information and rule that out. So
गेम हेर्नु पर्यो नि ढक्क लाएर
that was
टिम नेपाल
in terms of drive scouting, and it's the
खै
same
कहाँ
in
गयो
terms of
भर्खर युट्युबमा हेर्छु
around
जस्तो
there,
रहेछ
into competitive play. Watch your drive scouting, It is one of the most important things in the game.
कोड टिडिएसमा ट्याक्स डिडक्सन एट सोर्स चाहिँ अभी जान्ने भएको दोस्त
Visualize the way as well.
Information is absolutely key.
कास्टिङ गर्न पठाउनु न रे जङ्गलले अहिले हान्छ नि फाइनल गेमतिर रुका न
And
ओइ
there's
ल हेर्दा
a
म्यापमा
and there it is. It's even a little bit further north than I thought.
खुल्लै
We
छ
have
साथी
shifted
रिल्याक्स ब्रदर
towards the Brozok area, the school area.
उहरू छ नि
आइरह आवाज
आछ
We see slow-mo and the boys.
तिम्रो उ आछ नि दोस्त
slowly moving their way
ल्याम्बोर्गिनी ल
And then on the edge,
ल्याम्बोर्गिनी
Healers getting stretched out by DRS in the southwest.
छैन सुनेको
The boys in the northwest.
Yes.
युट्युबबाट पनि खुल्दैन त
Looks like there could potentially be a fight because it's very hard to spot over the potential. Well, it seems like two teams are kind of creeping up on each other.
ल्याम्बोर्गिनी चलाई जाने हो
Good actually. I don't think they
सन बेचता दे दो
the map has just gone away. So
Come on, everybody!
I do think maybe
Put a hands up for volleyball team Nepal.
coming in towards potato. A very strong.
Jungle the real caster. यो त
Well, you get a lot of information up there, and especially since they changed, the viewing distance is pretty good.
It's really good, but it's also one of those things.
म त फेरि साउन्ड सुन्न पाउँदिन नि त
In a compound,
किन?
sit in safety for a very long time.
म मोबाइलको डिस्कर्डमा छु क्या नि यता ल्यापटपबाट हेर्दा अस्ति अस्ति जस्तै डिस्कर्डको इस्यु आउँछ अपडेट त आइरहेको थियो डिस्कर्डमा होइन
And
So,
if you
एकलट ट्राई हानिन् न है यसबाटै
it's going to get really hard to hold that. So you're trying to pressure people away, you're trying to push
Well,
people
I
away. But yeah, we have to talk about that rotation.
Yes.
कहाँ हाने मलाई कतिमा खान्छु त
Split right now.
म 12-18
Right now. If
तिमी
you're watching, the next time the map opens,
11
they have an incredible split. I love it. They have played
कसरी 11 हो दोस्त
He's got his car ready. He's got all the
म नि आएँ कि
information.
अब 12-18 होइन
Keep
साथी
with
म
the south bit,
12-56 मा
west of it.
पुग्छु
He knows all the rotations coming in through Liquid Highway, pretty much, or whatever you want to call it, or the highway west of it. We have different certain names.
केटा त पोलिटिक कसरी हान्दैछ त यार बा
Just call it highway.
यसको प्राइस फुल कति हो
It's the highway where you
यसको प्राइस फुल हुँदैन प्राइड अफ नेसन हो
ए हो साथी त इन्टु 2 हान ल म इन्टु 2 हानिसकेँ है
कतिमा पुगिस् भन्न इन्टु 2 हान्न
12-56 भन्थ्यो नि 58 पुगेँ
त्यो 57-58 होइन 13 भएन
13-2 13-3 4
त्यही हो कि सँगै हो क्या हामी
5
Fantastic. The thing about that is, we sort of spoke about it. We were contemplating
8 मा घुम्यो
फास्ट
that one of these teams just
घुमेन मेरो त 11 सँग सकिरहेको
ल 13 भयो कि
punishes.
13 भयो 14 भयो छोड्न
Polar opposite of that trend.
17 भयो
Pole is the exact opposite where you know there's going to be chaos in this lobby.
कहाँ मेरोमा 22-23 पुगिसक्यो
त्यही मेरो अब त बढिहाल्छ नि अब यो 18 मुला
Play out, let the craziness unfold, and then you come in late, and then you
अँ
12 हुन्छ त
मेरो आवाज क्लियर आएको छ कि छैन भन्न पहिला त्यो
क्लियर आछ तर अलिकति अर्कै आयो के
यो उसबाट बोलिएर होला कि हेडफोनबाट
म्याकबुक छ रे डिस्कर्ड चल्दैन यार
डिस्कर्डको डेभलपरै तोरीहरू
Vietnam is lining up.
अब पठाउ आउँछ नि साथी म पठाउ बनाउँदैछु साथी
पठाउ बनाउँदैछु रे
Multiple teams
अनि
splitting themselves up.
तिमी अब पठाउवाला कम्पनीको काम गर्न लाग्यो
It's a really
I know.
bit of a one and done that we just saw there in that rotation from VK. You're not
त्यस्तै
really
त्यस्तै
concerned
के छ
with
जस्तो कि
vehicles in that compound. You're not really trying to get out.
राइड सेयरिङ एप भन नि त अनि
It's a late game from there. We can't
त्यहाँ
really
सबै
be
हुन्छ
sure
कि
at this
एज अ
point
होलसेल
if that's actually how it's going to play
त्यही
out.
त खानासाना डेलिभर गर्ने त्यो सबै त्यही होला
I don't know, maybe they've got more reason. They only sent 3 players down there.
बच्चाहरूको
I'm not sure who
त्यो नि
it is,
चल्दैन धेरै उ भइसक्यो नेपालमा त
but of the Vivicky
त्यो
line,
त्यो होइन नेपालमा होइन त्यो युएसको लागि हो
not down there. I'm not sure he will help too much, but at least they've got one car secured. As long as the fourth player doesn't lose his car, right? They've got one car at least
खै
secured.
त साथी
And maybe if they're
चलेको छ
struggling,
चलेको छ त
3 cars is
So what
possible.
is-
Time if you've got 3 cars, it's possible to save one at least, right? If you make kind of like a fortress around it.
एफएफ
यतिवटा कुरा भन्नै साथी
as well. So 2 cars, it is enough.
मलाई सेकेन्ड चाँडो चलिरहेको जस्तो लागिरहेको हेर साथी तर म फेरि झ्याप छ भन्नेलाई छैन होइन झ्याप छैन हेर साथी होइन
नगर्ने अच्छा डिआरएसमा
अँ
I mean,
त्यही हो
it's a very hard commit, but then again, maybe, you know, keep things simple. Keep
तर
things
साथी
simple.
सेकेन्ड चाहिँ लास्टै चाँडो चलिरहेको छ कि कसम
होइन त अगाडि मान्छे चलेको होइन
On to Never. Could have amounted to a knock. We didn't, and we're about to see Circle 4.
ओ यार
अँ ठिक
Talking
छ
about knocks, we haven't seen a knock right now.
Yes.
Oh, I know that they said Watson is going to be the first one. Silence is going to finish
Well,
it
I don't know,
off. First
man.
break, ladies and
Stop this.
gentlemen.
यो फुटबलिस्ट टिम नि सक्यो नि साथी फेरि यो सोल्कीहरू थाहा होला नि तँलाई
Zippers gets
रुकै
taken down
टाइमर
as well.
लाउँछ है
The flushes not come through just
59
yet.
हेर हेर गए
It might just be a matter of moments.
36 स्टप भाइ
We haven't got the vision on it.
It's kicking off.
चाँडो चले जस्तो लाग्यो के भने
हेर गए हेर म गर्छु अब यहाँ
Has been flushed so far. Another
45
coming in against
46
Ecuador.
47 48
I don't think we have
49
but it is Ecuador.
अहिले बल्ल छैन
Just a matter of
Ah!
moments as well.
I mean,
ओ
that fight
देखिस्
was
नि
very clean,
देखिस्
you
नि
know, those huge tides.
अब फेरि चाँडो चल्यो है
Well, we
हो
can
त्यस्तो भइरहेको के हेर्न
pop. Circle 4 has
त्यही
popped.
त के साथी
It's extremely
देखिस्
far to the east, and
म
that
साइको
also
भएको
means
के
यार
one and none position from Brazil.
Yes.
It's gonna be on the edge.
ओए
right now.
साँच्ची हो यार
Where was that conflict?
त्यही त भनिरहेको छु त म होइन कि कस्तो चाहिँ टाइमै डिभिजन भयो जस्तो भइरहेको कि डिआरएस त रोजोक साइडमा रहेछ होइन
Yeah.
बिच बिचमा आफै है ऊ
Especially for Brazil.
ओ त्यही भनिरहेको छु कि साथी त्यो मजाले सुरुमै भने कि म
Like on the street.
नर्मल गरम न 2x मा छ रे
As long as that
छैन
altitude kind of
कहाँ 2 मा हुन्छ यार
gets taken out by the zone,
प्लेब्याक स्पिड नर्मलै छ कि
they're very much able to play the ridge line just outside the
playing
compound.
प्ले यसो नर्मल छ के ब्रदर
Maybe have to find the other compound.
Wait.
We'll see about that one. Depends on the next circle shift. So it's not unplayable. It's actually kind of a okay shift for them.
डिआ ओ रुजले हान्यो साथी
Slowly, slowly.
Oh, हान्छ नि ल
As we see that the Saudis getting a rock net. We see Woodson again knocked down on that southeastern side. The apartments are
Yes,
absolutely
silent,
popping off as well. This is a terrible area to fight your way on through. You have to carry
Normal
out so
छ
many
के
different angles, so many different
अहिले चाहिँ नर्मल चलिरहेको कि
that you could hold for yourself. We'll see some utility being used.
ल हेर्न
to clear out a few of the
17
angles.
देखि
But the
17
problem is, neither of these players
अरे
on
यार।
their own, neither of these teams will have
होइन
someone to
साथी
play once
ऊ
के हो
17 8 मा डेन्जर अड्कियो
so fast.
उसलाई 18 पुगिसक्यो 13 पुगिसक्यो हेरै
Ages to take it.
मा कसम ओइ के हो साथी इस्तानबुलमा पहिला वार हुँदैन मान्छे धेरै मरे थियो होला हैन
They have been some of the first teams
भूत
fighting.
भूत हानिरहे डिएक्स राविज
Didn't look like it's been working out too
लुका
much.
मलाई खानेकुरा यसो लिएर चाहिँ बाबु त गफ हान्दै गर
Have two frags.
ल ल साथी
It's just on the edge. And I
के को गफ हान्ने साथी यो यस चाहिँ मलाई डिभिजन हान्थ्यो मलाई म गलत छु कि छैन छुट्टाउने टाइम लाग्यो
फर्स्ट नि
तर
कस्तो
टाइम
छिटो लाग्यो
पढेको छ त्यही भनेको साथी
सेकेन्ड
अहिले
छोड गेम हेर त्यही भनेको ओ रुजलाई नखाने यार एमएबीले यार
एमएबी खतरा टिम हैन
By the looks of things, it's
जिसी फाइनल्समा छ र
a whole lot of play time left here for Silence.
ए छ
This many players just
ए
encroaching
थाहा
on
नि त्यो त
किनले ऊ च्यानलले चाहिँ ग्यान्टे भएको बम
get taken out. So Mongolia lost a player right
हर्षिला आना हर्षिला ग्यान्टे भाइ ओपी 1v3 जाऊ ग्यान्टे भाइ 1v3 को लागि जाऊ जाऊ ग्यान्टे भाइ 1v3 को लागि जाऊ सुक्छौ तिमीले ग्यान्टे भाइ
यार यो न
just yet.
This is clean stuff from DRS right now. Nepal is walking over this.
Nepal is walking right now. Nepal is
running down behind this car. He's used one of these smokes. He's hoping for some support.
ऊ ग्यान्टे भाइको 1v3 हो क्या
निकल निकल चल निकल
निकल पहली पुस्तक पे निकल एमएबी
Yes. Look at this.
किलर को रिफ्लेक्स त
Using this timing, they want to use this time. I'm not sure they have just made it in time because
Appa,
I do believe there's a revive.
थर्ड पार्टी आको फल्कन लाइन
That is
रोक
beautiful. That net is absolutely beautiful. I'm not sure it's
Top
going to
पर्ने हुन्छ
hit, but it does look like it's going to hit its target. We haven't seen anything in the clip yet. Maybe the revive.
ओए मलाई थाहा नक हुन्छ जस्तो लागिरहेको
नेटले डिजिटल लगाने
Absolutely struggling now.
Shit, yaar.
Solo member. They take so long. They get caught by multiple teams.
पीछे से वार करता है यार
They're just absolutely getting taunted.
टेंशन बन यार
हैन किलर लाने
किलर छ नि
ओ यार
There's no
क्या
space left
साथी
for them.
Absolutely no.
कता पनि यार मार्दियो यार यस्तो राम्रो गइरहेको दिन यार
Like pretty fast. Yes.
त्यही भने थर्ड पार्टी होस् त कसरी सक्नु नि साथी कसरी सकिन्न नि
त्यही भने त्यो माथि थर्ड पार्टी आउने नि राम्रै टिम आयो हैन फाल्कन
Pretty much the whole team. I do believe they can have a frag before that, so it looks like Nepal got
हाल्गन त फेरि मरे नि बाँच्ने त्यस्तै केही चरा हैन
leaderboard of Saudi
It is a
Arabia,
Phoenix,
so
sir.
great start for them. That is one of the competition they do want to take down, and as early
के छैन कि फर्स्ट गेम हो डिआरएस ले कन्छ राम्रो खेल्छ र फर्स्ट गेम
they
त
already took him out.
And that's exactly what we talked about. Third parties coming out.
सक्स गरे वान भएन आइछ न
Absolutely massive to roll over that so
कस्तो
quickly.
राम्रो आएको हैन
Tons and tons of time to work in phase 5 here.
ठिक छ के छैन
One thing I want to
अझै 5 गेम बाँकी छ आज बल्ल सुरु भएको के जंगल दोस गेम
we haven't talked
Ora.
about almost
ठिक छ
3 zones, and that is Fireflux. They have
तिमीलाई लिँदा हान्छ जाऊ न
northern side of things. They've been quiet.
तर भोलि पनि बिदा छ नि थाहा
down,
त
and now when the time is coming closer and closer, they are going
म त भोलि बिहान 9 बजे एयरपोर्ट जानु छ यार
किन
shots.
काठमाडौँ आउनु लाग्यो दोस्त
Frankie, Vietnam,
नाइ चाहिँ जाडो छ
hell,
हैन काठमाडौँ आउनै भन्छ दोस्त
boys out of Brazil here. We talked about
तर भाउजू
त्यसो भए मेरो घरबाट सामान लिएर आइज त
few riches.
तर भाउजू के
First, you've got to get there. You've got to cross through the open. You need to take a splash.
भाउजू आउँदै हुनुहुन्छ भोलि
really need a whole lot of them, but as a four-man still standing, they should have.
के ल्याइदिने भन न छवन
So pretty good. What we did
खै
like
अस्ति नै
that is
खानेकुरा खै के हो छ
everyone
भन्थे
gets
के
हो र नत्र म पहिले भन्नुपर्छ नि
inside the zone and have 3 players on the edge
पहिले
inside
भन्थिस्
the
त
safe
आउने
zone.
मान्छे
So they are out of pressure, they are out of, having a dangerous situation. They're feeling pretty comfortable, but you can still take pressure from outside the zone, right? You can still take pressure onto
हाल्कन के डिएक्स को चिकन हो रे भाइ चाडो
So pretty well played, pretty
यो
good
चार
play
टिम
from
पण्डित
Vietnam.
नभन त
You do see, even
फेरि त्यो उ जस्तै होला डन डिरेक्टर जस्तो ब्राजिलको त साथी बेन्चमा पनि वर्ल्ड कप जित्ने स्क्वाड छ भने हैन त्यो के हेर कोरै छ नि साइको जस्तो यार फुटबलमा आफूले फेरि खत्रै तान्ने के
Try and at least get a move on now.
के भन्छ हाँस्दा हाँस्दा
Trying to get into this compound. It's so contested. for so long. Trying.
रोनाल्डो एकदम आफ्नो रियल मेडको टिममेट छ रिसायो किन रिसाको भन्दा मेसीलाई फल हानिस् तैँले अब मेसी फल हान्छ नि झन् खतरा खेल्छ
Chain raisers going, but that was
Yeah,
incredibly
nah.
close to falling apart.
अनि
looks like they
ब्राजिलको
have everyone
मासाला
just a couple of
भन्दै
seconds, Frankie.
बेन्चमा बस्नेको पनि वर्ल्ड कप जित्ने स्क्वाड छ भने होइन हारेपछि अनि फेरि पड्का छ त्यो बेलामा ब्राजिलले मेन्टली खेल्न सकेन के
But at what
जब उनीहरूले 115 मिनटमा गोल हाल्यो
they are being shot from different sides
ए
as well.
टिकटकमा आउने एकजना कसले भनेर हुन्छ हैन यस्तै
Again, the third party, but
त्यही हो
सुन
there's already shared the ball was sort of creeping into that
जब
angle.
ब्राजिलले 15 मिनट 115 मा गोल खायो तब ब्राजिल डिफेन्ड गर्नतिर लाग्यो अरे मस्सा मस्सा डिफेन्डमा लाग्यो थिएन ब्राजिल
त्यही त
ब्राजिल अट्याक गर्न जाँदाखेरि डिफेन्ड अट्याक गरेर अर्को गोल थप्न जाँदा गोल खाएको ब्राजिलले
हो डिफेन्ड गरेर बसेको भए चाहिँ बरु गोल
डिफेन्ड गरेर बसेको सक्थ्यो अलिकति त्यत्रो ठुलो प्लेटफर्ममा गफ हान्न जाने जस्तोहरू हल्का
Kazakhstan is the only team right now that is inside the safe zone in phase number 6.
फ्रिडम अफ स्पिच छ जेनी भन्दै नि
In terms of hard cover, it looks like they have an interesting split going. 3 on the right,
ओए
1 on the other side.
बर्काए त साथी रिफ्लेक्स त्यहाँ
That setup,
थ्याङ्क यू लाई
that can be really dangerous and effective at the same time.
Yeah.
Right. So if one gets knocked, the solo player
सक्यो त्यो
his job
सर्ट
is
वाइ
to
पेयर
not get knocked.
Yeah.
This is his main priority. Sure, put out pressure, but first of all, do
Yeah.
not get knocked. Don't throw away this game. But if he does,
घरमा
it is down
पुस
to 3
हाल्कनले
players.
पुस
No
हान्यो
one's going to run over. No one's going to
दुईटा झ्याममै आहा झिमी दुईजना न हाल्कनको है
inside the safe zone at this current point in time are having fights on their own and cannot watch the cross or anything.
Which is a possibility, especially with the lower ground that they're holding. They have this ridge here where they can
अझै पनि एफएको टिमले स्कोर गर्दैछ यार डिएक्स राम्रो खेलिरहेको छ 4 किलो हानिसकेछ
They don't have to get up this hill.
ल्याम्बोर्गिनी एक्लैले 4 किलो हान्दो रहेछ लो म्यान
Things to come their way. Vietnam, absolute opposite. Rabbits, he needs
ओए
massive
अझ
impact
पड्काउँछु
here.
जस्तो गरे हेरे बमले यार त्यो एफएफ
Have any
यो उस टिमलाई
possibility of making it towards the zone.
Oh no,
Football
I think
is
there's
go.
only one left for Pyflix, unless they got wiped already. But look at this.
ऱ्यान्डम स्पे हानेछ
Vietnam is
सोल्लिस
trying to
हैन
test their grounds, and it is a quick trade.
माथिबाट नि पिन हानेछ जस्तो लागिरहेको ऱ्याबिजले माथिबाट पिन डबल एङ्गलले चिपिरहेको तर त्यसले स्पोर्ट चाहिँ गरेछ 16 स्पोर्ट चाहिँ गरेछ अब पोजिसन दिन जाने अब यता फाल्कनले एकजनालाई चाहिँ उठाएछ हैन 5 किलो हानेर चाहिँ दुईजना नगएको थियो कि ओए एउटा स्कोरै वाइप हानिसकेछ फाल्कनले है कडा यार फाल्कन GMT रे GG बोइज रे एउटा प्लेयरको नाम त सही रहेछ
He's still alive. He got taken down.
उता फाल एफएफ प्लेयरहरु नगइसकेको रहेछ
Oh my goodness. This should not have happened.
8 किलो हानिसकेछ साथी फाल्कनले यताबाट चेप फाल्कन फेरि यताबाट नि थपबाट नि किल उठाउने भयो फाल्कन
Teams are ready. This could have made the difference.
अब भोलि तेरो डिआरएस हग्यो भने चाहिँ गुड गेम भन रे आरकेएस रियल आइडी बढाएछ
Oh my goodness. This is close.
Fantastic plays
This-
coming out. We have
एक दिन
so
के
much
इभेन्ट छ भोलि कसरी हग्छ हग्यो नि आज मात्रै हग्छ
grenade damage coming in as well. Look at that from
ठुलो
attack.
कुरा आज थाहै छैन केही थाहा केही हिँडेन
But it
यसो
has
पता
one,
पता
letting the utility loose. He's looking for a knock. Somehow Rabbits
कन्टेस्टै थाहा नभएर अनि
थाहै छैन कहाँ के भछ के छ थाहा छैन आयो पतर पतर पतर पतर हग्यो गयो
It is 14 kills. It is 14 kills on Saudi Arabia.
थाहा नभए सुन्नु नि यार सोधेर कहाँ सानो हुन्छ त
We'll
Say
have to
that.
look at the other teams, but they might have
सोध्नु
just won their own point.
कसरी गयो
साथी ल
Just won their own point, boys, right?
यो
15-1.
सर्पले डस्छ त ल साथीलाई हेर्नु प्लेयरले ऱ्याबिजले डस्छ त जोनमा छ रहेछ सोल्टी हैन यो जोनको एजमा रहेछ माथि जोन आउनु पर्दैन रहेछ
Azerbaijan is in a
ठिक छ दुईटा टिम दुईजना रहेछ उसले स्पोर्ट चाहिँ हानेको छ बगिले चाहिँ तीनटा रहेछ ए यता आएछ ए उता आफ्नो प्लेयरको सपोर्टमा एक नक भ्याउनु पर्छ यिनीहरूले तर रिफ्लेक्स खायो बगीबाट नि कुच्चाइदियो त्यहाँ छ एकजनाले के हान्छ कस्तो हान्छ हेरौँ UMP ले नक हान्नै पर्ने हुन्छ नत्र नखेलिनु हुन्छ पब्जी तर पछाडिको टिमबाट थार्गले सधैँ थर्ड पार्टी हानेर 11 किल हान्छ कि साथी फेरि बमले ऱ्यापिड हान्छ ढुक्क भनेको त हिल गरिसकेछ तर चेपीको यार ढुक्क मार्ने भयो नि फेरि बम हानेर नक हुन्छ होला यार अब त भएन अझै प्रिसिजन भएन बमको उताबाट एङ्गल गरिसकेछ साउथले सही खेले राफ हाल्गनकोले मैले जित्ने चान्स देखेको छु साथी धेरै गेम
सङ्गरीले भनिन्छ के मतलब छैन के बोल्दै त्यस्तो कमेन्ट हान्दा मन पराउनु भएको छ सबले हाइचा लास्ट बोल्ने हाइचा आइदियो कति ढिलो हो रे
Two boys from GMT Esports
साथी एसएलमा टिम 7 किल छ है
of GEG
3v1 छ को सिचुएसन हो कि के हो हो त्यो 3v1 को सिचुएसन रहेछ अनि एकैछिन साथी डिएस एउटा मात्रै प्लेयर बाँकी रहेछ त्यो पनि मैले लिन
यहाँ लाइभ भन्दा 26 मा छु म
गरेको त इन्टु 2
गर्न तैले नि यहाँ केटाले कमेन्टमा नि 15 मिनेट हालिसके यो पागल डिस्कर्डबाट के भनिरहेछ
ए हो र मलाई के थाहा छ मलाई कतिखेर लाइभ चलित गरिस् त भन्नु भनेर जस्तो छ होला
त्यो साथी 5 मिनेट पछि कमेन्ट गर्छ हो
गिर्न सकेछ जस्तो रहेछ मलाई म पछाडी छु जस्तो लाग्यो हेर्नु 3v3 को सिचुएसन रहेछ फार्गनले जित्ने भयो भन्थे नि साथी हेर्लाई 2v2 को सिचुएसन पिन हाने ह ढुक्क जित्यो ती अघि नै भन्दै रहेछ कि तर मैले सकिसके गेम मेरोमा अब
मेरोमा छ के म्याचेस इन्डेड
तैँले स्क्याम हानिस् के साथी यार भन्न पछि नि 2x हानेको त यार कस्तो यार
2x हाने थिएन
for our first game.
नहाने कसरी भयो त
This tournament is ID7 going to be coming for them? No, I don't think it is. But still, as the fourth player of Team Falcon, I'll be like, don't play too well, ID7. Slow it down. But wow, what a performance! This is crazy.
Oh man!
Fireflags. When did Fireflags go out though?
They must have not made it in that northwestern side. We saw them fighting off versus Vietnam.
Was
we
it
saw
8th
them
place? Somewhere around 8th place, right?
Somewhere around that. They definitely got some placement points on the board. They definitely did play a game. But once again, the circle just continuing to go to that southeastern side. You would say, all right, that has to be terrible for a team.
यहाँ कतिजना टिम 16 जना खेल्छन् कि 20 जना
in the apartments.
15 जना.
Circle shift happened. They just pulled their way through the zone. They found the right timings. They breached the compound. They don't full commit. They get back out of it when
त्यो खानेकुराले चाहिँ त लास्ट भोग लाउला जस्तो भयो यार
in that first.
लके लास्ट यार सुनाइ छैन
खानेकुरा के सोच न
के
स्निकर्स हैन अनि त्यस पछाडी गएर यता
पठाइदिनु त ल साथी भविष्य ल म लिन जान्छु ल
सब अमेरिकाबाट आएको मिठाईहरु हो के फेरि
साथी पठाइदिन कसम
15 जना हैन ब्रो 15 टिम हो रे ल ल सुमित लामा ब्रदर अहिले चाहिँ बढी नै बिटी हान्यो फेरि अघि यसो के सुन्दै रे फेरि यो पागल 5 मिनेट पछाडी छ भनेर ठिकै भनेको हैन 15 जना हैन 15 टिम रे ब्रो यार
When is it solo maybe in your way? When isn't the solo in your way? When can your third party?
DRS कम्पिटिटिभ टिमको कन्टेन्ट हामी अब हामीलाई सिकाऊ ठुलो कुरा फेरि
Is that the circle the way it shifted?
मलाई नि भोक लाग्छ यार त हेर ठीक छ नि भाइ
There is only very
भोक लागेमा प्रीति खाऊ
at some point, as soon as they get taken out, especially the way I think it was Azerbaijan was positioned, they would have had an angle on that. So that's the thing they had going for them. No one on the eastern side, though. Pretty much the only thing they had to focus on, right, was straight onwards, and that's what they did. I mean, look at the kill points.
In beautiful fashion. They did it in beautiful fashion. I mean, you talked about it. The playground on the eastern side was really playable because of the compound in the north and Uzbekistan on the south. So not really any chance to slot on in there, but still fantastic play. I mean, we were absolutely
global esports game day. यस्तो हेर्दाखेरि त फेरि PUBG को ओलम्पिक जस्तो रहेछ.
And then the team that got that kill is Saudi Arabia. That being said, though, we've talked plenty about them. Fantastic first game from Saudi Arabia. We'll go to a short break, guys, and then we'll be back with more PUBG Mobile.
हट
है अ भाइ के भयो
त्यो साथी केही छैन
ल भाइ
छैन साथी मैले एकचोटि एउटा साउन्ड बजाउँछु त्यहाँ साउन्ड गर्छ कि आछ कि आएन भने मलाई ए आउँछ नि दसैँ मेरो हेडफोन सिटमा नि के बोलिरहेको
दिमाग खै के हो साथी यार तिम्रो त अलिकति दिमाग छ जस्तो लाग्थ्यो मलाई ब्रेक 4 मिनेटको ब्रेक यार
जम्मा साथी अब चाहिँ सँगै हेर्नुपर्छ ल एउटै टाइममा कि कति टन्ने खाने स्निकर्सहरू
स्निकर्स मात्र होइन है
त्यस्तो
साथी
खान
एउटा रहेछ के इयर हेड्स भन्ने त्यस पछाडि गएर बो चाड भन्ने मिठाई बेल्जियन चक्लेटर होइन
साथी पठाइदिनु त ल पठाइदिनु साथी यसो
ल
साँच्ची के भने साथी
ल त नि के
पख 2 2 4 5 5 किलो है 12 15टा टिम रहेछ लास्ट टिमको नाम लुटु रहेछ साथी लुटु
लिटियाना एमएबी कुन देशको
मङ्गोलिया होइन थाहा नट स्योर मलेसियाको रहेछ जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई गुगल हान्दाखेरि के भर्खर यो टिम त्यो उस्तो त्यो लिथुनिया हो कि लिथुनिया हान्ने रहेछ एलटियु भनेको युरोपियन रहेछ त्यो चाहिँ
मङ्गोलियाको
एमएबी होइन होला यार साथी
ओके
कि दुईटा हुनु पर्यो होइन
के दुईटा छ
टिम पब्जी विकिपिडिया
त्यहाँ अब झन्डा देखाएको मङ्गोलियाको होइन त्यो थोरै मलेसियाको हो
ए हो त त्यो भइरहेको इभेन्टको नाम के रे
ग्लोबल इस्पोर्ट्स लबिस के हो ह्याकर कहाँको साउदी
कतारमा इन्डियाबाट नि गर्छ र
इन्डियाबाट गएको थियो पब्जी ब्यानहरू पनि थिएन मिलेन त्यो भएर 15 जना भएको
चिट भएछ नि त साथी
उहाँ ल्यान्डमा जाँदा पनि तिमीहरू इन्डियन हो तिमीहरूको देशमा पब्जी ब्यान छ नि रुम छिर्नै मिलेन अरे
ल म भनिदिन्छु
फाल्कन साउदी यस
कहाँ हुन्छ फाल्कन साउदी
ल फाल्कन साउदी कता हुन्छ
फाल्कनको प्लेयरको नाम भन्छ
साउदी साउदी 07 त्यो अर्को डिस्कर्डमा बोल्ने को हो? डिस्कर्डमा बोल्ने
कोही बोल्नु ए त्यो त भनेर हो साथी म
कोही बोले होइन।
ठिक छ कोही बोलेको सुन्नु नि के भन्छु नि म ओ भाइ मारो मुझे
कति बेला सुरु हुन्छ अरे भाइ यो के देखाएको बिचमा ल्याङ लागिसक्यो यार
के रे
के देखाएको यो बिचमा ल्याङ लागिसक्यो मलाई त यार
त्यस्तो नभन्न साथी
Ayogi Gamer started. Hello, welcome to live Ayogi Gamer. Yes, first game finished. Now second game, brother. Real Ayogi?
के गेमर रे
So what is up guys, welcome back to Yogi Gamer.
Yogi Gamer. Sorry if I pronounced this wrong. Yes, real. Yes. Open the chat. Where many worlds collide, Istanbul is ready to unite. दोस्ती हरेक गेम पछाडि यसरी 2-2 घण्टा ग्याप लिन आयो भने त हाम्रो त आज 5 बज्छ त ब्रदर
यिनीहरुको पनि बज्छ साथी हाम्रो मात्र
यिनीहरुको बज्दैन यिनीहरु हामीभन्दा 2 घण्टा पछाडि छन् 3 बज्छ
ए ठीक छ
Wait. Wait, okay. Gamer, I have something for you. Look at this. Look at this.
Hello.
Your analysis. आज रस्ते ब्रोले लाइभ गरेको 9 घण्टा भइसक्यो कडा ओपन चाल
के कुद्दा हो
कुद्दा दोस्त गयो कुद्दा पनि हेर्दै जस्तो होला उता कास्टर डोटान कास्टर खान्छ होला नि
O Ebrar, neye yükseldin bu kadar?
Arkadaşım BTC
O yok ki yer o yer.
Bitcoin göndermiş de ona bir yükseldim.
Hediye Bitcoin mi olur?
Olur tabi. BTC Türk uygulamasındaki hediye Bitcoin bannerına tıklayıp tutarı giriyorsun. Çıkan QR kodu sevdiklerine hediye ediyorsun.
Siz de BTC Türk uygulamasını indirin. Kolayca Bitcoin hediye edin.
Cibo olarak iyi bir kahve için.
Abinas ya da brother DLC कहिले हुन्छ आज छ
Ustalıkla armağanlıyor. Özenle kavuruyoruz. Benzersiz lezzetine kavuşan Cibo kahvesiyle her yudumda eşsiz bir kahve deneyimi sunuyoruz.
अर्को गेम भोलि हुन्छ कि क्या हो
İyi olanı keşfet.
खै साथी बी राइट टु ब्याक भनेको यिनीहरु कहाँ हार घुम्ने गयो जस्तो आयो एडा आयो के Nasıl yine adam?
Teknolojiden güç, yenilikten ilham aldık. Senin koltuğun X-Drive.
Kuruda rahat
Red
bitiyor.
Bull kanat tatlandırır.
भोलि नै भयो नि अनि 12 बजे बस्छ हैन फर्स्ट म्याच बिफोर 12 सेकेन्ड म्याच आफ्टर 12
अनि डिसेम्बरको इनमा भएको भए त हैन डिसेम्बर 31 30 तिर भएको भए त जनवरी आउन सक्दा त एकै वर्ष हान्दा रहेछ साथी
भोलि वर्ल्ड कप फाइनल हेरेर मसँग आउ नि त
दोस्तलाई भनिरा
किन भनेको
कहाँ भने कहाँ पोखरा त पनि
आउ न प्लिज न दोस्त
ल
ठ्याक्क टिकट काटे हैन भोलि बिहान को हैन सर उडेर आऊ म लिन आइहाल्छु एयरपोर्ट
टिकट काटिदिने मान्छे खोज्नु न त ल
मान्छे खोज्ने इसैले काटिहाल्छ नि
त्यस्तो होइन भने त साथी पैसा दिनुपर्छ कि फ्रीमा जाने र आउनेको ल व्यवस्था मिलाएर ल साथी
पैसा मिलाउँ त ल काटिदिने मान्छे म छु पैसा चाहिँ दिनुपर्छ अरे तोर भाइ हँसाउँछ DRS OP, yes, OP.
DRS is always cat. के हेरिन त बी राइट ब्याक भनिन्छ यो क्यूआर स्क्यान गर्यो भने चाहिँ के हुँदो रहेछ रुक ल म स्क्यान हाल्ने
गर्दै त तल टिकट दिन्छ रे फ्रीको भोलि
I don't know what will. If that first game didn't do it, I don't know what will. Man, we are ready for a second map. I could not be more ready. That was hype. That was exciting. That was dominant from one of the teams.
Loading meta arena re.
Going into these games.
आए कास्टरहरु आए दुईजना उल्टेहरु यस्तो जोशमा आइराछन् नि हैन साथी देखिरहेको छ सिनेको जोश
right because plenty of teams that are inexperienced and plenty of teams that will be mechanically not as gifted as these favorites and we've seen exactly that right team Pubg coming in let's talk about how it started
yes
because I was just
मेरो सम्पत्तिको नाममा बदाम मात्र खाके मतलब खानी बदाम फेरि साथी अर्कै बुझ्ला
winning the round as well that was
खतमै हस्ने
talk to me about that
I think we're pretty smart right we talked about third parties we talked about Nepal as a favorite Saudi Arabia
मनी बदाम ल्याएर खान्छु साथी यार बात नि खाछैन
ब्रो निदाको हैन यार केटा यार यस्तै दिँदैन बोल्छ नि
on the edge and well the rest is history we've seen what happened after
आज त नुवाको साथी हैन मजा आयो यार नौनी बेलामा
to do in a battle royale when you get the chance you've got to grab it with both hands they absolutely did
बोल्दैन त्यो
these guys have but also let's be honest with the quickness of mind to switch into the compound stay on the outside walls of that compound never fully commit into a single building find the right third party onto Vietnam on top after that absolutely bonkers tree play it's not just the fragging power
बदामको फाइदाहरु भन्ला
and they got the bomb
बदामको फाइदाहरु टन्नै छन् साथी
भन्नु न दुईटा भन्नु त
decision to actually third party them up on Volcano Hill
yeah
I mean sure okay there weren't a lot of options I mean maybe they could have gone to Brazil's kind of
I think
maybe towards the south that maybe was one kind of play, but honestly, that was their only real option.
Yeah,
but
was the best play.
The timing is that what really separates like a good team from, I think, inexperienced teams is they took it exactly when they knew the kill feed was popping off, and they could, target the kill feed.
ल सुन म त बदामको फाइदा भन्छु है धेरै पछि नुहाउँदा मलाई जङ्गल दाइलाई जस्तै भएको थियो बदामको फाइदाहरू चाहिँ के हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि एउटा भनेको तैँले यो मिराबाट सुरु भयो कास्टिङ म्यान
खै मेरोमा भएन
यार साथी हो त्यसरी अगाडि बढाउने यार कस्तो यार तिमी त यार
त भएन त साथी भनेपछि अगाडि बढिन्छ सँगै
अनि मेरोमा सुरु भइसक्यो भने चाहिँ सुन्दैनौ
ल ल ल
2x गर त ल 1 2 3 2x
पक लिनकुले
तेरो ध्यानै छैन के साथी 2x गर्न नि के गाह्रो होला यार
गरिरहेको छु प्लेन चलेको छैन चल्नु के
हुला या कति ढिलो हुन्छ त्यो नेट
मेरो नेट स्लो छ के साथी आज किन थाहा छैन हैन जुन धेरै ट्याबहरु खुल्ला छ के
ल भयो अब प्लेनबाट जम्प हानेको देखाए हैन किलरलाई देखाए
एकदम ठीक हैन साउदीले देखाइरहेछ मेरोमा ए हो किलरै हो
नि सियारे सत्तर मेरे
हैन 480 मा चलिरहेको के
all of the southern locations a little bit tricky and nobody in Montenegro, which means other areas will
केटाहरुको कारण जन लुट्न
Yeah, so these teams 100% they are reaction dropping.
बोल्दैन त कारण जन लुट्न भन्न
केटाहरु त्यही जान्छ के ड्रपमा
You can see who's jumping out. And you can kind of tell their direction. You probably won't know exactly where they are going.
DRS को ड्रप लोकेसन कहाँ भन् ल मलाई क्वेशन सोधे मैले ल भन्
कसको DRS को ड्रप लोकेसन DRS को ड्रप लोकेसन ए भाइ तँलाई के लाग्छ कोचलाई त्यति थाहा छैन
थाहा छैन अब सोच्दै छ यो प्रियारी देखि छैन अब के थाहा बनाम आएन तँलाई एकदम मिरामार खेले हैन धेरै यो कुन होला भन्ला प्रियारी देखिएछ तै पनि ल भन्ला ठाउँको नाम ल भन् प्रियारी दिएको छ ल ठाउँको नाम भन्ला मिरामार प्रियारी को ठाउँको नाम भन्नु
ले यार केटाहरु यार
भाइ अब गुगल हान्के साथी
गुगल टिआरएस को कोचको एनालाइसिस यहाँ हुँदै छ नि यही एंगलको परेछ मिरामारको कहाँ गयो
But right now we didn't really see that in the first two games. So far.
फाल्कनमै नेपाली डम्बर छ साथी
वाटर ट्रिटमेन्ट हो के तर तिनीहरु वाटर ट्रिटमेन्ट अलि पुग्दैन हाई सेन्डतिर झर्छ नि त हामी
पुगिसक्यो के हेरेकै छैन जस्तो गेममा कन्सन्ट्रेसन छैन कति छिटो गाडी भेटाएको साथी
going to Montenegro and that's why nobody else took it but they're not even going close
यिनीहरु कहाँ जाँदैछन्
gap in the middle of this circle
सिए जान छोड्दैन हामीलाई
very easy safe southern rotate
anyone who's got competitive experience if you've played any open qualifiers this is kind of the way it goes.
Yeah.
This is the way everyone does. I mean, sure, this right now isn't exactly the level of an open qualifier, but in terms of the situation they find themselves in, a lobby they have for no.
That's also DRS. Rules is frame देख्न सक्छौ नि त्यो साथ DRS क्यान्टे पनि साइडमा छन्.
आछर क्यान्टे.
The strategy you pull off.
अक्का गाडीमा
very active and once
again गाडी भाग्नु गाडी हेरे बेला DRS को देखेछ के
ए हो र त्यो टाइम कति भयो 3 मिनेट 21 सेकेन्ड छैन
25
ओइ ठ्याक्कै यार 26 सटै ओइ यसको साथ नेपालको झण्डा फरफराउँदै देख्न सकिन्छ DRS ग्यान्टे DRS रुल्स नेपालको झण्डाको साथमा सरर अघि बढिसकेको देख्न सकिन्छ फुल एन्ड हेल्थको साथमा ग्यान्टेले ड्रेसर के लागेको छैन किलरले भने हरियो कपडा लाएर बसिसकेको छ what is this
अंकारा मेसी गर्ला फेरि साथी पबजी मा
साथी भोलि मेसीले वर्ल्ड कप जित्यो त म त खुसीको आँसु रुन्थे यार
a lot of the times as we see here in Kazakhstan
म पनि साथी यार म त के कार्दिनी कसम
औरा रहेछ यार साथी यार हेलो डी सनम मिस के छ सनम सनम चाहिँ थोर भएको जिग्री हो क्या हो थोर भएको सुन्न भाइ होइन मेसीले वर्ल्ड कप तर म भएर सँगै हेर्नुपर्ने क्या साथी मेसीले वर्ल्ड कप जितेको मुभमेन्ट यार अति निस्किन्छ यार
पाइन्छ नि त भाउसँग के केटीएम
दोस्त पनि फेरि अलि सोनु टोनु गाइने कुरा नगर्न अहिले भाउजूको फ्लाइट छ 9 बजेको अनि
We are approaching that
के भयो त
6th minute.
म कहाँबाट घुस्नु त फाइटमा छ टिकट अगाडि गर्न
Joining us.
यसो भन्न मिलेर बस्छौँ एउटै सिटमा भन्न मिलेन त्यस्तो
मिज प्योर सिङ्गल ए प्योर ब्रो हारे भने
साथी सिङ्गल त बुझ्यो हैन
ब्रो हारे भने रद्द हुन्छ रे बुझिन के
I know you're looking at me always like a
DRS
kind of like a Team Turkey fanboy, and it's true.
के भन्छ केटा लास्टै लाग्छ
You gotta be honest with yourself. Not
कातो र चन्द्र सूर्य जङ्गी निशान हाम्रो त्यो झन्डा देख्दिनौ यसै हुन्छ कसमै त्यो फेरि रगत तात्छ नि साथी फेरि त्यो सुन्ने बित्तिकै रातो र चन्द्र सूर्य सुन्ने बित्तिकै
They get very close, they get aggressive towards it, but they decide to pull out.
साथी हैन अहिले टाइम ल्याप्स भइरा है सेकेन्ड बढिरा है मेरो 5:34 मा पुगिसक्यो
मेरो 5:35 36 मा छ
हो त्यही ठीक छ यता अहिले ब्राजिलको भिगे ट्रेन देख्यो अहिले स्पट हान्यो जीएमटी को प्लेयरहरु हेरौं गाडीमा छ सर्च लिएको छैन हैन साथी हेर एम्पो 16 र 3x पाएको रहेछ सोल्टीले अब यहाँबाट हाने नि मतलब चाहिँ हुँदैन हैन नहाने के ठीक हो यसो स्पोर्ट गर्दा चाहिँ ठीक हो
अर्जेन्टिना हार्यो भने पनि रद्द हुन्छ रे
ल अब गाडीको टायर फुटाल्न थाल्यो भिगेन डेरेनले उतापट्टि एउटा गाडी गइरहेको रहेछ ल हेरौँ
साथी
त्यहाँ कुनै प्लेयरहरु त मैले देखेको
फ्रान्सको 4 जना प्लेयरलाई त भाइरसले भेट्यो भन्ने न्यूज आछ के आउँछ वर्ल्डकप फाइनल आएर त्यस्तो आइहाल्छ नि केटा फ्रान्सको प्लेयर्स भाइरस रे ए फ्रेन्च टिम सिकनेस रे ओ यार
You've seen every single sugar shift. That's the whole reason why you play.
साथी अनि त्यस्तो पब्लिस हाने गुगलमा हान्छ भने तल टन्नै भेट्छस् के साथी तर बट वी डोन्ट हैव टु बिलिभ देम के त्यो उसमा हुन्छ हैन धेरै कन्ट्याक्ट हुँदैन
goal.com र यहाँ फोर्ब्सले हाले ह अब
यिनीहरु न्यूज हो साथी अब ए पाए बेलामा
भन्नु नगर ब्रदर है अब हामी दुईटा भनेको वाच पार्टी भनेको रमाइलो गर्दै बोल्दै हेर्न बस्ने हो हैन होला कति बोल्दै रहेछ जस्तो लाग्छ भने चाहिँ कड्किनुहोस् यहाँबाट सिधा कुरा है अहिले चाहिँ रातिको 12:30 बजे म क्वेसन न्यू खोज्न आउनु पर्यो हैन हेर्नु मन जति हेर्नुस् हैन भने कड्किनुहोस् यहाँबाट त नेगेटिभ कमेन्ट नहाल्नुस् को रहेछ है त साथी ढुकै बिरामी भएको है ए पहिलेबाट भइरा रहेछ के यिनीहरुको मोरोकोसँग रेभियट उपकमानु
रेभियट त इन्जर्डै हो
उपमेकानु हैन
रेभियट त मैले फुटबलमा देखेँ इन्जर्ड देखेको
मेसी के मिसिङ चाहिँ के भयो
खै मैले त्यही सुने हो हैन अस्ति गेममा नि खै
रोनाल्डो त ओपी हो कि तर मैले भन्न चाहिँ के भन्दा यस्तो हो कि
तर साथी रोनाल्डो रोको देखेर लास्ट मन दुख्यो
मलाई कस्तो भएर त छोड न तर मैले के भन्दा अब मेसी चाहिँ त्यसै रोको देख्न नपरोस् कि रोनाल्डो रोयो ठीक छ त्यो रोनाल्डो मेसी भनेको एउटा फुटबलको एउटा सिकाको दुईटा पाटा हो के 15 वर्षको लागि चाहिँ हैन तिनीहरु जस्तो कम्पिटिसन दिएर त्यो लेभलमा 15 वर्षसम्म एउटा कम्पिटिसन हुने कहिले आउँदैन है त्यति कन्सिस्टेन्ट हुने रोनाल्डो मेसी जस्तो त्यो भएर हो कि that is why we need to respect
you will split in the first three phases. It's just the most effective way to play the game. You will need the most information and you will
रोनाल्डो को म मेरो फेभरेट रोनाल्डो हो एनी टाइम एनीवेयर तर म के भन्छु भन्दा मेसीले वर्ल्ड कप जित्यो भन्दा होटलले लाग्यो ग्रेटेस्ट अफ अल टाइम मा त
मैक्स स्टार 49 के
sticking together but then you don't really have the control. Sure, you maybe can shoot.
किधर ओए एक किला सेकेर हानिसकेको छ नि त केटा अन्त फेरि नक फिनिस होइन फेरि हैन यताबाट फुटबलिजको टिम छ है लेफ्टमा साथी उताबाट फेरि केचले नक दिन सक्छ यार किलरलाई माथिबाट त्यो ओ स्पोर्ट हान्यो केयरबाडीले सही हो नाइस ड्यामेज ओ पियर हेड गर्न दिएर
वी आर लकी वाचिङ देम यस स्टिल टु सन्नु भन न के थोर भाइ यार
I think 100% you want
सनमन त चोएको लाग्छ
म देख्न सक्छु MP14 60वटा जेन्युइन सिस्टम एटेक्स लेभल 3 क्लियर दिन सक्छु
you have to be ready to consolidate on him or him to group up with the rest of the squad. And if that decision isn't made instantly, if that decision isn't communicated cleanly, or if that player is not able to get out of his compound because he's lost a tire, he parked his car the wrong way around, you're instantly getting punished. So it is a tricky game to play, but obviously the optimal thing is to have a ton of space.
Arsenal versus Juventus कसले जित्ला दाइ कसलाई बाल छ रे
and when you feel like the position is worth fighting for,
छैन नि दाइ
again,
के गेम हो ब्रो यो FIFA
to talk about it and explain it, it is so much harder to pull that off.
Yeah.
With 64 players, where you only really have information about what's really
global esports tour.
You know what to expect.
Yeah, that's the hard thing about bringing that player perspective in towards the broadcast right here, because
global esports tour happening in Istanbul.
And also coming back to that,
Istanbul is located in Turkey.
डेल्टा को इन्टरभ्यू हेर्नु भयो रे हेरे डेल्टामा आज अचम्म पऱ्यो त्यो भेनुको टोयलेट देखेर दामी यार दाइ भन्दै भिडियो पठाइदियो
के को टोयलेट रे
भेनुको टोयलेट के ल्यान्डको हामी के साथी यतातिर क्लबहरू हुन्छ नि चिसाराहरू यस्तो त्यस्तै छ यार टोयलेट त्यहाँ युरोप भने युरोप हुँदो रहेछ क्या नेपाल टिमलाई देखाउँदैन त अरे
युरो भनेको युरो हुन्छ नि नखानिसकेपछि त कसले नखाने
But yeah, it kind of comes down to experience lobbies. And looking at PMGZ, I'll tell you guys, if you watch it, you will see exactly that. You will see teams looking at every single
हेर मैले मिनी 14 को स्टार्ट पॉइंट हान्छ पॉइंट त हाने यार एक हेर अर्कोलाई चाहिँ टच भएन नाइस ट्राई जीएमटी जीजी बॉयज जीजी
टर्की एसिया पो हो
oh, the past position's wrong, you just say, we can't breach that one.
Hi.
And everyone completely trusts you. That's the masterclass I'm talking about. And the masterclass
I don't know.
टर्की युरोप भन्ने यार केटा यार टर्कीको फुटबल क्लबहरू वहाँ खेल्दा हुन्छ
100%. It's all about communication. It's all
ए
about
हैन रहेछ
page. And I think we saw a pretty interesting example. This
partially in Asia and Europe.
त्यही त नि साउथ इस्ट नर्मल युरोपियन नै भन्छ
and nobody is able to punish that.
They are even able to
group up and get that res and save the car because that player is absolutely not able to punish it.
सनम कुन टुर्नामेन्ट हो त ब्रो
On the mountaintops, they have
यो ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स टुर पहिलाको पालि टिटिके गएको थियो नि रिया टिटिके डिआरएस त्यस्तै टुर हो के अहिले चाहिँ इस्तानबुलमा भएको मलाई त्यति चाहिँ थाहा भयो कि जङ्गल साथी
यसमा खानेर बगी बसाउन खोजिरहा बगी हैन उसलाई नै सट हानेर यार माथिबाट कन्टिन्यू सट आइरहा टेक फ्रेङ्कीले ब्राजिलको टिमबाट देख्न सक्छौं वर्ल्ड कप हारसँगै प्लेयरको मिनी 14 झ्यालबाट घुसाउने कोसिस बल त नघुसेपछि रेके
एक्लै हात भन्दै एक्लै हाँस्छ कि मेरो साथी कता ल साथी भोलि आउने भने बिहान बसमा आइज फर्किँदा फेरि फ्लाइटमा जालास् के
ल साथी बिहानै आउँछु है त त्यसै
ले साथी नजिस्की भन्न साथी खस्सम भनेको म्याच हेरौँ कि
हेर्ने हो अहिले सात म्याच सात बिहान आएर दिउँसो हेरेर बेलुका फर्किनु पर्छ
पाए त्यस्तो हुन्न एक दिन बिदा लिन के भएर टक्क बिजी बिजी जाम लागे हेर्न म अभिनव दाइ जाने प्लान छ पहिल्यै
maybe take a few more gambles. You have to be more
aggressive. अनि त्यसपछि त साक्षी दिउँसो आइज टक्क जाम लाग्यो हामी हेर्न
Then that's absolutely respectable to try and go for a place like this again.
नेपालबाट को टिम छ वाली डिआरएस
Interestingly enough.
के भयो
प्यान खाने भयो नि त साथीले त
तेरो भूमि
आयो प्यान
ओइ प्यान आयो कुन चाहिँ को रहेछ प्यान हान्ने चाहिँ
एएलपी यो कुनको टिम हो यो कुन देशको यार एएलपी आएन यार
पायल रहेछ यार
सही हो माथिको सही हिल क्याप्चर हानेर बसिरहेको के यो ब्राजिलको टिम चाहिँ हैन तर जताबाट सर्ट पनि हान्न सकिन्छ हैन माथिको हिलमा भइसकेपछि हैन त्यो प्रायोरिटी त हुन्छ तै पनि एकदम हाइङको फाइट मतलब फाइदा उठाउन सक्यो भने चाहिँ सही हुन्छ त ल्याम्बोर्गिनीलाई नकान ओए माथिबाट त्यहाँ लिडरबोर्डको फाइट भिकेबी को एकजना मात्र प्लेयर रहेछ हैन यताबाट तीनटा
They are
हैन
not ready to
यो
pounce. They're on
छुट्टै
the
फाइट रहेछ
mountaintop. They have every information on the circle possible. They
छुट्टै
can't
बात
go down
रहेछ अरे
there.
कास्टिङ हान्यो हान्यो अनि
Gets taken down, and we were talking about splits and people using that. And look at this.
खायो
They are
नपन्नु
so bold. They are rotating just below
भएन
both of his
कसो
teammates, and their teammates cannot shoot down.
हैन
That's the game
यस्तो
knowledge I'm talking
साथी
about. They will rotate just below the hillside.
हाइलको एडभान्टेज हुन्छ हैन तर जताततैबाट सटाउन सकिन्छ घेरिन सकिन्छ त्यो पनि प्लेयरहरूले चाहिँ विचार पुर्याउनु पर्ने हुन्छ यसैको साथ बढिरहेका छन् टिजे गेम मिराडोमा मिराडो पल्टिसकेको छ मिरामारको म्यापमा
सडै
यसको मिराडो त नि हैन हो मिराडो हो मिराडो अब जस
Fantastic stuff from his
एकदम मिराडोमा बढी देख्न सक्ने हैन त भित्र कजुअलिटी हुन्छ हैन साथी हे रेगुलर हो यसो पल्टेर ड्याङ ड्याङ ड्याङ फटाङ फुङ हुन्छ साथी त्यही त्यो ब्रोको जीएमटी को स्लो मो रे
They have a whole circle looking at them while doing so in Uzbekistan. Really quick.
यो यसको नाम स्लो मो रहेछ के स्लो मोसन
We need to punish and we need to do it now.
हैन के
He was not ready for that.
हजुर
राइजन त साथी
He's not ready at all. He was staying in that, you know, four-cornered
कहाँबाट आउने साथी
बाटोबाट जस
and he was just not ready, right? He was
हैन
playing the route. You could tell he was very surprised.
ताइस भने फेरि म तसँग काठमाडौँ गइदिन्छु नि फेरि बस्छ सर
Right? You hear the breach, you just
फर्किँदा
hell out of there. He was not ready for it because that's the kind of breach and interesting rotation path taking.
पोसको पछि जीएमटी को प्लेयरहरु आफ्नो प्लेयरहरुसँग युनाइट हुँदै र जोनको एज पाएको छन्
के पाइक आइदिन्छस्
पख्ने डीआरएस कता छ हिजरा सुके साथी म
डीआरएस उता चिकन हानि ठाउँतिर हैन
Breach from the west. You have to go up east. You have to get into the mountaintops.
अनि ठाउँ जोनमा त देखिन साउदीको स्प्रेमा 0 बुलेट कनेक्ट ओपी भन्न चाहन्छु म मिनी 14 ले ट्राई गर्दै सबै सर आएको छ मिनी 14 मा थम्सनले हानेको छन् यो कुन स्लाइको
Easily 3/4 of the teams are now being taken out. Quick drive by coming in. I'm not sure if
That's
he
a
can get
Tommy
the
gun
flash.
drive-by.
Yeah, I don't think he can get the flash on this, but
ए एक्सप्लेन हानेला सब अगाडि अगाडि थाहा हुन्छ यार ए रुका है बगाल लान्छु
gas station is
अगाडि गएछ अरु
I think it was take my feet
नबोला रे यार हेर्न मन लाग्छ ओ तालिम 2 एक्सन
ल
That is not taken. That is not
That's
taken. That is so much open space. That is
Poema
not
bunch.
playable. Right now, fourth zone. It doesn't look like much, but this is a very decisive zone.
सिक ब्रदर
Absolutely.
1648
सेम एक्ज्याक्ट
Arabia, they're gearing up.
51
एकछिन अड्के जस्तो भएको है 53
They are
55
absolutely able and ready to punish. We've seen tons of times.
किलरले हान्यो न
Now unfolding in the
किलर
kill
रोपे
feed, few long range shots getting
टिजी नेभरलाई टिजी दुईटा स्कोरको बिचमा च्यापेको छ एमएपी र उसकोमा डीआरएसमा किनकि दुईटाबाट नक भएको थियो यताबाट खै यार यो ग्लिचर टल्केर केही देखिदिने किल फिडमा र एउटा स्क्वाड वाइप भएको छ टिजेबी दुईटा स्क्वाड मिलेर डीआरएस र अर्को म्याप मिलेर गएको छ र म्यापको प्लेयरहरु पनि एकदम सिकिस्टी हान्ने साथी नक भएर यताबाट ग्यारेजबाट पिन गर्दै छन् एसएलवाईसी कोले अब डीआरएस कता जान्छ रोटेसन हेरौँ ल साथी कता
फिनिश नै हो
Yeah, I don't trust that honestly.
Brazil getting the
ब्राजिलको टिमले 2 किल हानिसकेको छ 2 किल हानेको वर्ल्ड कप जान्छ
down, but they've equalized now. D7 is the first one caught out. Cielo quick with the UMP getting the first knock in. Now utilities
फाल्कनलाई साथी हेर साउदी भर्सेस ब्राजिलको फाइट हेर साथीलाई हेर
अर्जेन्टिनालाई हराएको के रे साउदीले
साउदीले हराएको हेर साथी
तर साथी साउदीले अर्जेन्टिनालाई हराएर नि अर्जेन्टिनाले वर्ल्ड कप जितेको हो के
जितेको छैन कि साथी यार
जितिरहेको कि मेसी अब चाहिँ वर्ल्ड कप फाइनल हार्दैन के साथी अब चाहिँ के
अब नि हार्यो भने अब मिनी 14 मा यहाँ देखेछ त साथी त्यो डीएक्सटी को डकले देख्नु पर्ने हो त यार ओए रुज काउन्टरमा अब अहिले त फुटबल भन्छ काउन्टरमा भन्नु आउँछ
काउन्टर अहिले वर्ल्ड कपमा आउँछ नि त ग्यान्टेले फेरि अटक हान्यो
हैन गेन्टेले दुईटा अब जस एडभान्टेज को सिचुएसनमा छ डीआरएस
एक गोलको बराबर 2 हान्सक्यो
ब्राजिल भर्सेस साउदी ब्राजिल एकदम माथि छ हैन फिफा र्याङ्किङमा पनि माथि छ फाल्कनबाट तल मुनिबाट माथि नेट फाल्दैछ के यो नेटले कनेक्ट गर्छ त कनेक्ट हुने चान्स त देखेन तर माथिबाटै नेट आएको छ यता जिएमटी पनि नेट आएको छ डेल्टाबाट मिठै छ स्प्रे देख्न सक्छु र 1 म्यान स्ट्यान्डिङमा गरेको छ जिएमटी यताबाट डिआरएस को पुश आउनु पर्ने हुन्छ र डिआरएस को पुश आएको छ यसको साथ वाइप भइसकेको छ र क्यान्डिडेट देख्न सक्छु नो जोनले नक भइसकेका छन् डिआरएस को खातामा कति किल गइसकेको छ एटलिस्ट 4-5 किल त भइसकेको छ जस्तो लागिरहेको मलाई जोनी हो कि किलर नक रहेछ फाल्कन भर्सेस लसाइकी भर्सेस ओपी साउदीले यस्तै खेलेर अर्कोचोटि अझ अगाडि पुग्छ मिस गरेको साथी हेरेको कि एक पिक्सल हेरेछु नि सही वाला हैन टिम एफएफले यता उसलाई प्रेस हानिरहेको छ त्यो एउटा स्याकको कभर लिएको छ लिएर बसेको छ टिम एमएबी हैन एमएबी को एउटा प्लेयरलाई पिन हानिसकेको छ एफएफ को टिमले प्रपर युटिलाइज गर्दैछ यो दुईटा वेयर हाउसको उताबाट देख्न सक्छ डी स्ट्रेङ्थ द्वारा म्याक्सिमको प्लेयरहरु नभइसकेको छन् बीएसटी कस्तो नामै थाहा हैन यो के टिमहरुको नाम
हेलो पेन ब्रदर
फाल्कनले वाइप अन्जे जस्तो लाग्यो ब्राजिललाई ल्याम्बोर्गिनीले हाने त साथी चढाइदियो ल्याम्बोर्गिनी बीएसटी माथि मिरामारको इन्टेन्स गेम देख्न सक्छौं साथी 36 जना बाँकी छन् टिम 11 वटा टिम बाँकी छ ल्याम्बोर्गिनीले आफ्नो किल सिक्के जस्तो गरे जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई
हाल्न त यार
टिम एफएफ पनि 9 मिटरको लागि जोन हुन्छ टिम त्यो गयो एफएफ को सोल के नक भएको छ सोल के स्टार प्लेयर पनि हुन् एफएफ का ग्यारेन्टी प्लेयर नक हर्सिज भन्ने मिठै नक
एमएबी को हो फेरि एमएबी सब फाइट गरेको हाम्रो
किल चोर दिएको साथी किल चोर दिएको
को किल गर्ने भन्दा अरु के मान्नु छ
ल पहिले भन्छु सम्झेर बिर्स्यो
सम्झिराखे र सबैले लाइक शेयर सब्स्क्राइब गर्नु भने ग्यान्डेले पनि हाल्यो ग्यान्डेले पनि हाल्यो किल त उपर गएको छ त्यो केटाले
फममा चल्छ तातो र चन्द्र सूर्य जङ्गी निशाना हाम्रो जोन जाँदैछ यो एसएलआईको टिम यिनीहरूले जोन छिर्न दिन्न डेल्टाबाट नि एएलपीको टिम न केटाहरू फममा छ यिनीहरूले नि मार नाम टाका सक्यो खतम टाटा बाइ बाइ यो टाटा बाइ बाइ यो टाटा बाइ बाइ ल यसको साथ देख्न सक्छौ इन्टेन्स देख्न सक्छौ 28 जना बाँकी 9 र टिम स्मोक भनेर आफ्नो प्लेयरहरूलाई रिभाइभ गर्ने कोसिस गरिरहेका छन् टिम एसएलवाई को टिम उता टाटाबाट लङ रेन्जको पाउन सक्छ डीएक्सबाट र आइसकेको पनि छ र जोनमा पनि जानुपर्ने भएकाले त्यो प्लेयरहरू फिनिस हुने भइसकेका छन् डीएक्स मिठो सेन्टरमा बसेर जोनको युटिलाइज गर्दै एसएलवाईले पिन हानिरहेको छ देख्न सक्छौ हाम्रो टिम डीआरएस कता रहेको छ मैले देखेको छैन जोनको जोनमा त अब बाहिरै छ मुभिङ गर्नुपर्ने हुन सक्छ जोनको एजमा त एउटा मिठो फाइट लिएर नै जोनमा बढ्नुपर्ने जस्तो लागिरहेको मलाई हैन डीआरएसले 25 जना मान्छे 8 वटा टिमै साथी
फेरि यार ग्यान्टेले भाइले खत्रै हाने यार
ओपी रातो र चन्द्र सूर्य हो
डेल्टालाई नखाने है
त्यो फाइट लिनै पर्छ यार जोन क्याप्चर गर्नु त्यो फाइट लिनै पर्छ अथवा के हो त्यो सिचुएसन खासै राम्रो बुझेको छैन डीएक्स ल्याम्बोर्गिनीबाटै यताबाटै यामार भन्ने टिमको लागि पिन हानिरहेको छ आमी वाला कास्टिङ हाने त को एकरा मेरो साथी एकरा हो कोच हान्दै भाइ एउटा दामी कास्टिङ छिराइदे आन्दैछु कि साथी यसको साथ देख्छु डीआरएस किलर वाइटीको स्प्रे भर्याङबाट स्प्रे किनकि त्यहाँबाट प्रपर भिजनका साथै स्प्रे हानिसकेका छन् र गाडी चिराएका छन् र यो टिमलाई पुस हान्नु पर्ने हुन्छ टिम डीआरएसले जुनको इन्ट्री गराउनु पर्ने हुन्छ यताको सा 1 को टिमबाट देख्नुहुन्छ एएलपीको टिमबाट एउटै ग्रेनेडले दुईजना नक डीआरएस क्यान्टे वाट मिठो नक देख्नुहुन्छ अल्फा पिनले नक डीएस क्यान्टे गरेर फिनिस भएको छ त्यो सेक्टर आफ्नो जोनको लागि पोजिसन गराउनु चाहिँ 43 मिनेट टाढा छ नि यसैको साथ देख्नुहुन्छ डीएस किल रटोटोमा स्ट्यान्डिङ प्लेयर जम्मा 6 टिम 17 टा मान्छे चिकन डिनर लेट्स गो फर चिकन डिनर टिम डिएक्स यताबाट पिन आएको छ टिम एफएफ लाई एफएफ पनि यो टुर्नामेन्टको वान अफ द जो स्ट्रङ टिम हो हैन मलाई चाहिँ स्ट्रङ लाग्छ टिम डिएक्स को खातामा 3 किल छ हेर साथी हो के साथी
उही
मिठो मिठो मिठो मिठो रे रिक्वेस्ट गर्न सक्छु एफएफ सोल्टीको तर्फबाट उनी स्टार प्लेयर हुन् टिम फुटबल प्लेयर यता डिएस यता किलर वाडी देखेको छु अगाडि पनि ओइ किलर कस्तो लगाउँदै यार मिठो र जो प्लेसमेन्ट बनाउँदै छ नि एउटा भेकल लिएर किलर वाडी अगाडि बढेका छन् डिएर मोस्ट प्रोबेबली डिएस डेडलाई तिन जान्छ सपोर्ट दिन्छ र उता टाढाबाट वान फर्मको जोन बाहिर छ र डिएस ले होला जस्तो मैले देखेको छु त्यसैले चाहिँ जो डिएस काउन्टर आएको छ
तेरो आवाज क्लियर आयो मोबाइलबाट
हो र साथी ए मोबाइलको माइक्रो छोप्दिन्छ नि त मैले साथी डिआरएस ओभर सही खेलेको छ डेल्टा भाइ युएमपी लिएर घुसेको छ हान्नै पर्ने हुन्छ ठोक्नै पर्ने हुन्छ साथी टिम डिएक्स तर 4 विन छ के भयो यहाँ के भयो साथी म जे सोचे के भयो साथी यसैको साथी
डेल्टालाई हान्दियो नि
यसैको छ राम्रो गेम भन्न सक्छु उत्कृष्ट गेम नाइस टपमा आफूले युज गर्न सकेको छ अब के हुन्छ साथी सबै जित्न सकिन्छ नि हुन हैन सबै कुराको फेभर हुन सक्छ टिम डिएक्स जोनको सेन्टरमा बसेर सबैले एडभान्टेज उठाउँदै हानेको छ र यसैको साथ कोभी2 को सिचुएसन रहेको छ टिम फुटबल टिम एफएफ हैन कोभी 1v1 सिचुएसन भएको छ
हाम्रो 8-9 किल कच्छ नि हेलो तपाईले वेलकम टु लाइभ बनी
but he's not for life and as soon as they spot him they will take him out as well they will clean up Fireflux
डिएक्स को ढुक्क जिति सकिने हैन के मिराकल हुन्छ र हुँदैन यार उता जोनमा चाहिँ यिनीहरु जोनमा जान सक्दैन के गर्न सक्यो नि सोल किल्यो यार उठ यार सोल के भाइ उठ नाइस सोल किल गर्छ
could have gone for the force for his team and somehow this is not really an opportunity seized by Chinese Taipei on the side. It's a valid stand.
यस्तै खेल्यो भने त पीएमजीसी मा फिक्स टप 3 हो रे हेरौं हेलो दाइ सन्चै हुनुहुन्छ एकदम सजग छ बने तिमी
ठीक छ के सही हो के यो भनेको जो डिआरएस सही हो नि त यता बाहिरको टिमहरुबाट नयाँ टिमहरुबाट एक्सपिरियन्स नयाँ फाइटहरु हैन सही हुन्छ नि त एकदम धेरै उस हुन्छ हैन के हो डिएक्स के प्लेयर छ नि स्पट हानेको छ कि छैन डिएक्स ले हानेको छ मर्नु पर्ने हो त्यो मान्छे ल मरिसक्यो
डिएक्स भनेको भियतनामको रहेछ तैले चाइनाको भन्छस्
भेट्यो भने हो डिएक्स भियतनाम नहीं उतना रेस्पेक्ट कौन देता है भाई
in the international scene and this year they didn't make it they make it to PMG's final but they are on the map. Everyone knows them. These players are incredibly experienced and you can tell right here the way they fought Fireflux was incredibly advantageous to them. They did have the compound and they did have it very early on and we said it as well. This is a round they need to win. This is not you will get chances are you will not get this chance another time, especially when only playing 6 matches. But they did make it work and they did make it very convincingly. There was only one player at most knocked and that's the way you want to have it.
Absolutely clean. Even in the late game, they're not losing their temper. They know they're 3v1. You could easily take that 3v1, or you could panic a little bit.
Do you think TTK will go for drop class in Miramar against Nova? No.
They keep that
no chance.
Completely very bad idea.
No chance.
With a good bunch of kills to boot. But again, hero plays, but also hero plays by Turkey.
No chance, Panale. मैले किन no chance भनेको भन्दा नोभासँग फाइटरले जित्न सक्दैन भने नो चान्स भनेको हैन कि लिजेन्डसँग मेरो कुरा भएको थियो लिजेन्डले चाहिँ हैन फाइट लिदैन होला भन्ने कुरा भएको थियो के मिरामारमा किनकि सानो खासै राम्रो जाँदैन सानो खासै राम्रो गएको हुँदैन सानोको भनेको लगभग हाम्रो गेम भए नभए जस्तो हो मिरामारमा अब जति गरे पनि फेरि 2 पोइन्ट भन्दा आउन जाने सकिन्छ भन्थे तर मोस्ट प्रोबेबली जान्न होला भन्थ्यो हेरौं के हुन्छ
फाइट भएपछि कहिले टिटीले जित्न सक्छ कहिले नोभाले जित्न सक्छ हैन
सक्छ त त्यो रिस्क लिन फ्याक्टर
हो त्यही त यो पीएमजीसी को
फाइनल छ नि
पीएमजीसी को फाइनल हो यहाँ गन फाइटले भन्दा नि जस टप प्रायोरिटी भनेको आफ्नो देशको र्याङ्किङ कति माथि आउँछ भन्ने हो कि
हो आफ्नो देशको त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ लिँदैन होला अस्ति लिजेन्ड्स अन डिस्कर्ड हुँदा त
फर्स्टमै फाइट लिएर मर्ने होइन क्या किनकि सर्भाइभलको मिठो पोइन्ट पनि आउँछ बाँच्यो भने किल नि हान्न सकिन्छ त्यो हेर्ने हो नि त
अहिले त फर्स्ट भएको 40 पोइन्ट रहेछ है
के हो
जिसीमा के चिकनको 40 पोइन्ट्स रहेछ सेकेन्ड हुनेको 35 त्यसरी रहेछ है
हो र
अनि पर किल चाहिँ पर किल चाहिँ अर्ली जोनमा हानेको 3 पोइन्ट आउने हैन त्यसपछिको जोनमा हानेको चाहिँ
2 ठीक हो
and he made 839 damage. Excuse me. Yeah, one bonus for defeats, obviously. Best companion award goes to Stacey and Duck. Final elimination is being given the award. Distance travel 6,000. I mean, you can tell it was 6,000. Probably 2,000 of them was him walking around in the compound, right? So the distance travel wasn't all that much, but either way, made it work. Can't argue with that.
You have to remember as well when you see the most reses.
I like जङ्गलको कमेन्ट्री एन्ड बोल्ने शैली दामी छ नि दाइ जङ्गल त दाइ मेनेक दाइ ओए कास्टिङ हान्नु मेनेक दाइलाई थ्याङ्क यू भनेर
थ्याङ्क यू दाइ
त्यसले टिम प्लेसमेन्टमा धेरै नै फेरबदल ल्याउँछ
अनि त्यो हसी हेर्ने मजा लास्टै हुन्छ नि त साथी
त्यही हो तपाईँ भनेको सही हो कि देशलाई माथि ल्याउनु पर्यो नि होइन साथी तर के लाग्छ नेपालको हामी डिआरएस टिटीकोमा त कोही टिम टप 5 छिर्ला
छिर्न सक्छ यार एउटा
है त्यही त मलाई त किन यसपालि डिआरएस टप 3 त इज्जै हान्छ जस्तो लाग्छ हेरौँ
यस्तो हो कस्तो भन्दाखेरि अब हाम्रो टिमहरू भन्दा होइन बढी एक्सपिरियन्स भएको प्लेयरहरू होइन एक्सपिरियन्स पनि दिन्छ धेरै म्याटर गर्छ नि त होइन धेरै टिमहरू छ कि पहिला नि खेले होइन जस ल हेरे एउटा एसटी हेरे उनीहरूको कन्फिडेन्स हेर यता हेर होइन नोभा हेर होइन जस अब त्यही भएर चाहिँ अब जस त्यस्तै टिमहरू छ नि त त्यही भएर मलाई टप 3 चाहिँ हल्का अब यस्तो के एसटीलाई अब जस यहाँ साउथ एसियामा हामीले हराएको जस्तो होइन कि पिएमजिसीमा चाहिँ किनकि त्यो भनेको छुट्टीवाला हो कि
त्यही After listening Jungle's commentary, Mandip be like, मैं तो चित्या हूँ रे मंदीप हाय ना वो बने को ऑफिशियल कास्टर हो वो बने को फन कास्टर हो यार टीम पनि यार के कोसँग कम्पेयर गर्छ अब हामी गल्लियो फुटबल खेलेर मेसी कम्पेयर नगर न हैन खेल्न त हामी नि राम्रै खेल्ने रानी हैन दोस्त तर मेसीले अब गोलको फकर हानिरहेछ त देश पर्सेन्टेज अड्छ जर्सीको प्राइस कति छ जर्सी हुडी यताउताको लागि कन्ट्याक्ट म्यानियाक स्टोर है इन्स्टामा फलो गर्नु होला त्यतापट्टि आफ्नो साइज ट्यागमा पठाउने
त अर्जेन्टिनाको जर्सी सर्सी भनेको कुरा आएछ कि गराइराखे ल एकछिन त सही रिफ्लेक्स हाने आयो त्यो तर डिएक्सलाई कहिले हाइटमा देखाएको चाहिँ
म जर्सी हुडी दुवै लिन्छु म्यानियाक दाजु प्राइस अलि घटाउनु रे केटा त
कत्रै बार्गेनिङ हो सही
कत्रै बारी नि हान्दै छ मन पर्यो मलाई
युट्युबमा त जे कुरा नि टाइम बरु यार नेपालमा भएको भए बरु नेपाल टाइम भएर 15-20 मिनट ढिला हुन्थ्यो यार साथी। यहाँ त 1-1.5 घन्टा यो त झन् युरोप
एक दिन ढिला भइसक्यो।
त्यही भने के टाइमिङ हो यस्तो, कुन देश हो यार, परिगा हो। अहिले मलाई आएर नेपाल ढिलाउनु थाल्यो साथी धेरै।
बुढो के हो जोस 1 बजेसम्म पनि छ त। ल मेरो जोस म कस्तो जोसी मान्छे तिमीलाई थाहै छैन केटा हो।
जोसी रातमा हो
रात। तर सुन्न तँलाई उयो थाहा छैन साथी होइन?
के
थाहा छैन भन्न एउटा कुरा।
थाहा छैन भन्न, थाहा भएको थाहा हुन्छ नि एउटा कुरो।
क्रोएसियाले जित्यो नि 3rd प्लेसको लागि।
हेरेको भयो गेम। सुरुमा त एक हाल्यो थिएँ, फर्काइदिएर आयो, दुइटै हेरेँ नि।
कसले फर्कायो रे?
फर्स्टको क्रोएसियाले हाल्ने थिएँ, सेकेन्ड गोल मोरोक्कोले फर्काइदियो।
अन्त बत्तीले धोका दिए छैन भन न केटा हो। तर बत्तीले धोका दिए। ल्यापटप ब्याकअप राखेको छु के लाइभ त स्टार्ट स्ट्रिमिङ गरिहाल्छु। मेरो प्यारो नरिदा मेरो प्यारो रोनाल्डो पाए तिम्रो मुटु मेरो मुटु यसरी गाँसी दिउँला हामी। ए कस्तो ढिटिङ यार।
के भन्छ साथी? इन्स्टामा फेरि के नोट हो साथी त्यस्तो? मेसेजको माथि नोट देख्छु त म, त के हो त्यो?
त्यो नोट हाल्नु मिल्दो रहेछ नयाँ अपडेट थाहा छैन।
त्यसको पर्पोज के हो?
पर्पोज के होइन, डाइरेक्टली अब डिएम गर्न मिल्यो त्यही हो। इन्स्टाग्रामले कसरी हुन्छ कन्भर्सेसन सजिलो बनायो नि, त्यो केटीसँग केटा बोल्न सजिलो बनाइदियो त्यही हो नि। अरू के हो नि भने त्यो सब पोलिसी त हो नि। टिनेजरहरूलाई ट्र्याक गर्ने तरिका त हो भाइ।
भनेपछि के भएछ थाहा? अब त्यो अहिले होइन मान्छेहरूले के अब त्यो अब इन्स्टा फेसबुक भन्दा नि मान्छेहरूले यता टिकटक स्न्यापमा बढी फोकस छन् नि त। जोस् मान्छेहरू पहिलाको अब जो अब पहिलाको उनीहरूको कन्भर्सेसन हुने त्यो रेट हुन्छ नि झन् उनीहरूले क्यालकुलेट गर्ने, त्यो त्यति उनीहरूले उस गरिराखेनन् होइन। त्यहीबाट केही त गर्नु पर्यो भनेर होला।
त साथी 5-6 महिना के कोडी घाल्ला कि त हिरो नभए नि फेरि हिटेलर भने त्यस्तो के होइन कि म तिमीलाई भन्छु। टिकटकतिर यस्तो है साथी, म तिमीलाई भनिदिन्छु यहाँ सुन। तिम्रो जति टिकटक आओस् जति जे आओस्, इन्स्टाग्राम भनेको छुट्टै हो, टिकटक भनेको छुट्टै हो। तिमी टिकटक चलाएर होइन, टिकटक चलाएर इन्स्टाग्रामको मन मेटाउन त सक्दैनौ। तर युट्युब सुन भन्दैछु फेरि पिच्चा बोल्ने नि। तर टिकटक चलाएर युट्युबको मन मेटाउन चाहिँ सकिन्छ फेरि है। दुइटा सिमिलर प्लेटफर्म हो नि त। इन्स्टामा त्यो किन त्यो फिचर ल्याएको भन्दा अब टिनेजरहरूलाई अट्र्याक्ट गर्नु पर्यो होइन। अब त्यहाँनिर इजी मेसेज रिप्लाई गर्नु मिल्यो नि त, नोट भएपछि नि त। नोटमा हे फिलिङ बोर्ड भन्यो, तलबाट ओ वाइल्ड फिलिङ बोर्ड भने त्यसरी अप्रोच हुने भयो। त्यो भएर टिनेजरहरू एट्र्याक्ट हुने भयो क्या इन्स्टामा बढी।
म एउटा कुरा गर्छु त अर्को कुरा गर्छु।
म एउटा कुरा राइट कुरा गर्छु तिमी रङ कुरा गर्छु कि साथी, मलाई थाहा छ है सधैँ तिम्रो।
एउटा कुरा सुन,
तिमी भोलि आउने हो किन वर्ल्ड कप हेर्न भन त?
आउने हो।
तिमी यस्तो झुटा जस्तो आएर आउँदा रहेछ तिमी साथीलाई। आउन साथी मिल्दैन भन्ने नि हुन्थ्यो नि, आउने हो भन्दै नि क्या। अब अति अच्छा
अनि अब मैले सिधै आउँदिनँ साथी भने त म तेरो साथी भन्दै होइन नि साथी यार। मतलब तेरो साथीको नाममा पलायन त निस्किन्छ नि साथी, त्यस्तो भयो नि त।
मैले त त्यस्तो कहाँ गर्छु साथी यार, आउँछु भन्छ आउँछु यार। मैले त चट्ट बिजिबीमा बस्ने हो साथी होइन। चट्ट बिजिबीमा टुले स्क्रिनमा गेम लाउँछ अनि एउटा हातमा टक्क कफी लिने होइन, अनि त्यसो थाहा गरेर अर्को हातमा पानी लिने। के गर्ने यस्तै छ जिन्दगी। टक्क कफी पिउँदै
पानी खाँदै।
पहिला कफी खानु भन्दाखेरि सधैँ मुक्कु लगाउनुपर्छ नि त पानीले। त्यसको लागि चाहिँ म त पानी राख्छु। अनि
घरमै टिभी खोल्ने हेर्ने अब स्ट्रिम चाहिँ हामी साथी होइन त्यसो
मान्छु त अभियसली हान्छु मन्दिरलाई कल हानौँ है ओके सुनाइ ल उठाउँदैन त बोल्न जङ्गल त
म त्यही त अनि फोन हानिराख हुन्छ अनि बिचमा के बोल्नु त साथी
अनि आज आएर साँच्चै लुग्रा गर्छ
यिनीहरूले बरु ठुलो काम गरिरहेको हामीले पुऱ्याएर
अमिताले कस्तो कुरा गरेर हामीलाई
ए आफ्नै यो
बिचरा दाले सुत्दैन त्यो नि राम्रो कुरा हो भाइ
यतिखेर सम्झु त
मन्दिरमा कल हान्नु अझै
हान्न
मन्दिरले मेरो फोन नम्बर सुख
त्यही भने
होइन
मात्रै यहाँ च्याटमा दिएन मन्दिरको नम्बर मन्दिर जसै
उठाउँदैन त हेलो
साथी सुन न
भन न
एउटा इम्पोर्टेन्ट कुरा थियो यार
भन न के हो इम्पोर्टेन्ट कुरा
लास्ट इम्पोर्टेन्ट हो नि फेरि
भन न लास्ट इम्पोर्टेन्ट के भन्छ सुन न
यस्तो कि तिमी अस्ति को केटी लिएर गएको थियो अनि मलाई त अहिले सुला पनि आउट अफ कन्ट्याक्ट भयो भन्दै फोन गर्छ त
यो मन्दिर त खत्तम रहेछ यार मान्छे यार
किन
अस्ति को केटी लिएर गएको थियो आउट अफ कन्ट्याक्ट छ अझै फोन हान्यो भन्छ यार
के रे
क्या होइन गफ हो क्या
मैले त केही सुनिन यार
Game अब
And with that, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the third game. Yes, it has already happened. We have seen Arangel and Miramar, so now we are approaching the halftime mark, at least from our point of view, because the information we've been given is 6 maps will be played, and Sandhog is in the middle of it, which means we will only see Sandhog one single time. This is the only chance to catch some Sandhog with these teams here at the GEG 2022 in Istanbul, and we already talked about how interesting that could get, because these teams, we talked about it, they've never played against each other, and Sandhog will only play one time. So who's going where? No one knows.
Who knows? Smaller map. You know, let's
welcome back.
Information here. It's going to be exciting. I think somehow I believe in our teams to once again just everything, no early conflicts. if we're
तेरो
gonna see hot
वेलकम
drops,
ब्याक
this
1 घण्टा कुराएर रे
again, doesn't have to happen. And somehow, I'm very
ताउडा रे
surprised
छ
how well
तेरो
our
ध्यानै
teams have
छैन यार गेममा
steered
छोडे
through these complications and kept themselves safe.
होला इसकी क्या साथी अब गेमै सुन्नु बेगने वेलकम ब्याकमा के गेमको ध्यान दिनु
Interestingly enough,
कस्तो
honestly,
मान्छे रहेछ
the one thing that surprised me the most about these first
वेलकम
games
ब्याकमा
is that there just have not been any contests.
कसरी गेमको
Correct?
ध्यान दिनु
And I didn't expect it at all. It was a huge talking point I wanted to talk about actually beforehand because we were going around talking to all these players, to these teams. Why are you dropping? Why are you dropping? Why are you dropping? And they couldn't really tell us because they weren't sure either.
Yeah.
Most of them, at least. Some of the big ones they were.
Yeah,
But I expected that to have a lot more clash. But
Yeah.
with teams going Zaki and using pretty much all of the map, going to pretty safe spaces, also using reaction jobs really efficiently, it's been working out quite well.
I think, in my mind, on paper, that seems like a big advantage for the maybe. I'm going to say 5 because all of the players said we know where maybe 5 of these teams drop.
Yes.
If the whole lobby knows where those 5 teams drop, those are going to be the 5 drop spots no one's ever contest. So all the other drop spots are up
यिनीहरुको
for the
स्ट्रिम पनि
grabs,
उस
are
छैन
up
नि
for
साथी
contest.
ठाउँमा
That
छैन नि
means
तपाईलाई थाहा
that the
छ
teams that
एउटा
really
इन्टु 2 गर्दाखेरि के हुन्छ के
have
गर्छ
that
इन्टु
same
2
sort
गर्दा
of presence on an
टाढा
international
पो जान्छ कि
stage
धेरै बेर
are the
हेर्नु
ones that are
पर्दैन
going to get top drop, are the ones that will have to contest the other game. But they've all just managed absolutely perfectly to split themselves across the map. We've seen wide,
इन्टु 2
easy,
गर्न
nice splits in the early game. And somehow, again, Miramar, where we had the whole Mountain Wave area free, they managed to do it. By the way, that whole Mountain Wave area, pretty impactful for the rest of the game.
साउडर लाउन जंगललाई पनि यो गेम फुल इंग्लिश कास्ट गर्न लाउनु पर्यो
Of the circle was
सनमते साउडर लाउँछ कि रे
200, 300 meters maybe.
Yes.
So yes, Monte being very important. Also, the playing path, I do have to say, was pretty favorable for all the teams' price. It wasn't really unfair. The circle was pretty closed.
DRS कतिमा छ थाहै छैन
And the ending wasn't too far off either. So very fair. The first 2 circles and playing paths were pretty fair in general, I'd say, for all of these teams, especially in a lobby where, as we said, no one really knows where to go. Could have been a lot worse. I mean, imagine just a vertical or straight horizontal playing path. My goodness, then we would have seen contests for certain. It was pre-programmed, right? There's no way around this. Anyways, talking about the teams that we didn't expect to perform so far. Chinese side, interesting rotation path down there, and maybe got into 2 fights in both of these games very early on, and they lost these 2 fights actually. Silence was the one that survived a little bit longer than the first one, but it didn't work out well either for him after that.
It also, he didn't really, in that first Erangel game, remember him proning on the southeast side of the zone. He didn't really get himself in a position where you could say, all right, maybe he can pull this off. He was proning between 2 teams, at his buggy, nowhere to go. He's got a bit of utility, not much more else to it. The second game, absolutely caught off guard. There's nothing else we could say. Absolutely caught off guard by Georgia rolling over the hill. Alex, you talked about.
Oi, बोलना.
We have a northern plane path that goes extremely horizontal. Things could get a little bit crazy, and now I'm looking at that map for a 3rd game. Felix. Absolutely centering on.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've already into that 3rd match, and it is Sandhawk. All right, be ready for it because this might be the last time we see these teams representing their nations. 16 of them, actually 15 in the lobby. Let's not talk about that. 15 of them being able to take home the grand prize, which is a huge medal, a huge trophy as well. You might have seen it in the opening ceremony. That thing is huge. I've already took a picture in front of it.
Yes.
Because my goodness, you do not want this.
Let's go there. Let's go.
A chance to walk back.
Let's go.
Really. Trophy. Try and bring it to my hotel room.
Some fingerprints on it.
Fly it back home. You know, just grabbing that. But yeah, these teams are playing for absolute glory. They're playing for their countries, and they are playing the 3rd map on Sunrock right now. Southwestern area looks a little crowded, and then around the Paradise on the northeast, absolutely stacked. But we'll have to wait and see if the teams can separate around these few little locations. By the looks of things, it's not really a hot drop, but I'm still concerned about the northeastern side, and I'm concerned about one of the Chinese Taipei players all the way on the northwest.
Yeah, so Vietnam is definitely getting contested. I saw Dino just around that area, and I think the rest of his team as well. So there's definitely a contest coming in.
रुल प्राइजलिङको बारेमा के भन्न मलाई अब त्यस्तो गेमको एपी डिटेल थाहा भएन हैन मैले नेपालको वान अफ द बेस्ट आइजलमा अब के कमेन्ट गर्नु पनि मिल्दैन तर रुल्सको डेडिकेसन लेभल चाहिँ लास्ट आएछ है म बुटक्याम्प बसेको महिना जति एक्सपिरियन्स गरे केटा गेम रुममा बस्छ ल्यापटपमा चिल पारामा होइन बिहानदेखि बेलुकासम्म त्यहाँ गेम भयो गेम खेल्ने नभए एनालाइसिस गर्ने यताउता त्यो हुन्छ डेडिकेसन दामी सबैको हुन्छ डेडिकेसन त प्लेयरहरू सबैको दामी छ कि तर अलिकति रुल्सको चाहिँ हल्का डिफ्रेन्ट कि
साथी के आएन होला आवाज पनि सही आयो होला अहिले त
अहिले त दामी आछ तेरो आवाज यार त्यस्तो खतरा कसरी भएको छ यार रुल्सको तर गेम सेन्स चाहिँ अति बल लाग्यो
they'll have to try and cross
the
river is an absolute factor in the middle of the map. The circle isn't fully clear on where it goes. And while we talked so much about Firefox, they get the first few shots out.
Into 2 गरेर पुगिसकेछ सानोको
ओके 3-2 हैन 3-4
3-8
भन्छ तल फेरि इन्टु 2 गर
घुमे मेरो 11-12 ल
See that rotation down. Unfortunately, I don't think Hatch was able to get a shot off that easily, especially because he had
21 मा घुम्यो मेरो
reloaded his UMP.
22 भएन
Otherwise, I'm
yes,
sure
24.
he would just exit the vehicle.
25 भयो
Absolutely blasted him. But he must have known that to be the case. So, Fireflux relatively split up on that southern side as well.
Yeah, that's also absolutely a factor in this, right? You're much
कस्तो घुम्यो मेरो त्यो पनि घुम्यो
अहिले घुमेछ 44 मा के छ
if you have teammates close
चिल हो के
some sort of backup in range. Now they're in a bit of trouble here. They're in a bit of a sticky situation. They've got Alpine.
के गरे अब यो घरि ढुङ्गामा झर्छ घरि झर्छ
yes, but not much to work with, and then a car that only fits 2 players. So they got to figure something out, and they got to be quick with it because if we know anything about Sanok, you've got to be quick with it.
Sanokमा चाहिँ एकदम चाँडो रोटेसन हान्नु पर्ने हुन्छ हैन साथी हैन नत्र यो चाँडो जले रोटेसन हान्ने हैन र ठिक ठाउँमा पुगे त्यसले गेम हातमा पार्न सक्ने हुन्छ हैन पछि सजिलो हुन्छ हैन जो ढिला रोटेसन हान्छ नि हैन त्यसलाई चाहिँ हल्का गाह्रो पर्ने हुन्छ सानोमा चाहिँ मेरो मलाई चाहिँ त्यस्तै लाग्छ र हामी त्यहाँ डिआरएस खेल्न सक्छौं डिआरएस किलरमा
त्यसले फ्लेक्स नहोला नि तिम्रो यो आइफोन एक्सेस म्याक्स हेर अलि गतिलो भएको नि फ्लेक्स हान्नु
See that being the case in this circle especially. You have very easy access to both sides of the map.
मसित एमआई छ त फ्लेक्स हान्छ एमआईको आइफोन दिन त मलाई
यसको कति पोइन्ट आइहाल्छ म खै क्याल्कुलेटर हाल्ने
Not only one player taken down, Maiza also down to 10 HP. So Uzbekistan is absolutely rolling over this right now.
के भरा खोस्टा पोइन्ट आएर चाहिँ गेम रिगराउन लाउनु त नि
Be extremely careful around that tree line. He's got to be careful. But there is no meta Maiza. He can't get any of his HP back. He doesn't really have a teammate all that close as well. They've got some flanks on the north, but it does not matter. Fragger knocks him down. 2 players up. All they have to work with right now is not looking with Uzbekistan just knocking on the door.
अघि उहाँ कहाँ फाइट खेलेर दिएको यसै किलो मल्दै कानहरु
फाइटै
खेलेन डिआरएस सिधै आको कि
This is the team that we've been talking about. They've been underperforming in the first 2 matches. I mean, it's pretty safe to say this is not up to their standards.
यो एलटीयू भन्ने खासै अब अघिल्लो दुईटा गेम हामीले हेरेको म चाहिँ खासै राम्रो चाहिँ खेलेको मलाई लागिरहेको छैन
हैन very consistently been into the finals as well. I mean, Volkers is a big name inside the scene. Unicorns of Love is what he played for. Long and very traditional pretty much years on end. At least that's what it feels like. I mean, 2 or 3 years minimum. Actually, more than 3 years. And just recently picked up some pretty big names. In the last
extended as a quick drop Mac.
PMPL too. So definitely play with the players to players from all regions as well.
As the observers show off. Airdrop. That's something that happened.
A lot of the airdrops.
We haven't seen a lot of them yet. We haven't seen a lot of drop guns coming into play. It has just been the ARs, the SMGs, a bit of DMRs from range, a lot of nades as well, but no drop guns really being an impact just yet. Something that might be still to come, but obviously just on its own.
Did Kej get shot at is the question. He was very close to the shoreline.
हाकेर बसिरहेको बोरनले हान्छ त त्यसलाई उ त हिल पछाडि रहेछ है त्यसलाई थाहा पोजिसन त त्यतापट्टि छ भने के स्पोर्टहरू नकानेर नि खासै फाइदा त छैन हेरौँ के गर्छ किनकि अब फिनिस हान्न सक्ने अझै अगाडि आएर फिनिस हान्न सक्यो भने चाहिँ किल लाउँछ होइन डिआरएस मिडल जोनमा छ किलरबाट एक्लै जोनमा छ यता राइटबाट चाहिँ जियोस जिएमटी आउन सक्छ डेल्टा भएतिर जियोस सबैजना उस चाहिँ हुनु पऱ्यो होइन एकजुट हुनु पऱ्यो केटाहरू होइन जोन बाहिर छ एउटा टिजे टिम र एसएलओ टिम जोन बाहिर छ
onto one of our favorite teams, working their way in slowly. I haven't seen a clearer playstyle in this lobby yet than Saudi Arabia. Coming in from the edge, trying to pick a fight, maybe a team that's caught a little bit off guard, a team that's looking into the circle, like Turkey is right now. They're working their way on in. They're working their way west. They're fighting. They're getting even picking up a few knocks here, but they are not ready for Saudi Arabia behind them.
I just want to talk about the distance that frag was and the communication of folks aside, because they knew that player was there. They spotted him early on, but as far as I could tell from the map, they did not shoot until both of these players on the other side were absolutely ready and certain they could get this frag, right? Solkai coming into his teammate, Catch, just wait a second. Wait a second, we will shoot him together. It's a small team, I've been saying that so often. And that's a safe frag. Sure, maybe Solkai would have, been taking him out on his own. Surely he would have. But the chances are, maybe he gets on a ridge line, maybe he can prone somewhere else. You can get into all sorts of angles, all sorts of weird stuff. So they wait for the second player, shoot him down, beam him, laser him. First frag on the board, and it is Fireflags taking a point already.
Start of the match as well, you are working into a team. You're making taking one of their members out is so massive. Not only does it take out a player, it takes away information, it takes away a possible angle that could be gathered, and you have to consider it's a bit of a mental thing. You lose a member, you're instantly on the back foot, you're trying to reconsolidate, you're thinking, all right, we have a new situation to work with, what do we do with this? You're not really in the driver's seat anymore. Now, more and more teams in the center hoping that they can make their position into hard-earned points. Lithuania on the hillside hoping for finally a little bit of a better game. In the compound. Around the bridge. Just trying their best to lay low, get the information without exposing themselves at all.
So Mongolia, definitely one of the teams that has a bit of more experience as well.
Ninja technique
four-man lineup as well. Oh, switching over to Brazil. Let's not even finish that sentence because that's an important knock. If it does lead to anything, it doesn't look like right now, but you never know what the third-party angles might be. So Biel gets knocked. I think that was
Jello low HP should be able to get that res,
should be fine.
And they do because they also know they have enough space to really just go for that safely. Yes, absolutely. Crisp shots over the hilltop, but enough time to get the res.
Honestly,
enough, absolute laser. Enough time to reconsolidate though, and again, it's not it's not permanent damage, but it is damage. You get a little bit of that utility. You know you need to get a first aid consumed. You've been knocked once. There's also the factors that might come into play when you come to the late game.
Yeah, 100%. Just the armor going down as well is one of the things that's quite valuable. In the meanwhile, Diego has got a pretty good angle on one of the jumping around the hillside. I'm not sure if they can make anything with this. Even if he gets a knock, he gets spotted out earlier. Holds the angle. I don't think they would be able to collapse on towards this if they do get a knock.
Screen with
that's pretty good damage. I think actually it's the other way around. I think
DRS अहिले म्यापमा देखाइरहेको छैन केटा हैन म्यापमा देखाएपछि चाहिँ हामी भन्छौँ हैन कता कहाँनिर छ भनेर अहिले थाहै छैन अहिले यो एमएबी टिम र यो LUT
every time they are far from each other and they try to we talked about it. It is the way when you can pull it off, but it's much harder to pull off a simpler and more concentrated playstyle. Now we know we're ending on the southwest. The river is going to be a topic for this zone. It's not going to be a topic anymore afterwards, but tons of teams on the southeast. And again, Arabia are champions from that first match. I want to
I love the music. My goodness, that is just, I can't scream now.
Not the
and that is something to scream because it is a knock against the Turkish soil representative.
This is going
to be the one being taken down. And we saw that they were creeping up on this for pretty much the last 5 minutes. Well, Fireflux, I thought by this time surely they would have crossed. Surely still gets caught off guard, and he's being caught off guard in the water. Surely maybe he can swim a couple meters, but I don't think he makes it.
The creepers are being crept up on. He has no idea. Neveralone has no clue.
Oh, he does.
He knows
there's players close, but he was healing in the open for that eastern angle. Like, surely not aware that there's so many players just prodding it up to him. Venezuela is going absolutely crazy with the tactics right now. All on their bellies, all trying to creep their way on in. Meanwhile, Painan heating up. Don't get confused. This is probably going to slow down and stalemate. This on the northeastern side, that is not slowing down anytime soon.
Oh no, ID7 is going to be the first one being taken down. Ibiza, he was very early on. Ibiza gets a second one. What is this? Never Alone being taken out as well. And suddenly Saudi Arabia, the very clear favorites after the first game, fight themselves with only 2 players left alive. And they are running for their lives.
And they're running straight into Turkey. They have nowhere to go. They're being pulled out of their vehicles. Powerful half HP. He's flipping. He's jumping out. They're hunting him down. There's another member. But I don't know if Damar's in any position to try and sort of chain anything together here for Saudi Arabia.
I don't think so. And meanwhile, Nepal is fighting as well. It did actually get one knock, if I saw that correctly. I'm not sure who saw it. Yeah, looks like he's on the ground. I'm not sure he got knocked by powerful. But either way, it is an knock against Fireflux. Look at this. Oh my goodness. If they get the revive on this, this is crazy. You cannot tell me they're getting the revive on this. There's no way in hell.
I thought he had a sliver of HP around literally gets himself reset into a situation that all three of these teams hate being in. Turkey, yes, they're the closest to the zone, but all these three teams have to fight through each other into the play zone as the blues coming on in.
And look at this situation to turn around. Ecuador is now the team under pressure. It is phase 3. Okay, you can counter-heal this. Right, it is very much possible, but it is so hard, especially if you have teams on the other side. They rotate through in a scooter. Are you kidding me? This is such a cocky rotation, but they pull it off anyway. So at least with one player, I thought both of them would be going down instantly. For some reason, what makes it through that is not the way you want to throw it. But anyways, Saudi still there with 2 players, strong and alive.
Strong and alive, and now they're able to pick a 1v1 versus Solkai. He's just hiding out on the tree. They've got more nades. They're trying to lob him his way, but even then...
Oh, he doesn't notice the tree.
Still players behind them. This is just mutually assured destruction at this point. They're lobbing all the util they've got as well. They've got a few more nades, but still, look how much they've invested into a Solkai. Even peak once. He's healing out. He's trying to backstab. He's trying to do work for his team from a different angle. But again, time is ticking. Zone is moving away. They've got to go fast.
Yes, they do. And while all of this is happening, I want you guys to look at the team count. It is still 15 teams. And we started with all of them. No one has been eliminated so far. And we are approaching the 16 minutes mark. We've seen all these skirmishes, all these teams picking off players left and right. But so far, no one's eliminated. Everyone's still in the game.
Surely that can't hold for long. Georgia's on a wild send. They're trying to find any sort of space. Uzbekistan getting tagged down low here on the hillsides. We see a bit of a heal coming on in. Lithuania grouping up as well. It's a lot of shifts coming on for different teams. Mongolians on the rooftop still laying into it. There's Solkai on the southern side. Picks one up. Towards Ecuador, but again, this is an absolute mess.
Yes, it is. Powerful. Still looking for these players inside the river. I think he found Fragger, actually. Tajikistan, okay, apparently suddenly a 3-way fight. Okay, Damar now being the last one alive for Saudi Arabia. And he has not made it into the placement point so far. It's probably going to be the goal.
That is a lot of valuable kills, though, picked up. And that is already 2 for game. And now he's going to look at the Fragger. He's going to try and convert that. That's another kill point. That's another point on the board in a circle where he has to be happy he's even still alive. But now that he's killed so many of the players around him and Damar's been pushed off, they might actually have a chance to walk quite a bit of distance. Will they get into zone? Unlikely. But at least they're staying alive for now.
I want to highlight Lithuania right now. They lost 2 players early on, but they reconsolidated, they went into the middle, and they actually found themselves a compound they can kind of just chill at. I know there's people inside of this compound, but I don't think they will fight each other until it is absolutely necessary in terms of zone. And, you know, being like this, in a position like this, phase number 5, 6, I'm sure they will stay alive. So placement points are guaranteed at the moment, unless they will have that kind of situational control away from them.
Fast forward गर्न मिल्ने
Some of our teams are doing right now, like you said. Early rotations of league on side. We have so many teams running
सही हाल्छ यार केटाहरुले सुन्न कभी हान्न गएको हैन
to play with. Sure.
आज हामीले करेन्ट चाउचाउ खाथ्यौं के
What do we do next circle? And
त्यो करेन्टको एउटा सुप रहेछ के कति मिठो हुन्छ है त्यो सुप मात्र खान नि
so open. It's a hillside with a compound staring them down from range.
कहिले करेन्ट खाछ नि सिक्या हामी
सुप चाहिँ खाए हैन
Once again, the player
पागल
goes up
छ के
big for Chinese Taipei.
हातमा राखेर खाए छैन के
Yes, he was.
एक खाछ छैन
Come on, big once again. Georgia now, very much 4-man strong as well on the East Sunshine. One of the few teams that still has got a very good chance at, you know, coming in at the East Sunshine. But there is pathings you can take. Right? Not exactly towards the northern side of where they are right now, but if they go down a little bit to the south, they have a good ridge line of making it across. Unless everyone is, you know, just but there is a possibility of them.
एउटा दुईटा हेड कमेन्टले नर्भस नभएन मेरो साथी कन्फिडेन्ट भएन म आज जसरी
Split a lot. They lose players early. Not really working out this game for them.
छैन कान्दे यार
Yeah, look.
ओइ
He's going to pick something up.
मजा आयो यार यो नक
His
देखेर
team.
त्यसले नक सही हानेको हैन रे त्यसले खाएको देखे सही
It's a little bit of that pressure gone. It's a little bit more time to move.
They've already lost 2 players as well, but this is really underwhelming so far for Brazil. They're just not playing up to their standards, and I think they do know. Georgia now coming in with a breach. They're not even bothering about the walking rotation. They're just taking the cars, and they're being shot out of them one by one by one. And it is Payne being the last one standing. And look at him being the sole survivor, actually, was just a sliver of HP. But I do think he made it through, actually. Picks one up, gets a quick trade, and finds himself in safety. I say that, but Attacker is taking him down. So another team being eliminated right now.
Finally, we're starting to lose some of these teams. We had 15 for so long, Felix. Now Mongolia, sitting pretty in Painan for so long. They have to work their way on through. They can go into this compound with Silence knocked, but Lithuania, they're mighty busy right now. But again, just one spray on that 30 HP player coming out of the blue would be enough to do the job. And so far, there's no support because Hershey's just coming in on the northern side of that compound. They can make something work here though, and they find the first knock, they find the first opening. It's being traded now, but the door's been opened.
DRS 2 kill killer सही खेलिरहा है
Then tricky in the compound.
मतलब सबै टिम खेलिरहा हैन
Looks interesting. Nepal. 2 eliminations so far is what they've gathered. They have come into this tournament. I wanna emphasize this once more, especially for the Nepal fans out there that are watching right now. You guys know they came into this as a favorite, and we do as well. So far, it's been up and down. They need to have a breakthrough right now if they want to cash out to Saudi Arabia. I know we haven't seen the standings. I'm going to try to get some information on that in the pause because we haven't either. But I think it's probably around 20-25 points different. Is what my feeling says. I know they've had a lot of frags on 9-10 frags on last round. It's not going to be enough. Just as much pressure as Brazil has right now as well. Being eliminated in 9th place, not even the 2 placement points you would get from being in top 7. And so it goes, and so it continues.
Look at that name. Lamborghini lobs it out for Vietnam. There should be at least one knock. He's getting out of damage. They're getting up early. That's the first one. To line them up. He's got the hard cover, but he's also just on one single angle. He's so predictable. He's so easy to pre-fire. He's got to be careful about this. Oh, it's just exploding on Sanok right now.
Yes, but he's alive. He's alone as well. I can't. He's alive. Yes, but he's alone. That's what I wanted to say. Anyways, he's got 4 nades in his back pocket, so maybe that's something to work with. But using these nades against 3 people at the same, 3 persons, 3 enemies at the same time, that's the real gem. Look at this. GG. Boys trying to find an angle as well, but he's being taken down by, I think, Kazakhstan inside the building, who are just now working out as well. Yeah, the boys from GMT Esports representing So now we have it down to 5 teams. One of them is still Vietnam standing strong, and one is Chinese Taipei as well. And look at that. They have been top 2 in the last game, and they're looking for another one, but this time even more.
Look at the position as well. Look at the top right. They've got everything in the circle
Dolan chicken
keep
hands
out
up
the
chat.
south as well. They're trying
chicken
to
hands
choke
up
out this
गरेर
compound. They're building the angles to not let Nepal out of it. They're trying to keep them in. Multiple angles, crossfire, and then even if those angles don't work, there's still a solo with a DBS in the compound.
This is the kind of split and setup that you see from incredibly experienced PFGC teams. But these guys have the balls to go out of their way, go out of the safe zone, find the angle, find the ridge line to not even let these guys cross in towards the safe zone. And most importantly, get the kill points as well. They know how important it is not playing 10 matches after all. At least from the, you know, from at this point in time. So they know they need to grab every single point they can. And that means also leaving your safety position, going out of your way to maybe get some more risk, yes, but also getting the kill points in. That's what you're seeing right now. This is sensational play coming in from Chinese Taipei.
They even pick up the solo. They don't only pick up Nepal, they don't only annihilate Nepal, no problems had at all. They also manage to pick up the solo. They also manage to clean up every single kill. And what is that? 2 games in a row, massive from the team that nobody had on their list, Chinese Taipei.
This is literally sensational. Chinese Taipei, they did not come into this as being a very experienced team. What I said about it, they played the SA championship play-ins, right? So they tried to get into the championship through a different qualifier. They got 9th in that one, but they didn't make it. Sure, that was their first real success, and these players individually, they've played here and there as well. But they're not a team that you have on the map for the last 2 years. Vietnam, you do.
Yeah.
And look how tides have turned. This is literally sensational. Chinese Senpai is playing out of their minds right now.
They are playing out of their minds, and I think we've been shut up. We've talked so much about the favourites. We haven't spent a word before this game talking about Chinese Taipei. We said, well, they're in the lobby. They are playing. We don't know what to expect from them. We know it's going to get crazy, but these are the teams that we expect to dominate.
Yes.
What has Firefox done in these games? Not really a whole lot. They made a really good push in the second game, getting themselves at third place. But when you compare that to what Chinese Taipei played just in this last match, that was sensational. PUBG. We talked about the setup. We talked about how they played that game. That was fantastic. And man, we have completely underestimated them.
It's the way, it's the fashion as well that surprises me the most. Coming, you know, as a PUBG player, we were both pretty PUBG experienced, I'd say. The way they finished that circle is exactly the kind of play you would see from teams that are now playing this game. This is what I expected from a Nepal, from a Firefox. And sure, maybe if they got out to these situations, they would have done the same. But I would not have expected this from Chinese Taipei. I can just only say that again. It's the perfect split. They took the positions they needed to take, and they took them so convincingly, with such confidence as well. That's the word I'm searching for, actually, confidence, that you would expect these guys to be playing at a top level for 2 years now. They did not have a single chance. They knew also they could read the situation quite well. That's also something that it's experience that gets you to that point. They knew they're in a qualifier or in a final now, where 6 games could potentially decide whether or not you're getting a gold medal or a medal at all.
Yeah.
And you need to make every single situation count, even situation. And they did to their fullest. They're not sitting back. They knew they got the win, but they're not sitting back. They're going out of their way, grabbing all the key points they could get. Sensational.
Sensational stuff. I think we saw a lot of good attempts from a lot of teams. I think we have to talk about Nepal as well. Good on them to make it into that position. But then in that last fight in the compound, they have to clear a solo with a DBS. Not the easiest thing in the world with a shack like that as well. Not sure if they had any utility left. I'm sure they would have thrown it into that shack. But again, they don't really manage to put their attention. Maybe throw a few smoke, block a few sidelines to try and keep Chinese Taipei out of that fight. Try and keep them out of it so they can deal with the solo. They didn't manage to do that at all. They get torn apart, and they don't even get the kill point on the solo. So not only does the solo cost them a member, because Chinese Taipei were able to peek on over, they also don't even get that kill point. And then unfortunately for them, we still had someone proning on the eastern side of that road, getting Kazakhstan in second place here, and those placement points to come with it.
I do want to say 6th place for Uzbekistan, if I saw that correctly, and 4 eliminations as well.
Yes.
It's pretty good. So, to everyone out there supporting them, I know the chat is full of you guys. We do see you, and we do appreciate all the support this team has been getting. And I'm sure the players do even more so. 100% sure. We were talking to these guys earlier. Actually, we were wanting to talk to these guys, telling them about the support they've been getting. But they must have known by now that the support is that huge. Pretty much since the morning hours now.
Yes.
You guys have been supporting them in the chat. And it's getting there. It's getting it. Sure, maybe they weren't, supposed to win this whole thing. But it's in the realm of possibility having a top 3 placement still.
I've said it before. This is about pride. This is about representing the nation.
Yeah.
And
putting it on the map.
At the end of the day, if you come out to impress by whatever means necessary, that is gonna be what you want to achieve in this kind of tournament. That is what you want to do to, like you said, put yourself on the map. If anyone is watching the stream right now, Uzbekistan has put itself on the map because they are very, very clearly the fan favorites. So they've done something here, and they can be proud of that.
Yes, very much so. Fireflux, let's get back to talking about Fireflux. 15th place, two eliminations only in the grand scheme of things. Sure, that's something that can happen. But the first rounds have not been convincing enough for us to say it'll be easy for them to catch up to Saudi Arabia. I think at this point, we're getting past the time where it's becoming more likely. I think at this point, it's becoming less likely. The further they go, that they will catch up to them. Saudi Arabia has just been this phenomenal so far. Sure, they haven't really done anything in this game at least, but they didn't need to. 4 points in the second game is enough to have a 17-kill chicken dinner. On top of that, we'll still put them in first place. So once again, we're trying to sort out the leaderboard situation. If we do have information, we will have that on air for you in just a couple of minutes. But first of all, we're going into the replays and heading in for a quick break. So see you in a couple of minutes again. Stay tuned.
जङ्गल भाइ अनि सुना
सबै ठिकै छ सबै भन्न म हानिरहेको छु साथी
तँलाई माया लाग्दैन हो
कसको हौ
मेरो हो
लागिरहेको छ साथी नसोचस् त भन्न साथी म त रेडी छु त साथी त छैनस् बोल्दैन मलाई त रेडी छैनस् यसको चाहिँ के भन्छ थाहा छैन भन्न साथी भन्न
मैले पिरो हान्दिएको कि बढी नै हानिछु के
गलत किया रे
तँलाई चाहिँ के आज के निन लाग्यो फेरि
के
त के हो
के हैन मान्छे सिम्पल पर्सन बटम नेभिगेसन
दोस्त पदेऊ न
हमसे ना हो पाएगा ये तो
पदेऊ न दोस्त
के भन्छ
लाइभ ब्याक गर्नु मिल्दैन
केटालाई कहाँ दिन्छु तिमी केटीलाई
लाइभ ब्याक गर्नु मिल्ने छ कि छैन सेटिङ यहाँ
ठिक छ
मिल्छ होला ओहो नमिल्ने रहेछ यार
के लाइभ ब्याक गर्न यस्तो के भन्दा कि साथी होइन त के स्क्रिन जाऊ
अब केटाहरूको आउँछ कि एकछिन रुक न केटाहरूको पनि आइरहेको
के आउँछ
फोटो ब्याक गर्न मिल्ने गराउनु न रेलाहरू कहाँ कहाँबाट हो त इनेबल डिबिआर मिल्छ त दोस्त ब्याक गर्ने यार
केमा
लाइभ के मेरो लाइभ ओ दोस्तहरू के छ यार कस्तो देखेको केटा अर्को जर्सीमा त टेक अ ब्रेक आमा भयो बल्ल चाहिँ यो
यस्तो भयो
के दोस्त
के
के भयो
यही हो क्या मेरो ए
10 पोइन्ट भयो डिआरएसको म हजुरलाई ठ्याक्कै भनिदिन्छु डिआरएसको के कति पोइन्ट भयो है डिआरएसको 37 पोइन्ट 19 प्लेसमेन्ट 18 किल 51 भियतनाम 50 चाइनिज 47 कजाकिस्तान साउदी अरेबिया 42 के गर्दैछ जङ्गल भाइ खै विकललाई के गर्छ कुनी हो
म यसो ल्यापटप चलाउँदैछु के हल्का यस्तो गर्छु यसले भएन नि त फल्स ब्यानर कहाँ त्यो फङ्सन त्यसैको फङ्सन
ओहो सेरेमनी होला जस्तो छ के होला
के रे
त के सुन्न एउटा कुरा भन्छु कि मसँग नरिसा है त के होइन तर लास्ट स्टोरी हो सी जङ्गल थाहा छ विकललाई जङ्गलले के भन्दैछ भन्नु न विकललाई जनवरी 24 मा होइन यो काठमाडौँ बस्दिनँ भन्दैछ विकललाई काठमाडौँ हुन्न रे
कसले भने
जब म जनवरी 24 मा काठमाडौँ आउँदैछु नि त त्यसको लागि यो चाहिँ पोखरा आउने रे त्यतिखेर साथी गेट रेडी है साथी गेट रेडी
विकल दाइलाई चिन्नु आनेको तेरो कुरा बताउनुहुन्छ न त
साथी गेट रेडी है रैलाको लागि के तिमी म विकललाई पहिला
I am 24/7 ready के साथी
भाटा थेरापी नपिए होला छैन अब हेर्नु न विकल दाइ मैले यसलाई के भन्थेँ भन्दा होइन जङ्गल होइन विकल दाइ भोलि त बिहानै बस्छ रहेछ गेम सेम हेरौँला अनि यसो काठमाडौँतिर मणिपुर जाम्ला भन्यो भन्छ पैसा त यसो माग्ने एकजनासँग पछि दिने भनेर 2500 मागे हुन्न र गाडीको आउनको 1000
छोड्दिन साथी अब कहाँ त्यो
जानको 1000 नि यहाँ झिर्काएर तैँले तिर 500 सायद त्यो झिर हान्नको कति भयो थाहा छ म लास्टै भयो कि किन भन्न
अब हो जान त जान साथी जिरान किन जाने ढुक्क जान मसु त
ए भाइ
हजुर
त्यहाँ हेर्दा के आयो ओपनिङ सेरेमनी ए क्लोजिङ सेरेमनी
केमा इस्तानबुलमा टुक्रेको मुटु छ होइन त साथी त्यो होइन कि सुनेको छ
टुक्रेको मुटु होइन कि साथी टुक्रेको मुटु माथि अझै कति भार बाँकी हो के
हो त्यस्तो अनि अझ अझ अझै अझै अझ यति हो अझ यति हो गाना मुला
डिआरएस थर्डमा होला अरे होइन हजुर छैन हजुर फिफ्थमा छ साथी
हजुर
अब यो गेममा मोटिभेटिङ फ्याक्टरै भने के डो हेर्ने भने डो छैन होइन प्राइड अफ नेसन भन्ने हो ठिक छ 2 दिनको इभेन्टलाई एकैचोटि एकै दिन गराइदिनु ला के प्राइड भन्नु होइन त्यो भएर ठिकै छ
त्यस्तै हो साथी बोल्नु साथी के हो
तनी बोल्न मिल्दैन
तेरि के भने ए पखै 1 सेकेन्ड है साथी 1 सेकेन्ड है
ए ठिक छ बुझ्दैछु
होइन मतलब म जानला होइन म एउटा हेर्न लागिरहेको जान लागेको होइन म कन्टिन्युस बोल भने नि ए बोल भनेर नि बोलेर नि बस्न सकिदिन्छु कि म त मैले यसमा राखेको छैन होइन यसमा हो कि केमा हो एभाइलेबलमा हो टुक्रेको मुटु छ है त्यही पनि लाइन्छ बोल्दै बोल्दैन
लास्टै पिरो भयो
त्यसो पिरो गरी के खानु त
के अनि अब तिमी जस्तो गुलेउ राख्न पाइन्न
कसै म चाहिँ कसरी इरिटेट भएँ
ल दस्तीको छ र अब हामी छुट्यौँ होइन
किन
म चाहिँ गेम लाएर छोडिदिन्छु अब यसो हल्का रेस्ट गर्नुपर्छ त्यहाँ है बुझेस् नि
एक सेकेन्ड रुक न बस्न एकैछिन साथी कति जान्छस् बस्न
बस्न त बस्ने कि साथी तर मेरो
भन्न साथी गइसक्यो होस्
होइन
एउटा कुरा पर्ने
टुक्रेको मुटु माथि सक्यो गेम त 3 गेममै होइन सकिन्न यो क्लोजिङ सेरेमनी यसपछि सकिन्छ
सुरु भयो गेम
होइन गेम सुरु भएको
Thank you for reminding us, for showing us how to have fun once more. President of Saudi Esports Federation, His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud, we look forward to joining you at the next Global Esports Games in Riyadh in 2023, and then onward to China 2024, Dubai 2025, and the United States of America in 2026. As we say farewell to Istanbul, we feel inspired, refreshed, and renewed. And we thank the municipality of enjoy the party tonight.
We would like to thank Mr. Paul Foster for his speech. Mr. Foster, please remain here on the stage with us. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz ve kendisinden sahnede bizler birlikte kalmasını rica ediyoruz. Now to join you here on this very stage, now I would like to welcome the General Manager of Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, Spor Istanbul, Mr. İzzet Renay Onur. Ve şimdi de Sayın Foster'a sahnede eşlik etmeleri üzere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Spor İstanbul Genel Müdürü Sayın İzzet Renay Onur'u davet ediyorum. Buyurun Sayın Genel Müdürüm. So, gentlemen, now it's time for the flag handover ceremony. Ve işte de şimdi bayrak devir teslim törenini gerçekleştireceğiz ve çok değerli konuklarımızı davet edeceğiz sahneye. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our guests to the stage for the flag handover ceremony. The President of the Global Esports Federation, Global Esport Federasyonu Başkanı, Mr. Chris Chan. Türkiye Esport Federasyonu Başkanı, President of the Turkish Esports Federation, Mr. Alper Özdemir. Saudi Esport Federasyonu Başkanı, Prens, His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud, the President of Saudi Esports Federation. His Royal Highness. Ve işte şimdi bayrak devirini gerçekleştireceğiz törenle. Now it's time for the flag handover ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the flag of the Global Esports Federation. İşte Global Espor Federasyonu bayrağı. İşte İstanbul 2022'de görevini layığıyla yerine getirdi. Sayın Başkan'ın elinde dalgalanıyor Global Espor Federasyonu bayrağı ve şimdi de devir teslimi gerçekleşiyor. Istanbul 2022 has done a great job in organizing this Global Esports Games. And now the flag is handed over to Riyadh. Ve işte Riyadh 2023'ü temsilen Global Espor Federasyonu bayrağı Prens Faysal bin Bandar bin Sultan El Saud'un ellerinde. We wish Riyadh the best of luck and success. Let's hear one more time for Riyadh 2023. Riyadh 2023'e bol şans diliyoruz. Başarılar diliyoruz. Ve İstanbul olarak deneyimimizi de Riyadh'a bir anlamda aktarmış oluyoruz. This was not only a flag handover ceremony, but it also represents the transmission of that experience from Istanbul to our dear city, Riyadh. We would like to thank our distinguished speakers once again, bir kez daha çok saygıdeğer konuşmacılarımıza, değerli misafirlerimize teşekkür ediyoruz. Ve işte şimdi ekranlar kapanırken, now as we are closing the big screens, please focus your attention on the big screens for a video of Riyadh 2023 Global Esports Games. Riyadh 2023 ile ilgili tanıtım videomuzu saniyeler içerisinde hep birlikte izleyeceğiz.
Here comes the Son is no! He survives the Satanic!
Oh, but he jumped. No, he did it at the last second. I thought he did. A draw will be as John Jaws has the chance to make it three. A lovely footwork in towards Pubg.
Oo Ebrar, neye yükseldin bu kadar?
Arkadaşım BTC Türk'ten hediye Bitcoin göndermiş de ona bir yükseldim.
Hediye Bitcoin mi olur?
Olur tabii. BTC Türk uygulamasındaki hediye Bitcoin banner'ına tıklayıp tutarı giriyorsun. Çıkan QR kodu sevdiklerine hediye ediyorsun.
Siz de BTC Türk uygulamasını indirin. Kolayca Bitcoin hediye edin.
Cibo olarak iyi bir kahve için en kaliteli çekirdekleri seçiyor, ustalıkla harmanlıyor, özenle kavuruyoruz. Benzersiz lezzetine kavuşan Cibo kahvesiyle her yudumda eşsiz bir kahve deneyimi sunuyoruz. Cibo, gerçekten iyi olanı keşfet.
Teknolojiden güç, yenilikten ilham aldık. Senin koltuğun X-Drive.
Red Bull kanatlandırır.
And welcome back. These are some lovely scenes, honestly. Great presentation, especially the flag. I loved it. So Riyadh is going to be there next year, so stay tuned for that. Also lovely trailer. So, let's go back to the games, though. I know a lot of people have been asking in the chat already, is PUBG Mobile finished? It is not. We still have 3 more matches to decide who's going to pick up that gold medal and who isn't. So stay the hell tuned. I'll say it again. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. You know?
We do have scores.
3 times the charms. Yes.
Oh, 3 times the charm as well. Yes, but we do have scores, first of all.
We have seen some very dominant games. First one, completely crazy from Saudi Arabia. Third one, Chinese Taipei, looking absolutely clean. But what I feel like we haven't really mentioned, really noticed, there's been 2 second places here for Kazakhstan. And they are right now, just based off that, they are in the top 3 with that, with not even a whole lot of mentions, but a lot of positional play, getting themselves into those top 2s.
Yes, and the great thing is about Kazakhstan, they've gotten 2 second places, but they've also gotten 10 elimination points, 10 kill points with these second places. So they are standing at 74 points right now in 3rd place. That is the scoreboard right now. And going over, just above them, is Chinese Taipei.
Yes.
Also, with a 2nd place and a win just in the last match, putting them up to 50 points. So 3 points ahead of Kazakhstan in 2nd place.
Fantastic stuff from them, especially in that last game. And then Vietnam, winner of the 2nd game. 4th place in both of the other ones. So incredible consistency so far. We talked about how hard it is to be consistent throughout different tournaments. We talked about how hard it is to be consistent throughout different maps. It's a very volatile game. They have managed to achieve that with a lot of kill points to boot. And by that, they are now, for now, leading. While a lot of our favorites are trading a little bit slower towards the bottom of that leaderboard.
Yes, 100%. Vietnam, have you mentioned the points? I'm just going to do it anyways. 1st place, 51 points.
1 point.
So once again for you, 1 point difference. Vietnam, Chinese Taipei, Kazakhstan, and then afterwards, the one I consider to be the first, I was so certain on that, is actually Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia is in 4th place right now with 42 points.
It's a lesson, right? Never do maths on stream. Never do maths.
Don't talk to me about maths, actually. Yeah.
But again, 42 for Saudi Arabia, not bad at all. They're absolutely in reach, as we said, 47, 50, 51. This is all still incredibly close, as you would expect after 3 games, of course. But then we have Nepal in 37, so that is a considerable gap. But then we have 15 points to the next place, which is Turkey. So this 4th game that we will be heading into now, it's going to decide which team has a chance to still fight for that top slot and who's going to fall off and just find themselves towards the bottom half of the leaderboard.
And there it is. We have the 4th match ready and waiting for you guys. And we're getting into the plane. First place jumping out already. Welcome. All I can say is welcome. You have stood with us deep into the night in some regions, obviously, already. And you're still following the stream. You're still there. You're still, cheering on your favorite players and teams. And we just want to say thank you at this point for taking us on this journey with you. Let's get into the 4th match.
Let's get into the 4th match.
Second to last. Second to last match. Yeah, so 3 more matches. Obviously, one of these 3. Let's get into it. Come on.
And we have another fair plane.
Did we mention anywhere else?
Achievable. We have Mongolia again in the South George Paul area. 5 blocks, Turkey, whatever you want to call them, taking a lot of different positions here, taking a lot of space. Wanting multiple vehicles for themselves in these garage compounds and the crates. And then again, we have
chicken first wagon.
Very safe loot spot. And the zone again centers somewhere around Pachinki. So fairly central, but there's a touch of military in play.
I was going to say, it's not quite as certain as the first one. It keeps a little bit of spice still in it. It could very much shift to the military base. It's in the realm of possibilities. Is it actually likely? No, it isn't, but we'll see about that one. Mongolia with the first shots, though. We haven't really seen early skirmishes so far, but look at Solkai. He is just ready and waiting to potentially have early contact against these players. And they're already looking for their cast. This is exactly the situation you don't want to be in. Leo is already running over. What is Solkai going to do against this? I don't think he has the information right now that Leo's already halfway across. Well, he didn't even give him cover fire at this point. It doesn't even matter. Leo's at the building right now. Hershey and Baron are already on the way as well. Solkai's getting sprayed to the smoke. Solkai is down. This is a huge upset for Team Turkey, who's in 6th place right now. This should not be happening whatsoever.
I love the aggression. They know there's a player landing close. They don't mess around. They fire off the first few bullets. They know which drilling is in. They know they haven't done the damage they need. They know they haven't taken a knock. But they instantly converge on it. They don't just send the player. They don't just creep up, pop a few tires, anything. They send it in there. They take that player out of the game, out of their vicinity. They won't have to worry about that anymore. And, well, Turkey, they once again find themselves on the back foot.
100%. 100%.
100%.
Another rotation coming in. Pity Legend. Taz, or Max actually. From the Max team. Representing their country obviously as well. They have found a pretty safe lead spot as it looks like. Shooting range is free, that's where one of the players is going to go. The rest probably heading into the city just close to it. And Vietnam, we have seen that loot spot before as well. My favorite loot spot on this map, if I could choose one, I'd take it.
And again, a fantastic loot spot to be playing out from when they are absolutely in the center of the map. We've had two fairly central circles, and even though it ended up a little bit east of the Potato Hill, still a good loot spot to be coming in for if you're coming out of Pochinki. Once again, now the circle towards the center of the map, towards that Pochinki area, should set themselves up nicely for a solid game playing out of. Now, GMTX, or if you want to call them Azerbaijan, coming out off there, a little bit more southern split, the ferry split, the barns in play, a good position again to be setting yourselves up around maybe the eastern side of Pochinki, maybe the barns, but once again, this is still early lootings. But again, if you're in the center, you have to be a little bit careful. If you're so split, you're still looting individual compounds, and a team just comes flying on in. You've got to be careful not to get caught off guard and outnumbered.
Brazil. Man, Brazil is it's hurting my feelings really because I was rooting for them for such a long time. And I'm still rooting for them. They've got 8 points now in 3 games. It's just not enough. They need to win back-to-back games essentially to be able to take a medal. Maybe not a medal, at least the first place. Well, even a medal, depending on how the first 3 teams are going to play, they probably will need back-to-back wins, maybe even another good placement in the third one. So Brazil, they're under pressure right now. They need to step up. This is not up to their standards. I mean, we have teams like Georgia being above Brazil right now. Or,
अब हाम्रो सेरेमनी हुँदैछ बाइ बाइ
no disrespect to the players, not at all. These guys are great
सेरेमनी पछि टिम नियम त अनि
but they're not experienced. You wouldn't expect players from Vivo Key having problems in this lobby to this extent.
सेरेमनी पछिको 3 games त you know we need to भनेको हैन
as bad as it now reflects on the scoreboard. They just lack the placement point.
बुझिराछ त बुलारे मैले बुझे हैन भनेको नि सक्दा यार
to bring especially for
त्यही भएर मजा आएन के
very often we saw one member
नानु त बोलेको त राम्रो है दाइ
they have been very aggressive with what positions they like to take, and so far been punished quite a bit. Now they have a solid rotation through ahead of them, not bad at all. They've got Chinese Taipei out of team right in front of them, but they have separated nicely. We had a quick look there at Nepal as well. Coming out of the Millie base, not a terrible circle for them. Maybe a little bit of a bait though, Felix, because yes, there's a bit of Millie in play, but the chances of it going south are so slim. So if you stick around, you can easily get yourself into a very passive early game that doesn't even reward you a playable position in phase 2 and 3. So that can definitely come back.
Yeah, very much so. First rotation coming in.
To interact गरेर हैन सट्ट
Oh my god.
टुमा हाल्दिन्छु टुमा हाल्दै त
I was about to say Uzbekistan, but Tajikistan.
We're learning flags. It is what it is.
It is hard. Come on, boys.
34.
It's also very late.
Yes, it is.
30, 40, 40.
11:30, something like that. Yep, we're getting into late territory. Not only us, the players as well. They've been waiting to play the game quite a bit, but now they're happy that we're finally kicking things off. And we are with the team making their way into third place here. Concentrated aggression when it was needed, but really also salvaging a lot of games.
Vietnam up on the hill. Pochinki, first rotation coming in pretty early, I'd say, for a Pochinki team, actually. Really wanted to take that position. Split is already coming out towards the western and the eastern side, so they will probably take the big dip that Rebus is making its way to. It's pretty good information point, obviously. Pretty good position to hold, and you can get supported by the Pochinki hill quite easily too. So you will definitely have vision on your
snap पठाउँछु भनेको स्टोरी हाल्दै छु के एउटा स्न्याप हैन कुन भन्दा
the yellow
Mother
position,
Bada
second
Jay.
one towards the western side. It's being taken as well, so big split coming in from the
अबे डेल्टा मार अबे मेरा वाइल्डकैट भाई कैसे हो मेरे भाई वेलकम टू लाइव मेरे वाइल्डकैट भाई आई लव यू मेरे वाइल्डकैट भाई हाउ
Match
आर
1
यू
and
भाई
2 as well. I mean, excluding Sandhawk. Sandhawk is kind of a different story for obvious reasons.
Kun.
It's a different beast. I do have to make a small correction there. I said concentrated
Snapchat,
aggression,
right?
a lot of snake plays on Palestine. They got double-digit kills in 2 of their games. I think I didn't quite do that justice. That is 10 kills in 2 of their games. So while we didn't get to see all of them, and while we saw them get into late games, and it felt like a
भूल
quiet
गया तू मेरे को
performance,
वाइल्डकैट मैं जिंदगी में अपने आप को भूल सकता हूँ लेकिन तुमको नहीं क्या वाइल्डकैट तुम इतना फेवरेट हो मेरे लिए हाँ भाई अब ये थोड़ा सा बिजी था थोड़ा तबीयत ठीक नहीं था थोड़ा सा कुछ तबीयत में गड़बड़ था 10-12 दिन से इसलिए भाई
have seen Baron at this point, but he's already falling
Pasko
back to
साथीले
the concentrated kind of
अब यही चिच्चारा
didn't work out as good as they hoped to. Still no one knocked first knock against them has come in now. Mongolia putting up a first frag, and I think they're going to convert that into a kill as well. I don't think they can revive on this.
अबे रुला देगा क्या पगले विरदाई वाइल्डकैट कब आ रहा है यार नेपाल यार भाई आप नेपाल आओ ना भाई
stay alive. Pinning these players down from range, making sure they can't really overpeak, can't really over-aggress on the player on the low ground below the bridge. Now, tables have turned. Baron has stepped up, and he's the one peeking over. He's the one doing the damage, but his teammate's falling on the other side. Crazy Fox, he's dancing around. He did the damage, and this is complicating itself quite a bit here for what looked to be an easy pickup. Really found the impact knocks when they needed them. Now they're getting a little bit surrounded here almost.
Yeah, but Leo is
Istanbul चला गया सब
pretty much a zero trade at this point. If they do get the revive,
हाँ यार
I think they're in a pretty comfortable
डेल्टा हमको भूल गया यार इस्तांबुल
position.
जाके यार
Pretty centralized, and there's a lot of positions still up for play. I don't think there's too much of a problem. Lutz getting knocked. Lutz is getting knocked down. I think we barely just missed the drive, but there was one. And this is a complicated position. We were talking about complicated position. I think Lutz is just barely behind a ridge line, but Zolis, I'm guessing his car's not working anymore, because otherwise, why would he stop there? So the revive gets even less likely. Quick breach coming in. Mongolia securing that last frag from Uzbekistan, if I'm not mistaken. So 4 frags to start it off. Mongolia is in a good shape, and well played in the early game, I gotta say.
Another practic example of the theory we talked about earlier. Yeah, you can split. Yeah, you can try and get a lot of angles on a fight. When an enemy team verges on you and just picks up a 3v1, you know? You're just surrounded, you crash one of the 3 players on all 3 sides. You're picking up.
मेरो इन्स्टा स्टोरी हेर कस्तो दामी देखेको है तर यो बत्तीबाल सेटअप
fight. Very favorable rotation, by the way, for Brazil. Getting themselves that center compound
10-44 भयो एक लट फेरि 2x हान्दैन बाबु तर मलाई किन यो गेम भित्रबाट डेयर से चिकन हान्छ जस्तो लाग्छ यार हाम्रो यार
been working out for us. Been splitting a little bit too much, maybe consolidating on the compound and getting themselves a much more stable position to be playing out from. Just on that north, still in a lot of pain, just barely getting those reses through and getting back to safety now after a minute of absolute struggle.
Interestingly enough, Brazil does not split this.
तपाईं हैन साथै अब म चाहिँ नि गाउँछु जस्तो अब बरु यस्तो मजाले सिराक मान्छु म
Sure, that compound is very often inside the circle with these kinds of zones.
टोटोले यार मिनी 14
Only up to a certain point in time, and after that,
साथी कतिमा छ 11:32 मा
sure, there's positions in the air. Kind of like a domino, position yourself forward one at a time, but yeah.
Match triangle.
साथी तिमी र म भएर भब्बे ल्यान्ड इभेन्ट गराइदिउँ न नेपालमा
I do generally agree with it. Not a bad position. Once again, they are under pressure. This is exactly the kind of team these are players that need to be putting up numbers.
डागराले पर्दा प्राइज पुल नदिने
Not only winning the game, but they need
प्राइज पुल नदिएसिन त अनि त सस्तो भइहाल्यो नि
They need big games. They need big points on the
leaderboard. प्राइज पुल नदिए नि हैन त्यहाँ ल्यान्ड इभेन्ट गर्नलाई नि धेरै खर्च हुन्छ के साथी
सुनन साथी
कस्तो हावामा बतासेर बोल्छ
They have to come back from this, but again, we are only in game number 4. So don't get confused. We still have 3 games.
Freedom of fish.
Only those teams at the bottom slowly but surely losing confidence in them coming.
Device सबै प्लेयरहरुको लान पाउने
bunkers. You see Tajikistan holding strong still. They got a few early knocks. They're now trying to do a dash. Look at that ghost. Instantly send packing.
आफ्नो डिभाइसले खेल्न पर्ने प्लेयरहरुले भन्न
getting a little lesson in how peeking out of these windows. They have to be careful as well. Getting schooled. Getting absolutely schooled. They're on the southeastern side of the zone.
Okay, deviceहरुले
very very playable position.
deviceहरुले आफ्नो प्लेयरबाट खेल्न पर्ने के
across that road. They've just got to be careful about the teams on their east.
प्लेयरहरुले डिभाइसबाट खेल्न पर्ने हैन डिभाइसहरुले चाहिँ प्लेयरबाट खेल्न
And we always talk about airdrops not being taken as much.
हैन सुन
Are you still
तँ गर्ने हैन
Have you seen a single? I mean, you can't be. You, of course, you can't be complaining.
I would take this. Just a player.
Have you seen a single deal with a drop? I don't think so.
कुर्ची त्यो आफ्नो टिमको घरमा ल्याउनु पर्ने हैन मोबाइल ल्यायो सही
Put it into the right hand.
चार्जर आफैले भइहाल्छ मोबाइल बसिन है
Rows are not so much. I feel like Rows are
मल्टिप्लग एउटा कुनै स्पोन्सर खोजौँला त त
pretty tough. But yeah, I'd be the player to go for these kind of airdrops.
के गर्छ भन्छ
Man, wait out in the open.
टिम
You
guys
see minutes time. I'll be there with them. Later.
Phase 4 just pop. We gotta rotate. No,
Sorry,
guys. Give me another 7 minutes, please. I've just swam out into the middle of the Primorsk Ocean.
I don't swim out, obviously.
Oh no,
I'll take
bagel.
Oh,
Georgia, they just cruised through a bunch of teams.
BRS आउँछ टिटुकै आउन सिटुकै आउँछ
हाम्रो ल्यान्ड इभेन्टमा टिमहरु के डिआरएस को सट्टा भिआरएस टिटीको सट्टा सिटुके
Patterns repeating in this, Felix. Lithuania in an early fight under a lot of
एचबी को सट्टा टिभी
अनि एससी को सट्टा
एससी को सट्टा बिजी
Must be a huge honor to be representing Saudi Arabia in this. Once again, there has been some lineup changes as far as I'm concerned. So
एससी को सट्टा त एमजी
but they did make it work now. And then obviously,
सही हुन्छ होला यार
completing their lineup. Kazakhstan.
अनि अरु कुन टिम छ नेपालमा
If they do lose this, they will potentially lose.
ल्यान्ड इभेन्ट को सट्टा ल्यान्ड इभेन्ट पुरै जोत्ने हल
Yeah, that could happen really fast, and it's not anyone they're facing.
अरु टिमको नाम भन्छ
Position 3 against
नेपाली
Exactly. This is a massive fight when you consider the situation these teams are in. When you consider the leaderboard, it's a second player on the back of a buggy. Things you always hate to see. So far, shots are not connected. The players are safe, and the vehicles. I don't want to speak too soon. But
where are the other ones?
What's going on? I don't know if they flipped their vehicle. Now the first bit of damage is coming in. Now the sprays are ringing out. The blues there to, well, tickle down. Not really do all too much damage. Pick up the players out of the buggy.
Sprays are raining out. The blues out. The blue.
That has been taking damage, Felix.
Normal
I feel like they should have been a blow. I don't know what the other Saudi players were doing. I think they weren't sure on how many players rotated towards the northern side, so they were still kind of cautious around the hillside. Because they all three would have spied at that UAZ.
रुल्सले अर्को स्नाइपर एउटा स्क्वाड वाइप लुटु स्क्वाड वाइप हुँदैछ है फेरि स्क्वाड वाइप भनेको मतलब हुँदैछ जस्तो लागिरहेको त्यही एकजना माथि छ 1 मिनट स्ट्यान्डिङ
यस्तो त नर्मल हो यार
most influential and most flexible
easy हो र
they're coming in now they've got tons of space they can look around the west they can keep that compound in if they have to and they got a good bunch of kill points
look who they took out Lithuania oh my god it breaks my heart we were just talking about these
बन्द गरेर बस्छु त बोल्ने बेलामा भन्न
जिन्दगीमा फर्स्ट टाइम मलाई गेम हेर्न रमाइलो लाग्यो मलाई पीएमजीसी नि यति रमाइलो लाग्थेन हैन
and now they're being taken out
यो गेम यतिकै किन रमाइलो लाग्यो भन्न
the fourth time now in the early game
या केटाले जित्छ जस्तो चान्स छ नि
pretty much at this point they need to pull off incredible rounds the next two games
यसमा पैसा आउँछ आउँदैन
in terms of getting a medal
पैसा त मलाई इस्तानबुल घुम्न पाए त्यहाँ के चाहियो बे
for them it hasn't been pretty for Turkey either once again that's another player losing his life in the top of the barn there it's all around the buildings multiple teams are flying in it's not only Mongolia it's Kazakhstan on the doors as well this is getting insanely messy in that compound on the lower side of the hill you have to excuse Lutz to lose his life there because there is just so many opponents vying for the position.
Lenny
Lutz is being this will be a beautiful night. Oh, I can't even believe it. I can't even say it, but this is Firefox being taken out of the equation. In this round as well, I do believe there is no one left standing. And they aren't even inside the placement points, Kovo.
Easy, bro.
It's not been their day so far. They've gotten a few performances here and there, but now we talked about that color. We talked about the 7th place team being so far behind the top 6.
Plastic scammers, hey?
Well, they have just missed out on another opportunity. It's been clean.
1
It's from teams like Kazakhstan who came into this
Turkey
they slow things right back down. They get their rest, and look who's again made a good car rotation in the middle game. Saudi Arabia are putting themselves in another position. They will have to keep fighting, but they're putting themselves in a position where they can.
Still though, more teams inside this compound. With Kazakhstan now contesting this as well. They took the opportunity. They took the correct timing as well to be able to bridge this.
passport
You're a Kazakhstan fan right now. Support your boys in the chat because I think this is not gonna last phase 4. I think they will eventually have this fight.
Passport, I know.
Did this Molotov touch him? I think it was just outside the door. I think it was an illusion. So I don't think he's inside the Molotov. Otherwise, that probably would have been a knock. Anyways, let's head over to Cielo. Because I think that was a good knock coming in from Brazil. Diego as well with the finish.
It's South America versus South America.
South America versus South America.
The boys from Ecuador suffering right now by the hands of Brazil on top. And then we have Mongolia versus Kazakhstan in the bottom side. Circle. Again, bit of a delay just coming out of Mongolia. They're trying to survive on the They're trying to stay alive. As Kazakhstan is getting the heels on off. There's multiple points to the circle though. There's so many fights on the edges. This is Vietnam trying to control a bit of space, trying to hold out their edge, but they're being so aggressive with this. They're trying to box these players in. Well, there's a knock. There's Azerbaijan losing one, and the extreme aggression for Vietnam to try and split the play off to the edge of the circle has worked out perfectly.
It really has. 3 eliminations already.
Killer finish. Thank you.
Really putting up numbers again. And I gotta say, this round
ले on डाली रहा है खोजी रहा है नेपाल टीम और कतो छ भनेर मतलब DRS हरले तर DRS गन्टिरा डेल्टा माथि हिलमा छ केटाहरु जोनमा छ
plenty of the players have died as well. Also 35 players only. A lot of teams have lost everyone.
19.35 तेरो
almost the majority of the teams have lost one. Actually, it's put like that.
They're
the ones in the middle of the circle.
दुईजना मिठो जोनमा होल्ड हानेको छ ग्यान्टे र डेल्टा भाइले र यदि चारैजना भएको भए एकदम बवाल हुने थियो होला यो गेम राम्रो आफ्नो हातमा हुने चान्स थियो होला तर अब भएन के गर्नु न अब केटाले राशिफल पढेर आउनु पर्ने
completely control for themselves while everyone else is tearing each other to pieces. Saudi Arabia, they make a good rotation to get out of a few fights. They get right back in it because Brazil realizes we can't just barrel into this compound. We have to take a fight on the north. We have to control what Saudi Arabia can do to us. And they do so in great fashion. Now Kazakhstan is starting to lose a few players here and there. Now Mongolia is getting out of that barn, out of that top floor. And they've activated not just a bit, but up to multiple teams at the same time.
जुन जति डिएल डाइल नखाने एउटा यो घरमा यस्तो फाइट भइरहेको हैन मजा आइरहेको कसम
against Brazil. Mongolia, I think at this point Mongolia, they know that they're trapped from the left side, from the right side. I think at this point just frag out, literally just try to frag out. You're not making it into the next circle. I think at this point they probably have given up on all hopes. It's just about maybe getting 1 or 2 more flushes in order to get these kill points up on the board. They've got 7 already, so this is pretty good. Placement as well secured already, but just the one.
Now, good knock through that window. Finally, we see a drop gun come into effect, but I want to draw attention to this. Look at Saudi Arabia on the hill. Another good car rotation. They will clean up what remains from this, and it's not going to be a whole lot coming out of that barn. Trust me, in that, it's not going to be a whole lot of players surviving. But the team that will collect the pieces and stay alive
top 5 भित्र मैले एक्सपेक्ट गरिसके DRS
Playzone does the rest.
दुईजना माथि छ स्पट हान्यो र्याबिजले मिठो नक
Gandala last na dami na kande yo dai.
Sure, it wasn't the biggest distance, but I think it was he just got into the
यो टिम PMG शट आउट भइसक्यो साथी
I feel like it is sometimes really
अनि हाम्रो DRS त छ नि
but he pulled it off perfectly. So Nepal
पुसानी ल्याम्बोर्गिनीले
down at the moment and
त्यसपछि अब जस गाडी पर्छ जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई हैन पुसान चाहिँ हैन तर केटाले हान्छ नेट फलब्याक गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ कि हिट गरिसक्नु पर्ने हुन्छ नाइ फलब्याक सुनेन कि क्या
down there and they're probably making their way up as soon as this fight starts.
Azerbaijan on the lower southwest side have to make a way on in. Should be more than aware that the circle is pushing out. Vietnam has to be extremely careful. They don't want to bite off too much here. They don't want to overcommit into the zone. Play from the outside. Keep out teams before you move yourself. That's the name of the game. Azerbaijan, they have to try and fight the timing. They have to hope that some sort of fight erupts on the south or on the north. because
अब
otherwise
दुईजना
they're
मात्र
in
क्लास
for an
कसरी सक्छ
absolute,
त होल्ड गर्न सक्दैन नि गाह्रो पर्छ नि
horrible.
ग्यान्टे भाइले मात्र फोर्थ थर्ड गराउनु पर्ने हुन्छ ए यो मार यसलाई सुतेकोलाई मारेर त फिक्स हुन्छ नि
And Saudi Arabia, I think, has
यो जोनमा छैन ल
no idea.
सिर्फ सर्भाइभल स्किल्स चाहियो है
त्यही भनेर
Turn out deadly for them. I know Saudi Arabia they're still very much in the reach of grabbing this. They need to, straighten their arm and just pull it over. That's what it feels like.
Smoke
Right, just grab it and hold on to it. That's what Saudi Arabia needs right now. And I mean, obviously, what they should grab is the most amount of points. And in this situation, that might get destroyed by Pitless. First nade, it knocks him actually. Never Alone is on the ground. And that changes the whole tide of the game for them. If he gets the flush as well, he doesn't though. He doesn't though. But has the flush gone through?
No, it hasn't. He didn't even get the flush. You put a bullet towards him, but he doesn't get the flush. And just like that, what looked like an absolute disaster for Saudi Arabia is absolutely recoverable. Not only because they can get the res, but also someone's there to punish. Vietnam is too busy holding their southern side. They're too busy staring down Azerbaijan, making sure that team doesn't come up the hillside to try and punish on Saudi Arabia. And what's that with a beautiful, beautiful nade will soon be forgotten when this zone closes in, and especially when phase 7 comes around, nobody will have space to play.
Rab is very careful of using that buggy once more. He did drive Scott a little bit in these close corner situations beforehand, which is really good because, if you have a teammate that covers you while you drive around, you can very easily bait players around. So that's the reason why they're still using these cars. Really well played, really good. Now, finally, there's the push that we've been waiting for. Chinese Taipei just look over the ridgeline and you'll find yourself some presents.
Fantastic stuff. They have kept their cool. They've sat in these trees, getting spammed down by Saudi Arabia until that solo finally popped off. But the second they realize a little bit of the pressure's gone, the other teams are a little bit busy around themselves, they stand up, they peek, and they absolutely strike. Another knock comes in. That nade might just finish Azerbaijan off. And it's so much damage coming in from Duck, but it's not quite the finish. They stay alive by an absolute hair. It doesn't matter though. They are absolute pimps against the zone. They're merely a distraction at this point. The teams that are fighting for this, but it feels like a Chinese Taipei in Vietnam.
Yeah, it really does. I'll have to wait and see what Falcon, the Falcon is going to do, because they're in that 3-man right now. So ID7 is down, right? So essentially, they're playing as Team Falcon right now, which could still be very interesting. Chinese Taipei still, though. It's already a fourth place secured, and these guys are sitting in second place. Could this be the game where they actually make themselves into a spot of almost not even being able to lose a medal?
4 teams alive, 3 of them were in the top 4 before this. It's absolutely stunning what's been happening in this. Now, another spray through the smoke. Rabbits picks one up. And just like that, we are losing the rest of Azerbaijan. The solo as well from Nepal has been cleaned up completely. And we are in a 4-3-4 situation that will absolutely explode just as that buggy pulls on up. We're waiting for Shark to peek over that hillside because he needs to have a bit of impact here.
Yes, he really does. For a second, I thought we were going to have a bit of technical issues, but we don't. Luckily for Falcon as well. Still looking for the multiple Vietnam. Payson is closing in. There's barely any playing room at this point anymore. But it does feel like Chinese Taipei has at least unconsciously already lost a player. It is hot. He gets taken out by Falcon. That opens up this whole scenario. I think it's 3 players up. Not anymore, but at least a second ago it was 3 players up for every single team. The tides are almost at the same length.
That is big. That is big. If that would have gone the other way, that could have been things over. But look, they're flooding over the top at this point. The trades, the timing, it's so perfect. Res on the cards for Saudi Arabia. They might get Forever Alone back. They bring this back into a 3-1-3. Somehow the time is enough. The information from the prone player, powerful with 5-1. He's making this so hard for Taipei.
gets the first one. They still don't know where he is. He gets the second one as well. Powerful. My goodness. This is one hell of a play. And even though these 2 kills were almost gifted, you still have to pick them up when you team. And it is a 1v1 situation, actually. Nevertheless has been knocked in the meanwhile. Busan is the last one. He has stood strong for them before. Can he do it again?
He's got to do it again. One bullet was left in that bag with the UMP after picking up the 2 kills.
साथी सुन न ए बट जानिन म फेरि तिमी स्टेप चेक गर त
meds are coming through though. The boosters are finally kicking on in, and both these players have a very similar amount of HP to work with. 3 gear and powerful, dropping off the backpack, going for a bit of a snake play. Now he's got the rock to work with. But for how long? He's going for the push. He's going for the play with the UMP. He does the damage. Now he only needs to find 1 bullet, but he doesn't. The spray's not clean. He loses it.
What just happened? Are you kidding me? That is no way. He just lost that fight. Are these the team cams right now? Are these the team cams right now?
This कस्तो छ के भनिरहेछ के भइरहेछ
That was over.
Oh, you were asking the question. Have they secured the header right there? And I think they might have just secured the header right there because they've got the scoreboard. You guys got this. They were 1 point away of taking over Vietnam. And Vietnam just lost. Just lost. Moments
I'm not doing the math. I'm not doing the math. It's game 4. We've got 2 more games. But that was the game-winning play from Powerful. The pro.
First
player, suppressor makes sure.
दोस्त हेयरस्टाइल त छ टिकटक
है
भगवानले के भगवानले मान्छेलाई कोहीलाई कस्तो बनाउँछ कोहीलाई कस्तो
तर साथी अब त्यस्तो आकाशको फल आँखा त टिमर
होइन त्यस्तो केही आकाशको फल होइन त्यो धरतीकै फल हो साथी
पक्क साथी 7 किल 5th पोजिसन नाइस डिआरएस
कति
7 किल 5th point 5th placement point के भन्छ त्यो पोजिसन
जान्न तिम्रो घर
अनि
दाम मिल राम्रो गयो हाम्रो गेम 12.9 एक चिकन त चाहिन्छ यार केटा हो जति जे भने पनि
त्यही भने एक चिकनको जोसै छुट्टी हुन्छ नि त
टाइटल त जित्नु पर्यो गरीब बाउको हरिब छोरो किङ हो र रे साँच्ची किङ दाइको हो कि फेरि सचन दाइले टाइमआउट हानिदिनु भयो भने चाहिँ रियल होला कि किङ दाइ नि बेला बेला सड्किन्छ हेरबाट हेरमा आएको छ म्यान बुढोहरूको दिमाग सड्किन्छ बेला बेला आइज भाइ एबेस थापाको नयाँ गीत आएर सुन्नुपर्छ अब
ल
फेरि त फेरि सेटअप त पुरै वहाँ इस्तानबुल पुरै भनेर आउँछ नि फेरि स्क्रिन स्विच हान्दा साथी बनाउँछु नि मैले त हो भन्छ स्यार कस्तो छ स्यार त हेर्दैन स्यार साथीको यार हुक्क
हेरिरहेको छु त यार कस्तो
अलपत्र भन्ने आएर चाहिँ
म त अलपत्र पर्छु
त्यो होइन के अरे अन्जु के अरे त्यसको नाम है अन्जु पन्त होइन कि एमएस पन्त
कहाँ हेरेछ
दामी छ अरे हौ तर एमएसको त यो गीत चाहिँ तर बिचमा त खोज्न गाउनु भएको थियो है पिकल दाइ कम ब्याग हाने क्या हो
नभन्न
साथी रियल कुरा भनेको है साथी बुझ्यौ नि चिप्ली तपाएर भन्ने कुरा हुन्न क्या हामीलाई बुझ्यौ कस्तो राम्रो यार काली काली हिस्सी परे कि हुन्छ ए चुरोट त ट्राई नगर कहाँ चुरोट रक्सी खाने कुरा होइन नि दोस्त सबैजनालाई फेरि म भन्छु मैले हुन्छ झुकेर भनेको है के भन्नु भाइ आफू पर्यो बाथरुम सिङ्गर कता कता है म बाथरुम सिङ्गर होइन दाइ बाहिर नि गाइदिन्छु खोस्टा गाएँ नि साँच्ची यार तैँले नि हेरेछस् त भिडियो
छैन
हेर न यार
ल
वे सही यार चुरोट दिया यार यस्तो देख्दा त लास्ट चुरोट खाम हुन्छ है तर फेरि अहिलेसम्म चाहेको छैन डर लाउने के यार मन लाग्यो भने त म घरै सल्काइदिन्छु त्यो एकचोटि ट्राई त के गाली बाले भन्ने नि साथी
हो
म तैँले चाहिँ यो गीत सुन्नै पर्ने भयो विकल दाइले दामी छ भन्नुभयो दाइ होइन मैले सुरुमा त अलि गीत नबुझेको हो कि मेरो कान एकछिन थुन्नेको हो कि अल्कालिन बडी भएको भएर चाहिँ अलि अनक्लियर जस्तो लाग्यो है पछि आवाज क्लियर राम्रो रहेछ लिरिक्सहरू धोप्पी रहेछ गएको ठिकै भन्नु इमेजिन गरेर साथी होइन अहिले पो सँगै छौँ यसो खुसी छ भेट्न जिन्दगीको मोडले कहाँ पुऱ्याउँछ थाहा हुँदैन पछि होइन कुनै कतैबाट अब हुन्छ नि टाढा हुनु पऱ्यो भने अनि झन् भेटिराख्ने बानी भएको त कस्तो पो हुन्छ साथी यार म त सम्झिँदा पनि होइन ओहो सिरिङ्ग भयो यार हल्का हान्दै सेन्टी पेट पो दुख्न थाल्यो त सेन्टी हानेको त झरनाको चिसो पानी है अनि कहिले फर्किन्छौ त चुरोड ओए केटीले चुरोड झिकी त अहिले त दोस्त
कहाँ
त ओ त भिडियो हेरे छैनस् म्युजिक भिडियो अनि सर के नभानु बस्यो त मसँग नहेरेको भए मैले के भनेको कसै बुझ्यास्
मैले मैले भन्दै मैले के गरे हैन
यसै अब त यार यो भिडियो यार
मलाई पनि
उनीहरु कति बोल्यो त नि यार गेम सुरु गर्न नामै लिन्न त यार यिनीहरु त यार
It's a different game, it's exciting, and they are really showing up to the task at this point.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, Vietnam and Saudi Arabia, you were talking about no one was going to come up with that order. I do have to say though, like
they are definitely top contenders.
Yeah,
100%.
Game
Nepal
okay,
and Saudi
बाकी छ
Arabia
दाइ
now being
कस्तो
the
दाइ
top
हो
five. I think that was, I wouldn't say given, but
भन्दैन म त
I mean, these were definitely the ones we would have
छ
expected.
बाकी छ नि अझ
Would
2
you have
games
said that after 4 out of 6 games, Turkey is basically out of the running? I don't think anyone would have said
No,
that.
22 points in 4 games. Are you kidding me?
Would you have said that there's a 25-point gap from Nepal to first?
Wait.
Don't even look at me. Like,
Yeah, it's
no,
wild.
No.
It's wild.
These are the guys.
Nobody can blame you either because nobody expects that, and it's been absolutely, it's been beautiful. I think, especially if we see one more game that keeps things close, we could easily see 5 teams competing for first in the last game. It's not super likely, but 4 super realistic and super competitive. And there we go, Felix. There we go. We're going to Erangel for a last time, for a second time.
Oh, yes, baby.
We're going into game 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to JEG 2022 Istanbul. Second, actually, the almost last game now, the 5th one coming up. We only have 6 games in case you've missed the quick change in schedule. So this is going to be almost the last game, second to last game. Interestingly enough, once again, we have Chinese Taipei on top, Vietnam, Saudi Arabia as the follow-ups, and Kazakhstan, Nepal, Azerbaijan, Turkey as the ones from 4, 5, 6, and 7. As a quick rundown for you guys that haven't quite caught that until now. Point path is coming in. We were talking about unfortunate point path. I think that counts as one. I think it does.
Absolutely. Doesn't really get a whole lot more eastern than that. Doesn't get a whole lot more vertical than that. It's carnage. It's carnage on the stage. That's why there's no player cameras right now. No, absolutely not. We're obviously joking. But the thing about this is as well, we talked about the potential of hot drops. We talked about quite a bit. We were very surprised to not see a single one of them.
Please,
if you can count whatever Vietnam there. But what we have to talk about as well, this gets, we have 15 teams competing. Oh boy, that was almost a kill picked up, but just barely. Barely. I mean, barely gets out there for Mongolia. Never allowed. But what up? Let me finish my point real quick. It is now with 15 teams in this lobby, and with realistically 5 of them, 6 of them, competing for the medals. There's a lot of teams that not only do they have nothing to lose, they also need massive games, and they have way more incentive to start hot dropping.
Yes, very much so. 3rd minute, we have arrived. These are the ones that are being supported so much in the chat. And for good reason, they have shown up massively so far. They have been doing a really good job of representing their country. Pretty much, I wouldn't say anyone hasn't done a good job. Honestly, it's let alone them being here and, like, you know, coming to Istanbul, taking this whole journey with them, and you know, even winning the qualifiers, participating in all that. It's a lot of work that's being put in, and these guys are playing for medals, right? So it's about honor, it's about work ethic, it's about representation, it's about passion as well. Pride. So these are all virtues that, man, you want to see. You want to see these virtues in esports all day long. Right?
It's fantastic. It's
Killerले हाने साथी
a good show. A lot
हाने
of performances.
One down from
yes,
Chinese Taipei.
Yes, and this is Nepal taking out
5th
one
place.
from Chinese Taipei. That is the worst thing to happen for the first place team in Taipei. That is the best thing to happen for the leaderboard. We love the first place team losing a member early. We hate Lithuania again. Zone 1, losing a member, having to fall back from the fight.
Yeah, like no disrespect obviously to Chinese Taipei. We wouldn't ever dare to after this performance already. But yeah, sure, as a viewer experience, sure, we want to have the first place team maybe losing a player. You know, maybe making it more interesting. Right now, they're 11 points ahead. So, excuse me, 9 points ahead actually. 66 is the follow-up, which is Vietnam, and they're on 75 points. So 11 points is sure. It's not a big deal in terms of 2 maps, but actually catching up first, 11 points is still like even I want to say in this lobby like mixed teams and everything. It's still hard to do. It's still.
Yo tera muskurana.
Yes, and
Totally.
it's given. Yeah, don't get confused. Which as casters, you're always biased. Stay as close as it can. That is a little bit too close for Sheriff. That is a little bit too close for Azerbaijan. That is another point in the bag.
Not only one, I think it was 2 players in that car. Both of them got finished immediately.
No, that's 2 points for Chinese Taipei. 75 becomes 77, and all of a sudden, losing a member early. It doesn't feel that terrible.
DRS को कति point भयो point? DRS
So we have. I don't remember the circle, but it must. It
47 plus
it's very
12.
safe to say it's a military circle at this point.
49 होला.
And that also. I mean, if Chinese Taipei wouldn't have lost a play, that would be like the best
Not
case scenario
sure,
for them.
not
You're in
sure.
first place, you get a military circle. How fortunate can you be? They probably have prayed to the circle gods in between the games, even though we didn't have a pause. Maybe they did for a couple of minutes. And we're like, PUBG Mobile, please, this is the time right now to make history, to literally make history. Can you please give us a military circle? And they did.
And at the same time, remember who's the top 3 team? Yeah, it's Vietnam. What happened to them? Bridge camped by Tajikistan. So
अर्जेन्टिनाले जितोस् भन्दै हेटौडामा एक युवकले हवन लगाएर जंगली
in a bit of trouble because not only have they lost the member that was trying to cross the bridge, they also need to cross that bridge still. They need to find their way across somehow. And they have just taken casualties very early here and have not made any progress either.
No, they really haven't.
issue भेटे जस्तो लाग्छ कि
What are the odds that we're going to have a military base in the best of 6 with only 3 matches Erangel?
Hope this will fix that issue.
It's a classic, you know.
It's actually classic.
Ending the tournament in a mini-based circle is an absolute classic. And well, when the last map is not,
कति बार छ DRS खै सिमरन यार कति बार छ थाहा भने इन्स्टामा
it is the rules, guys. I didn't write them, but it's in the rules clearly. Nepal happy about that, gathering up some loot. Kazakhstan as well. Position, and somehow if it wasn't for 2 of these teams taking casualties, you'd say, well, it's just the top 4,
25 points gap छ के फर्स्ट सर्गा
exactly the key prime spots.
यो गेम चिकन
on the
निकाल्यो
military
भने
base.
तर गोल आउँदैन होला
Sending us for another repeat of a top heavy dominant performance out of these teams.
Let's see, quickly grabbing another car. Can never hurt, even though it is a buggy. I think we've seen that exact. I think we've seen Kazakhstan actually doing like a late game in the Miramar game, like a late game buggy 4-man rotation.
Yeah.
Actually, it worked out bad. No, it didn't work out bad. Sure, that was their only.
It worked.
Essentially, their only bad round in terms of points, at least in comparison to the second places they had around that match. But still, I mean, better than nothing, right?
Yes. Still got a few kill points on the board. I remember Ecuador was
साथी
not
यो
happy
गेम
about
हेरौँ
that
हैन
buggy
यो
rotation
गेम अब
flying.
चिकन निस्क्यो भने अर्को गेम टप अन
Come on, man, Stop it.
It's a good thing they're playing right now. You know, at least they can't hear me. We saw a glimpse of Turkey there on the northern side. Absolutely, as far as you can be in the blue around Kameshki. They're taking their time. They're coming in late. They're hoping to dodge a lot of that chaos around the bridges. They're hoping to be so late that most of the players are already gone. Not the same thing for Suriname. They're in exactly that timing where once the circle locks in, they'll probably be entering it on that northeastern side. Maybe grab a boat.
Yeah, potentially.
साथी एक मिनेट ल
So, yeah.
प्यारा ओलम्पिक्सले हाल्छ नि
One's going towards the left-hand side.
Oh,
They actually have
Paralympics
two
and-
boat spawns right there.
प्यारालिम्पिक्स भनेको
Not
के
sure why they're even driving any further. I should probably just turn around.
अब यसपछि के भन्छ
Not sure if that makes any more sense. But anyways, they'll
Okay.
probably pick up both of these
डिफ्रेन्टली
boats,
एबलहरूको
maybe
ओलम्पिक के
further down the road.
ए
त्यसमा ब्लाइन्ड फुटबलको हेरेको के मैले
I am just a little concerned about Ecuador sitting on the
अब
beach
कस्तो
right
हुने
south. There is
लास्ट हाल्छ
they're
लाग्यो
just a little bit south.
Like Milta Power?
Yeah. They're
Just
like
a-
southeast of Milta Power, just on the coast, and they're
And
probably
where
looking for a
you-
boat themselves.
Miro?
But if they have the patience, stick around for a bit, wait for phase 2 to pop. They could absolutely blow one of these boats, pop a player out of them, deal a ton of damage to Suriname. Now, Mongolia, a team that we've known to get aggressive early and pick up early fights, pick up the points before the rest of the teams are really warmed up and ready to go. They are now slowly coming into the bridge, already evacuated by Vietnam, who lost a member on this exact bridge earlier. And again, they'll have to find a way across on a bridge that you always have to cross. And there's Vietnam.
6 कि 12 6 मा छ के कस्तो 12 हो र गेम सुरु भइसक्यो के
Well, the fan favorites here,
भन्नु त
coming in from Team NRG, representing their nation. Yeah, doing a quick bridge cam, looking for some more frags. And there we have it, actually. We were talking about this. You were talking about this. You noticed this. Ecuador. Oh, no. Oh, it's okay.
He can get back up.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, I was thinking maybe if they pass by, there's going to be another drive-by from that. Let's not go that far. Anyways, Ecuador, pretty good spot to potentially pick up some kills. But they were spotted now. It's going to be extra careful. Him being picked up is going to be a huge problem. And I hope Ecuador's going to have the confidence to actually push that. To literally just take him out.
मेरो छ 8 21 तिर
This is gameplay from a team that knows they
म्याच चाहिँ कति हुन्छ भने म्याच त अब 6 गेम्स टोटल हो यो 5th गेम रनिङ हो यसपछि एक गेम मात्र हो के दोस्त
You have to get aggressive, you have to get active.
त कति बेला छस् भन्दा दोस्त
The only thing that they don't know is what I'm assuming right now is the rest of Suriname is in a
मन पियाक छ नि त पियाक छ त
these rocks right next to Ecuador, and they're gonna
गेम सकिन्छ कि
9:41 मा छु म
kind of fairly late and fairly far distant. I'm not sure if they will be a factor at all. But again, they need kill points. They should get aggressive on this. They had a good start to it.
यो लाइभ स्ट्रिम कस्तो हरेक चोटी 2x भइरह्यो भनेसी त
doubtful about themselves. So I'm not sure how that's actually going to play out in the end.
तिम्रो हो के
Still has
हुँदैन होला one day event बनाएको
These are dangerous times for these kinds of teams to not cross the military base yet. Because, yeah, the longer the wait, essentially, the higher, the more likely it is that they will have to wait until the blue zone has already taken the bridge in order to cross safely. And that's obviously never a thing you want to have happen, because you will you will arrive at the military base without any information on any players whatsoever. And then scouting inwards, it can depend on chance.
It's a good
talking point. Depending on chances, exactly what Vietnam did, where they get into a swimming rotation, swim across, which is fantastic sometimes, can work out beautifully, but
no way.
When it goes wrong, it goes horribly wrong. And
10:56 तिर
this is exactly what Firefox
मेरो त 2x मा
hates to walk into right now. They come in
11 भयो 11-3 भयो मेरो
super far from the blue, and obviously the team that's going to be on the edge, the team that's going to be waiting outside the play zone is going to be Saudi Arabia. They pick up a kill, they pick up a big scalp, and again, we said big games. It's not looking like this is the one.
And Saudi Arabia, I got to give credit to them. That was a good, not only good shots from ID7 right there. I mean, crazy shots actually. Really well played. I think it was a headshot the last one. Just on the corner, I thought he's already passed it. They took him out anyway.
Well, 2x
maybe a
हिँड्नुस्
little bit uncautious from Firefox, but you do have to hit the shots as well.
ल भयो अब 40
What I want to say is, it's crazy to me because just before the games I was talking to Firefox and I was telling them, I was tapping on their jersey and saying like, you guys, have you guys logged in for the one PMGC? I was so certain these guys are going to be crazy at PMGC. Sure, that's how it is.
मेरो 56
Scheme of things,
58
a best of 6.
ल 12 है
It's not going to decide whether
कतिमा
they
छ
place in the
थाहा भएन यार
PMGC,
ब्रदर
right? I'm sure it's
हेर्नै पर्छ यार
slight dedication how, coming into a lobby like PMGC finals, we don't know all the teams, could be a little bit dangerous to them. But
Falcon भनेको कुन देश हो
yeah, looking at things now,
साउदीको 4th मा छ
not
4th
exactly
मा
lived up to their expectations.
हाम्रो त 5 पनि बढी थियो यो
And
गेम
I would love to, man, I love these guys so much. Like, I'm a literal fan. You know I'm a fanboy.
Absolutely. You'd love to be singing their praises right now. Unfortunately, you can't. And well, Now, multiple teams fallen apart finally from this bridge camp. Somehow, Ecuador has come in here and also picked up the first knock on Uzbekistan. I'm not sure how they were even able to pull that off with Uzbekistan bridge camping all the way, but it doesn't matter because that knock can easily get res, while Ecuador has just lost a player in Ibiza that will never get put back on his feet. Saudi Arabia needs to make a way on it. Yes, they picked up a kill point. They've done some damage to Fireflux. Only 1 point though. Only 1 point collected. And they still have to cross that bridge somehow. They haven't really made progress. All they've done is weaken teams around them that have come in behind them, but they haven't really made progress towards the zone itself.
Yeah, no, they haven't. And they... Look at the Mets from Saudi Arabia as well. I think they will have to cross eventually, like rather sooner than later. They don't have the Mets. Look at this. Nepal only has 1 first aid. Damar and Powerful, I think they had 3 each. This is not enough to be actually continuously in the blue zone. Like they need to cross right now. Otherwise, they will be forced to fight Ecuador, and I don't think the Mets will be enough. Like, as soon as one player gets back up, but then he needs to take a med, like a first aid and all that stuff.
एउटै युट्युब हो के हो दिन्टु टु हरेकचोटि गर्नुपर्छ यिनीहरुको के हो यार म के बुझिरहेन
Still not letting anyone through their grip. That is the second point they picked up.
Yes, welcome back man. Game चल्छ कि जस्तो लाग्यो के मलाई त यार.
These teams that are trying to make their way on through, and it's good news for Vietnam that we haven't seen them in a while, because that means they're safe on the
top 5 line top 5 line top 1 line
is blue zone fighting for reses that can never get picked up. And there's Brazil suddenly coming on in. No idea where Diego has been, but now he's in a position where you would hate to be. You're in between multiple players of the Ecuador squad. It's South America on South America violence once again. And it is Brazil who gets the short end of the stick. Ecuador picks one up, but look who's there to greet them.
Yeah, look who is there to greet them, and that is Frega to be exact. Hits the headshot, and it's the second one as well. Great shots coming in. Dino is going to pick up both of these flushes. And I don't think Julian boy is going to be able to cross the bridge, is he now? Oh, one tire gets popped. It's just a matter of time now. Ecuador gets taken out completely. And that is the first team eliminated out of these 15 in the lobby.
Think about how much carnage we've been through. Think about how many struggles we've seen, how many terrible positions that we've seen teams in, and that is the first team to actually go out.
That's crazy.
It's absolutely wild, and it is these bridges, right? That's the second one. Falling to the Sharks. That is Uzbekistan right now. Everyone that tries to cross that bridge is getting absolutely denied. Saudi Arabia, well, they pick up another one, sure, but we talked about their medical situation. We talked about the zone dealing damage. It's about to lock on in as well, Felix. It's about to do even more damage. And they're coming across the bridge.
It doesn't matter where fighting for pride,
full Uzbekistan on the other side, hoping to make the chat proud, hoping to put a bit of a stamp on this lobby, put themselves back in contention.
And the interesting thing is as well,
उसलाई रिकाइजरी के काम भन्छ साथी किन अर्थ छ त्यो मान्छेलाई भालुको अगाडि पुराण सुनाएर हुन्छ
भालुलाई पुराण
get a situation like this that is easier to get frags in this game anymore. Like there's no debate. And look at this now. Look at this now. It is actually Brazil still being there. It's actually Brazil. Are you kidding me? And it's them picking up the frags. Looks like the first one got taken out. The other ones were a little bit delayed, so no problem for them to at least survive.
Last game, यो गेम हेरेपछि त सुत्नै पर्ने हुन्छ साथी यार.
What was the car doing anyways?
किन प्राइस छैन अलि बुझ्दैन ब्रो. किनकि अब प्राइजै दिएन क्या उता.
I love what we've seen there. We see a crazy hard shift to the south.
त्यो कुरा त मैले कसरी एक्सप्लेन गरिरहेको यार.
They could have done that. It would have been a reasonable play. But they decide, well, we value our own game a
Your
little
game
more.
Chicken, okay.
Shift onto the south. Maybe we can take a few up later. For a bit longer. They will get some support from range. They will get a third party coming on in, and they have found not the opening knocks themselves, but they have been found by Georgia. That is the entry for Energised.
PUBG ले गरे टुर्नामेन्ट हैन के यो चाहिँ अब वर्ल्ड भरि हैन e-sports प्रमोट गर्नको लागि गरे इभेन्ट हो के त्यही भएर अनि हरेक देशहरुले आफ्नो उसहरु रिप्रेजेन्ट गरिरहेको छन् त्यही भएर हो के
back to Saudi Arabia on the other side of the circle. They'll be the ones that will have to travel the biggest distance now and face number 4, ladies and gentlemen. But before they do so, before they even start, they will pick up Brazil rotating in. Adrian gets taken down. Another lackluster round for Brazil. I think it's over at this point in terms of medals. I think it really is over. We'll probably see some absolute maniac plays in the next game.
Absolute maniac plays in the next game, re.
Anything, really.
Maniac dai. Kहाँ हो dai?
Respectively, you're playing for honor. You see the
हजुर
caps
यस्तो.
right now in the bottom left. You know they're leaning back. They can't do anything anymore for this game. They've got to try and put up a good show in the next one. But again, circle goes south, and we said there was chances for Uzbekistan. We said there was a possibility to roll through that forest, but there was just one too many teams. They roll into two at the same time. Lithuania on the south. Watson picks up the first, and just like that, they are sent. But again, Turkey, they're in the blue. They're going for a rough rotate. They have teams waiting for them. And the 6x spray is lined up. And the problem is, that's not the only thing. There's teammates on the south. There's teams further south than that. There is no open space that I can see for them to slot into right now.
No, not really. I mean, they have to cross the whole airstrip first of all, and then they have to find a position. And I don't know, at this point, I think they've already lost a player, like, easily. Pretty open and shot case in my book, but yeah, I haven't seen
Maximum interview भन्छन् we play for pride and trophy भनेर त्यही भएर ग्लो स्पोर्ट्सले लौ न त खेल बिना प्राइस मिल्छ
PUBG मात्र हैन साथै अरु गेमहरु पनि हुन्छ यस्तै Dota 2 Street Fighter 5 Fighter 5
भाइ मजाकले भने तपाईहरु अर्को गेम के भनिस् रे फायर
Street Fighter 5
स्पेलिङ भन्दा स्ट्रीट को
STREET
फाइटर को
FIGSTR
हैन का FIGSTR हुन्छ फाइटर को मलाई तु हैन FIDR रुल्स हाने कि भनेको त रबिजले रहेछ DX
ऱ्याबिज लाउने गरेर हान्छ नि
अल्सो सुले तिन
DX को प्लेयरहरुको नाम रे DX ल्याम्बोर्गिनी DX ऱ्याबिज अनि DX डक्की के भन्ने साथै सब सुने
TDS नरसिम्हा भनि सुने हैन होला हैन
Now they don't have the manpower anymore. 6 kills is what they've already picked on up, but they don't have the manpower to try and fight their way through the forest here unless we see some absolutely
तर esports को क्रेज लास्ट छ नेपालमा यार खडा यार किन टपमा को छ ब्रो टपमा हेर्नु पर्छ यार ब्रदर यार रुल्स त मरिसक्यो र अरे
र म फेरि स्लो भयो कि क्या हो
भियतनाम रहेछ भियतनाम 20-24 मा छु म त
त्यस्तैमा छु तर म इन्टु हान्छु कहिले भन्छ भनेको त छैन कि क्या हो इन्टु टु
taking different positions along that hillside. Really well done. I love it. Georgia still alive as well. 3 plays strong, 4 kills.
It's a good sign of life from Georgia. 4 kills already for them in this game.
कन्स्टेबल चाहिँ कहाँ देखाउँछ डिस्को भन्नाले त्यहाँ देखाउँदैन डाइरेक्ट फाइनल गेम भएपछि रिभिल हान्ने होला
That might not have been intentional, but it looked like an absolutely massive
मजा आउँछ लाग्छ किलरले हाने घन्टेलाई हाने यार
We can see the first place team struggling. We can see
काउन्टरमा एकजना कोन्टी के छ अर्को दुईजना चाहिँ हुनु
taking a few casualties towards Chinese Taipei.
Knock finish हान्दै
in the back lines as well. Everything's going to revolve around that street, and it's eventually you guys can tell already.
साथी अनि उस चाहिँ दिन्छ होला नि त यसले बिहार जाने खर्च त एयरपोर्ट टिकटहरु त
दिने भरे नि त
You can see it on the team mount as well. It's 9 teams with 5 the 5th zone at this point. So
कति दिन गएर बसे केटाहरु
बसे तन्ने 2-3 दिनै बसे नि
दुई दिन भन्ने त कस्तो टन्ने हो र एक गोली 10 वटा गोली ड्रपबाट सक्छ अनि म अरु गन्दै जान्छ भनेर हानेर
Now he's got to swap away back to his original weapon.
यो PMG चाहिँ हेर्न चाहिँ सही मजा आउने भयो साथी
That man can roll in with a Molotov, can get a few nades over the top of that, and maybe just do absolute disastrous work towards Tajikistan, because Vietnam would really like to pick up one or two of these kill points. Right? If you look at the circle shift as well, this is what they will be playing into, but they've got to be a little bit careful here. They still have Kazakhstan on their north. If they overcommit for these 2 kills, they might put themselves in a vulnerable position. But for now, that's a knock, that's a flush, that's another kill point collected.
100%. And there's only one of these players left alive behind the tree line. They should know this as well. They should potentially be able, with just 1 nade, to pick up another free kill point. But it doesn't look like they're keen on doing that right now, right? Take things slow. Maybe just take a look around first of all. Be careful of your surroundings. Make sure you're in a good position and set yourselves up for phase number 7, because that's going to be the deciding one.
Absolutely. If they especially send in that player right out to the edge, you see it on the minimap. They put an anchor out to the edge in case there's a push from the north, in case we see Nepal, coming on in to try and be a nuisance. There it is. Turkey still alive. Being an absolute pain in the backside here of Mongolia, Lithuania as well. They're making plays. Everybody's focused on themselves.
कसरी खान्छ त चिकन है
There is that play. There is that anchor that was split off towards the west.
स्प्रे गर्ने हाल
A
न
lot of pressure, but he gets out alive and he gets back to his
लेन थाहा होला कि अब एमो बचाउनु होला छोरीहरुलाई त्यही भएर मिनिट ट्याप ट्याप शट हान्ने त अनि कमेन्टमा सेटिउस नगर्नु साथी कोही हुन्छ नि कमेन्ट
but finally Lithuania is being it's putting up numbers as well. You can see four eliminations actually in this game already.
Yeah, at least another sign of life. You love to see it. Tajikistan as well, getting this 5 kills and a few placement points. So a lot of the lobby is equalized a little bit. And with Chinese Taipei out of the running, that means there's a chance for Vietnam. There's a chance for Kazakhstan to come back into this. Nepal as well. Good standing so far, but they've all got to survive on that northern side of the zone right now.
This was a real part of Insta,
hard cover in this. There's a few trees, there's a few vehicles to work with. There's a low ground around the road. That's all you have to work with. And unless you're Kazakhstan,
तेरो के छ हौ नाम इन्स्टामा कहिले आइजी जंगल राख्छ कहिले आशिश्री पागल तेरो
7 eliminations. Really good position.
के भयो केटा मर्र
अनि एकजना बाँकी छ
त्यही त एकजना बाँकी छ नि त्यही त
Right now, they need to catch up to these teams.
ल हैन र
At this point, in order to secure a place on the medal, or
या त टिम एलिमिनेट के नदेखाउँदो रहेछ है साथी
it does look very, very likely at this point. I mean, 8 placement points already secured. Lithuania.
र एक्सप्रेसन सही लाग्यो मलाई त्यो केटीको कि
having the high ground on them as well, so they're struggling, and only a 2-man of that. Couldn't go any better. I mean, the control, they don't have the space, but anything else is
ल साथी अब गोल्ड मेडल आउने भन है
you love to be controlling a lot of area. You love to be on the edge.
Middle.
You love to filter these teams into each other. If you get Kazakhstan, make a push towards Vietnam, suddenly your chances look so much better. If you can manage to hold off Kazakhstan until Lithuania has to move, that is a winning condition for a team like Vietnam, even though they're down to just 2 members. This is going to go down to the wire. This is going to be coming down to the timings, especially out of all things. And we'll have to wait and see who gets the better of things. Lithuania right now, this could be their way back into at least an honorable finish here in the Global Esports Games.
Absolutely.
The
first knock is going to be so incredibly important.
Don't forget about the solo on the north as well. Don't forget about Nepal, about Killer sneaking his way on in. They only got 4 kills this game. It's been a quiet performance from them, but he's got the off angle. He's got the angle where he can get easily 3 knocks. Now gets 1, almost wants the second. He needs 1 more bullet. There's the second. He's dealing so much damage to Kazakhstan right now. They're torn in the middle. Lithuania, they could peek up as well. They're busy with Vietnam at this point, but that allows the flushes to come through. This is massive for Nepal.
This is sensational at this point.
This
is so good. They absolutely have the chance right now. Zippers gets 1. I think he got the flush, the second one as well. Just 6 players remaining now. Lithuania, they do have the man advantage already in this round. Vietnam just down there. Watson, he has to get all that experience he's got over the last 2 years now. Put it into this match. Put it up there for Lithuania. Maybe they don't have a chance at the medal anymore. Doesn't matter. It's for honor, right? It's for, having the ability to say, we have won a round at the GAG 2022 for my home country for Lithuania. And it looks very much possible at this point.
If Vietnam gets one knock here, this could instantly fall apart for Lithuania. There's still 3 teams in this. We're watching 2 of them fight right now. We still have a solo.
Killer अझै बाँकी छ
Oh, finally is the spot. That is massive. That is a big, big scalp to take.
Killer अझै
That
बाँकी
means
छ
everything is off the cards. You know exactly what you're dealing with. You're dealing with 2 Vietnam players. One of them tied against the blue. One only has a card to work with. Everything is known at this point. You still got some 3 gear. You have no utility left at all on Watson. No utility on Silence. They don't have a whole lot to throw, but they have a whole lot of bullets still in the mags, and they've done so much damage already. No meds by the looks of things on Rabbits either. He can't even heal himself back up. He's dead in the water when that circle starts moving.
Yeah, he really is. Someone's going to need to cover him. I think that's what it comes down to. Barabbas is really close though as well, and he's really low. So that kind of equals out the situation. At least Watson is full HP, and he can get that med kit going if he does really need to. But yeah, once again, he's going to have to start moving soon. I think Rebus might not even try. Rebus needs to move now. First round gets taken by Silence. Does he get the second one as well? No, he actually gets taken down to very low HP. But surely it's just a matter of time now, isn't it?
He's toying with them, making them work for it. He doesn't have a teammate anymore. That car is about to blow off, but he's done the damage on one. He's looking for more. He's toying with them around the cars, but it does not matter. Lithuania pick up one, and they pick up a big win in the last angle of this tournament.
My goodness, we were talking about them underperforming heavily so far, right, in the 4 games we've seen. And finally them being able to just go out there. I mean, we've met these guys. These guys are such nice guys, but they don't deserve to be in last place.
No, not at all.
Surely not. Yes. Surely not. 100% no. This might be their first LAN, yes, for some of the players.
Yes.
Might be their first LAN for Zippy and Silence. But no way are they standing in last place. And now, well, they have made some work. They have made beautiful work, actually. Might not be enough for medal, but, well, first place. And how much? 10 eliminations puts them up there.
Absolutely big. They had 5 points before this game. They had 5 points in 4 games. They've had a day to forget. Remember the Miramar game where they're holding a good split close to a location where the circle ends. They get absolutely rolled on by Georgia, absolutely taken out of the game. Now they're back in it. Yes, it's not going to be enough to fight for the medals, but it's good enough to put yourself on the top half of the scoreboard and say, well, yeah, we've won a game, we've did decently. Vietnam, though, bigger story. 2nd place with a few kills. Then Nepal in 3rd. Those are teams that are very, very much competing for the first few places here on the scoreboard. Those are teams that are really up towards the top. And I think if you're Saudi Arabia right now, you're mighty sad about not making it into that top 3, top 5, into those placement points, because they're getting caught off guard here a little bit. They're getting knocked out a little bit.
Yeah, I want to see the scoreboard after this one, obviously, in order to really, have a qualified opinion on who's got a chance and who hasn't. But I think Saudi Arabia is probably the best example of it. They didn't have no frags. They still had like plenty of points they've gathered in this round, right? They had this huge bridge thing first of all. They fought against Ecuador. I think they got almost all of the remaining Brazil players as well. I think 2 of them that were still on the other side of the bridge. I think they picked up both of them. So I think 5-6 points maybe. Which, looking at the scoreboard just before that game, might just be enough to hold them inside the top 3. Because Kazakhstan was pretty good. I think Nepal had 10 points as well.
Kazakhstan got a lot of placement points that game.
Yeah, and I think Azerbaijan had a couple of kills as well.
Kazakhstan got absolutely shattered by that one Nepal player, by Killer, who creeped up there, crept up behind them. Gets 2 of the entry knocks on a full 4-man team. They're the only 4-man team in that server at that moment. Yeah. They are the absolute favorites to win it. They get knocked from behind by 2 of Killer, and they get absolutely rolled over by that solo, and at the same time, Lithuania comes on in, peeks up, and suddenly you're down 1. Could have been absolutely massive, but didn't really pan out the way you would have wanted it to be.
Either way, guys, I'll just go ahead. We go right now. Couple of replays for you, ladies and gentlemen, and starts off with Fireflux. Bonda break.
And there we are, one last time. One last game, one last map of PUBG Mobile until we finally crown the winner of the Global Esports Games here in Istanbul. We cannot wait to see where all of this ends up. We've been waiting quite a while. We've been waiting for all these games. We've had ups and downs. Chinese Taipei being one of the ups until Game 5. Not really getting everything going in the last game. It was more of the Vietnam show and Lithuania picking up over towards the end. But I would guess, Felix, that you have a leaderboard right there. And I would guess that Vietnam's in first?
Vietnam is in first, indeed. You have calculated correctly. They are in first, but they aren't in first by much.
Yes.
You were talking about it's all coming down to the last game, and it literally will. Vietnam is in first, 82 points. 3 points down. You subtract 3 points. It's Chinese Taipei with 79 points. Kazakhstan follow up in third place, 70 points. Saudi Arabia, just outside the medal range,
yes,
in fourth place, 68 points. Another 2 points subtracted. Nepal in fifth place with 66 points. And then comes a whole lot of teams, almost half the points, actually over half the points. Azerbaijan in sixth place with 31. So
that's a big gap.
So who has a chance? Nepal, Saudi Arabia, Kazakhstan, Chinese Taipei, and Vietnam. These are the 5 teams that do have chances. And especially if Saudi Arabia and Nepal do not get into this game with, the spirit of wanting to win it, actually. Yeah, we will have a team like Vietnam taking it home no matter what.
The clear favorites would be Vietnam and Chinese Taipei, right? That's another 10-point, 9-point gap to the third place. But then again, that's not a whole lot. That's a win, right? And if you're looking at how close this is, and if you're looking at a third place that you also want to be fighting for, that one is incredibly contested. We could see Vietnam in third place. We can see Nepal in third place. But first, we will head it over to the stage where you can see some of the players getting ready for the last game of the night. Azerbaijan is on your screens right now. That is slow down there on the left. That is Brazil. And you can see everyone's dialed in. Everyone's ready.
Very hyped for it. Last game, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be coming up any minute. It's been an interesting journey getting to this point. We've seen plenty of teams in arm's reach grabbing that first position. And now, after 5 games being played, 5 out of the 6 games that are being played, it is one team standing right there. He is vibing. He is vibing, and he should be because he's got chances at this. This whole team has. 4th place for Saudi Arabia. It is up to them right now. 68 points in total after the 5 games made. It is 2 points until Kazakhstan is being taken over, or 3 points being taken over. Kazakhstan in third place, so that medal range is indeed possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting in. Get yourselves hyped, get yourselves ready, because it is time for the last map of the evening, the last map of Global Esports Games, Istanbul 2022. And it is happening right here live from the studios in the Hilton Hotels in Istanbul.
We are getting into the last match. And that man, he went into the last match in exactly the right spirit. He was vibing to music, calm and collected until the very last second. Until the plane took off.
Yes.
He was absolutely just jamming out. And that is exactly the kind of mindset that you would want, because everything's on the line. And honestly, if you're just cool with it, if you can completely get that out of your system and realize, hey, we're going to play some good PUBG. We've got a lot of chances to close this one out here. We've got a lot of chances to get into the medals. And we don't really have as much to lose as the top teams ahead of us.
Yes.
Absolutely fantastic way to kick off the last game.
100%. Plane path coming through northeastern side to the southwestern region. That's the best plane path we've had today. And it coming now in the 6th match really does do this final justice. It's exactly what we want to see, have a fair playing ground in these last 30 minutes of gameplay that we will see for today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is already over after this one. It's completely surreal. I mean, we've seen the ceremony already, flags being handed over and us getting mentally ready for Riyadh already next year. But it's not over until this game is finished. A lot of people were asking in the chat, like, what's going on with PUBG now? We are literally continuously for the last 2 hours excited and surprised as well by these matches, and let's just embrace it and enjoy these last 25 minutes of gameplay that we have left in front of us.
And let's enjoy that we get a good zone, We got a fair played path. Everyone can play. There's absolute ability in this last map. We see a few clashes around the southeastern area. We see Mongolia and NRG or Uzbekistan. A little bit close for comfort, but they should be able to separate nicely. We don't have full information on where the last Mongolia players are, but it's looking... it's looking a little sussy, actually. Towards that southern side. Might be a potential source for early action. There's the first few shots fired, but we can see on the top left there. Not a whole lot of damage inflicted. Now the decision is there, the position is known, and they should be able to just reconsolidate, slow things down here, and keep themselves safe.
Yeah, quick looting phase. 4th minute has now just started as well. Closer than the first Miramar game, that's for sure, in terms of looting positions. But is it really dangerous? I don't think so at this point. It shouldn't be any danger. Dino, no. Goes further into the city as well. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe Mongolia is going to try to get a pick there. Actually, I think now that I see it, now that I see his rotation path, I think he's very clearly trying to get an angle on them.
It's looking like it. A lot of sneaking going on as well there in the prone position. Now we see a team that...
Sneaky.
Now as we see a team that's been prominently on the edges, taking fights, surprising teams, taking space away from them, sort of encroaching on positions that were already taken. Fantastic gameplay coming out of the Saudi squad. We'll see if it's enough in this last game here. We call this compound the magnet because the zone tends to go there quite a bit, but probably not in this circle unless we get some hard shifts towards it. Now, he said he's trying to get an angle on them, so he is Hershey's. He's trying to get sneaky with it. He's trying to get tricky with it. And there's a solid chance that he catches one of Uzbekistan off guard here.
Yeah, definitely. Fragger, Crazy Fox, and Dino, these are the closest ones, but I mean, the way they rotate further into the city and at a pretty fast pace, I think at this point it might not even be worth it anymore for Mongolia to go for this. At least not alone, right? Because if you get knocked, you're not even certain on the flush. And at this distance, you know, sure, you go unnoticed, but you don't really have the opportunity to get an easy frag. And you can see it right here. It's, I don't know, it's up in the air, really.
He was just hoping someone would push towards him. He was just hoping someone would cross that open ground, get inside his line of sight. He stands up, takes them down, easy as that. Even has a bit of hard cover around him, just has that sort of headshot angle where you should be able to get a flush as well. So if someone would have come his way, easy point. The way this planned out, not really gonna be a thing at all. Now, another team we've talked about a whole lot in the last match is Kazakhstan. And they have been, well, struck aside a little bit by the solo in the solo of DRS, or if you want to call them Nepal. Sort of ruining their chances to bring them into a top 1 position. But now they have another chance, they have another shot at it, and they are putting themselves in a reasonable spot in this circle.
Pretty centralized towards the eastern side. Doesn't really favor anyone too much right now. I think it's pretty... Yeah, not only the playing path, but the circle as well. It's really fair so far. We'll have to see what the second phase really says, but even then, I think I love this kind of playing field in Miramar because so many options. Sure, there's some open field where it's like really tough to get a spot later on. I'll really have to fight for it pretty early on, but other than that, I think it's really fair in terms of which side of the circle you play on. But yeah, once again, gotta see if the zone. Either way, incredibly defensive early game. Nothing's really, except for the one play from Mongolia, but even that hasn't really panned out to anything, right? There's nothing really has come out of it.
Yeah.
All the teams are just incredibly passive. Like you feel the tension in the air, kind of.
Yeah.
You feel like it's the last turn for everyone to enjoy this LAN experience, to get into the right mindset, to maybe grab another win, and obviously for the top 5 teams in the leaderboard right now to solidify their positions at the top 3.
Yes, and I think the one thing that you have to give a little bit of credit to is that obviously we're playing with 15 teams. There's that little bit more space in the lobby. There's that little bit more ground that's not taken right off the start, so that enables our teams to play a little bit more passive, a little bit more safe.
Yeah.
A team that's been trying to play very passive, which surprised us a little bit, is Turkey, where we thought they would be coming out dominant. They've been very slow, calm, and collected. Oh, what is that? Completely bopped down
Are you kidding
From
me?
behind, the mini spam comes out. Lutz down on his knees. Now they have to struggle to get this res. And the problem with their terrain is they are so easily run up on by the rest of the Brazilian players.
Oh, yeah. I want to see his player cam, though. When he got shot like that, he has to have been like, are you kidding me right now? Come on, this cannot be happening. Not the 6th row now. Not the 6th round in a row, excuse me. Well, they were struggling in the early game. But yeah, Lutz gets picked back up. So Fireflags, a.k.a. Team Turkey. I was going to say Fireflags. My goodness, I have to stop doing that. But yeah, anyways, Team Turkey.
It's
the
tough.
representatives. Yeah, I know. I'm so used to calling them.
It's tough with the tags as well.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
it's like
yeah,
the players want to make it hard for us. I love Tajikistan on our screens right now. They just got TJ, you know, Tajikistan.
Yes.
I love it. It's amazing. Makes things so much easier for us.
To you guys.
As the other side of things, by the way, we talked about Mongolia. It wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to take aggression towards Uzbekistan. Well, they have, and they have taken the first knock.
Looks like they want to...
Oh, they've taken 2.
Yeah, it looks like they want to consolidate on towards that. Oh, Dino's knocked down there. Who's... Oh, is he getting shot in?
No
Who is he getting
way!
shot at? Okay.
No way, he gets
Slime
knocked
gets
for the flush.
Really good. Yeah, he gets a really good angle, actually. But that must have been an incredibly big spit.
Oh, what? He was just thinking he picks up an easy kill, a secure flush. He's just picking up a point that is as free as it gets, and then even dodges around the car to try and dodge and weave. Doesn't work out in the end. And that is a lot of time lost. That might still be the flush, and that might still be the res for Uzbekistan, but that is so much time invested.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, unfortunately...
Hi, Georgia, by the way. Just cruising on through. Hello.
Georgia just saying hello, running through the pitch. Oh, yeah, they don't even... No, it looks like they don't even care too much. They could have definitely, like, shot out of the vehicle right there, but...
Uh-oh.
Either way, so, interesting enough, Mongolia...
There's the pull-up.
Mongolia loses a player, and so does... I just wanted to say only one player, but apparently they lose more. This might just be the end, isn't it?
Uzbekistan is in dire straits here.
Oh, yes.
The thing is, they went so quick for that res, they wanted to make sure they have 2 players back on their feet, that they do not actually get the flush, and just like that, Mongolia says, well, thank you. That is very sportsmanlike, we appreciate this, and we will get a 4th man back up. We will get the full team back and running. We'll get the 3 kill points so far. And then again, because Georgia just cruised on through, we still have time and space to actually get into the circle. If they can find the flush in the smoke.
Yeah, they very much do. All right, GMT, Esports representing. I don't have the picture in front of me anymore, but I believe it was Azerbaijan.
Yes.
Being in a very tough spot as well. Solkai being taken down by Falcon, though. Saudi Arabia getting a frag. Okay, Turkey wasn't in the pool of teams that we actually expected to have a chance in the medal anymore. Surely they weren't. I mean, even if they would have gotten a 20-kill win, it wouldn't have been enough points-wise. But Saudi Arabia, they are picking up frags against such an incredibly strong team. If I were in their shoes, I would not bother to fight Fireflags at all anymore. Even though the points do not work for them out today, they're still such a dangerous team in any situation.
They haven't really felt like one today, though. It's just not been their day. It's not been their set of games. We're getting the shorter end of the stick so far, but well, I think you make a really good point that every single kill point counts.
Yeah.
Every single point that Saudi Arabia is able to pick up is massive for them. It is so close towards the top end. They cannot just relax here. They cannot lay low and slow things down. They need to get everything that they can as soon as they can.
Kazakhstan still waiting for their medal as well. They've lost a player early on. That's pretty much the worst case scenario at the moment. You know, besides being wiped completely. But we are only in phase number 2, so nothing's set in stone so far, right? They can still bring it back. They can still get the points in, especially if you see these aggressive teams like Fireflux being shot upon and potentially running into the next fight just as they cross the hill line in the distance. You can feel, though, it's tension in the air, it's aggressiveness in the air. Way more fights in phase 2 than we've seen the first time. These teams, they do want to go out in an absolute bang. They want to represent their countries the best way possible. And how do you do that? Obviously, leaving with an absolute bang, leaving with the taste of victory. Oh
Oh, in Kazakhstan, they're taking so much damage. They're a little bit surrounded. It's a good off angle, but the player on the off angle is getting encroached upon as well. Look at the minimap. They have a flanker on the high ground. It's Attacker who's trying to find an angle on Tobago. The smoke tries to bait off a little bit of time. Now a nade comes over to try and find this angle. Attacker, he might have to go down low and left. He's gotten the nade out now, but he's getting shot in the back. That's why he's not getting more aggressive. He can't. He simply cannot.
Yeah, he's really being shot from the distance. You can quickly see the next circle shift. Shifts down to the south, so no matter what this fight is going to be like, sure, you'll have a good position, but if you want to actually, use that circle as well, you kind of need to finish you can't finish this fight any less than as a three-man team, is what I'm saying, right? So losing one player is one thing, but losing another one, you won't be able to actually use this zone, this opportunity you have been given with this circuit shift, because there's a good compound just south of the big crater that you can take very easily.
Yeah.
And Kazakhstan is having the ability to do so, but you probably won't be able to hold it, really, if you're only a two-man team, if you're only two-man strong.
The problem is as well, the longer this takes, the more teams are just encroaching around them. The more teams are making the rotation into the zone right now, the more teams are getting in. And, well, you said there's a compound on the south. They're a nice one. Azerbaijan is looking straight at that. They're sailing on in. They can't believe it's free. They can't even really just buy it. They look at it. They drive close, and they're like, what? This is still up for the takings. Okay. And just like that, more and more angles get eliminated. Attacker has to go down by the looks of things into Bendita just because he realizes the pressure is mounting. I can't play up on this ridge anymore. I can't help my team. I have to go down and play survival. Just like that, 2v4 essentially for Georgia.
Saudi Arabia just lost a player meanwhile. Just, in the meantime, I'm not sure if it was a flush, but
it's a knock.
Okay, it's a knock, so they might be able to pick him back up, but that would be such a devastating thing as well for them, losing a player already in phase 3. I mean, Kazakhstan has done so, yes, but I mean, Kazakhstan is in the top 3 right now. They have a little bit less to prove than Saudi Arabia right now. Who by the way, my goodness, such a strong team as well. I know I've said it a million times, but yes, they're deservingly up there.
Vietnam, meanwhile, picking up points. That is going to be 2 kill points here in a matter of a second when the flush comes on in. Lamborghini is even going for more. He's trying to close out the angle for the rest of Tajikistan to not make it into zone. But again, we said it so many times now, every single point counts. These teams, just to remind you, before this game, 3rd place 69, 4th place 68, 5th place 66, they could not be any closer. They are so close together, and every single point matters just so much.
Yeah, Vietnam especially. Only 3 points difference to the 2nd place, and that's Kazakhstan right now. I gotta say, they're sitting very comfortably because the 3rd place, obviously, has got quite the distance on them. It's 12 points difference to them, to Kazakhstan and Chinese Taipei. 3 points difference. So, yeah, that's another team in the middle range that Vietnam doesn't have to worry as much anymore. Quick shots coming out! Well, I don't think that was a knock right now. Georgia still standing strong. Vietnam in the distance, though, and I think eventually they will be third-partying this as well. Double knock coming in. Georgia's pushing around the corner. And oh my goodness, are they doing it correctly? And it looks like that is a full team wipe, isn't it? No, it's one player left, and that's his attacker. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are having Kazakhstan in 3rd place with 70 points. So Saudi Arabia just needs 3 to overtake them at this point.
We spoke about seizing opportunities. We spoke about that door possibly opening, and Kazakhstan has just left it right open. Attacker, we saw him earlier. He had to go down from that ridge line. He had to go down into the crater. He couldn't stay up. He couldn't help his team. And Georgia do a massive job in clearing that. Just like that, down to a solo who now, well, he has a dream. He has a dream to survive and get the placement points for his squad. It's not looking likely, though, because even though all the action has already taken place, Felix, we haven't lost a single team. We're in phase 4, 14 are alive. All 15 teams still alive and kicking. Placement points, they do not come easy.
No, they really don't. Brazil on the edge. Looking to find some playing room as well. Brazil has had an incredibly hard time so far in this tournament. We've talked about it plenty. Can't really put my finger on what's missing for them. They don't seem to get into the positions. They seem to get into fights very early on as well. So maybe it's got something to do with rotations and maybe them being caught off guard plenty of times. Too short of an amount of time to really get a lot of depth into this, and obviously into this analyzing segment, but either way,
it's
another chance is there.
It's the last stand for Brazil right now. They get the opening knock towards Saudi Arabia, but Arez quickly comes through, and the circle is definitely in favor of the Saudi squad right now. 2 kills and counting for them. We'll have another few minutes until the zone closes in. 1 minute 30. Again, this is holdable ground in some sense for Brazil, but really they can't stick around for too long. They're just proning in ridges right now. They're holding on by a thread. And they know that the next circle is not going to be so kind. The buildings will still be in play for the Saudis. So their time is ticking. And they want to try and get something going. And they don't want to wait all too long.
Saudi, you can see them. I was saying before, 3 points are needed right now to overtake Kazakhstan. In total, Kazakhstan has not done a single point. Unless Anteka actually manages to get some more. I don't think they're out right now, right? Anteka should still be standing. But if he doesn't get any more, it's 3 points to catch up in this current position in time. And that is just, that's like one team fight that Saudi can, pick up on. And looking at this, I mean, they've got the advantage already. Sure, there's some ridgelines that maybe Brazil can, move up to, maybe get a closer look at this. But I think the position remains really strong for them.
It's a tricky one. Lithuania on the other side, getting into a fight themselves. You would say they're fighting early game, but honestly, considering how late in the game it is, this is not an early fight for Lithuania. Georgia's getting the better of them so far, but Georgia has a lot on their plate right now. They've got Vietnam on the north, they've got Lithuania on the south, and then they even have Chinese Taipei looking on over. It's a tricky position to be on the edge right now. Everyone is on the edge because the center, it really is that compound Azerbaijan got for free, and then it's a lot of fairly open dips with not a ton of hard cover to be playing out in the later circles.
Yeah, it really isn't. I'm surprised the crater is still
There's
in here.
Attacker.
Yeah, yeah. Good call. If Vietnam would know this, if they would take them out, I think no matter what happens, like it's 100% safe they get a medal.
Yes. Saudi Arabia, the
so
only
strong.
one that could really still do anything about it, but yeah, realistically, that is a medal. You don't want to mathematically, sure, but realistically, that would be a medal. Yeah.
Where's
if
Nepal
we're being honest, that would be a medal.
Did you see Nepal already? They must be on the far southern side.
They have to be.
Yeah, they have to be.
We haven't seen them all match. We have seen Chinese Taipei there on the free cams. We've seen them just around the southeastern side, but now focus our attention on the Saudis because they're doing more damage. That's a second knock from Damar. This is absolute disaster again for Brazil, but it's such important points. Attacker is fighting for his life meanwhile, and he can't do it.
Oh my goodness, he's been taken down! Vietnam have done it. They have taken down Kazakhstan. And Kazakhstan are out. I don't think there's a single point. They've dropped outside the top 12 range of the teams. They have not gotten a single point. It's all down to Saudi now. They've got it in their own court, and they're picking up frags as we speak. 6 kills already. They have overtaken Kazakhstan with that team fight. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have another team inside the top 3, and it is Saudi Arabia officially right now.
Much deserved at that point. What a clean fight as well. The trades absolutely beautiful on Brazil. The opening frags from the flanker, then maybe, sure, he gets knocked, but the trade's instantly there for the Saudis. 6 kills and counting. Gonna get that player back on their feet as well. And just like that, they are looking to put themselves in another contention spot. 4-man strong on the outside of that Bendita Ridge. They can't just compete for the top here. They can compete for the win, Felix.
Okay, Mongolia gets breached in a very interesting way.
I mean, yeah, sure, that's one way to do it. I mean, Suriname with one hell of a rotation path. Melo gets taken down, though. And it's looking like D7 is, ID7 is in a prime position, actually, to be able to pick up some more frags. All in all, I think Team Falcon and obviously ID7 in combination, Saudi Arabia here as a country are in a very, very solid spot. And now we have it, Nepal.
Yes.
Down 2 players. Only 1 frag. Are you... Oh my god, this is going to be so close.
This is not looking good
for
really Nepal. And the problem is not only Azerbaijan, the problem is not only the position they're facing right now, it's also the teams right next to them. Chinese Taipei know exactly where they are. They've just knocked one of them. They have all the interest in the world to get invested in this fight. They have all the interest in the world to try and get in. Look at that. They're flying in. They're trying to absolutely close this out. The drive-bys are crazy. It's a player in the smoke. That's all that's left. And just like that, they are out.
The question is, can they get the third player up? But I think that's another knock on towards them. At the same time, Zodi is getting heavy composition as well. And they do get one down from Suriname. I think it's been traded. So look at this. If Chinese Taipei can get all 4 players back up, which it looks like right now, and Lost goes right against one. The second one! Are you kidding me completely now? It's all turned upside down. The 4th player, they are wiped off the map, and they have just completely obliterated any chance at making a first place finish here in this tournament. Oh my God.
Azerbaijan comes up huge from that compound. Remember, they got it for free. They swing out at the right time. They absolutely clap aside what's left of Chinese Taipei. And now we're in a situation where it's only Saudi Arabia and Vietnam that actually have any sort of chance to try and compete for this. Look at the zone as well. Yes, Vietnam, yes, they're sitting in the crater. They don't have all the information. They don't have all the high ground. But they're sitting pretty in the zone right now. While Saudi, they have to send it down. They have to try and get past Ecuador somehow into this crater.
Yes. So pretty much, for the viewers at home right now, what it comes down to is Vietnam and Saudi Arabia in terms of getting a medal. Saudi Arabia is, I think, if my math serves correctly, they should be confirmed getting a medal at this point, but they are still both competing for that first place, and that's what they obviously need. Saudi need to get down here in a safe way, but they also need to obtain a lot of frags because they are down by like 10 points. Just an estimate, but I think around that area somewhere. We don't have a live scoreboard obviously right now, but I feel like I don't even want to at this point. I want to get surprised by the ending result. Saudi Arabia definitely is still in it though, and they have the man advantage on Vietnam.
And even if they can't catch up to Vietnam, they're still playing for second. They're still playing for third. It's still everything on the line. Vietnam in the driver's seat right now, but if they die here, if they falter, if they go out in 5th, this is very much up for grabs for Saudi Arabia. It just depends on, can they do any damage to Vietnam? Can they take anything away from them? Because if Vietnam just stays on through this into the late game, the teams on this island side we're watching right now, they're on a clock. They are about to die when that next circle shifts, if that next circle shifts down from them, and then it will probably be too late for the Saudis to overpass Vietnam.
Oh man, I am quite literally shaking. Vietnam, they're in a rough spot as well. Looking at the map right now, I think Duck is going to have a hard time crossing over. They will need a lot of smokes, but first of all, it's going to be Suriname.
Oh, look at that name.
They're going to be forced in a fight. They will
finish this fight before. I think
that's the best case scenario now. The question is, can they do it though? Because there's a lot of nades coming over. I think goes fine with that.
Game हो कहिले के हुन्छ
Look in.
तर रमाइलो भयो हेर्न
Find this with the utility because they don't want to just dry peek through these smokes. It's a good spray, but he doesn't see the opponent get taken out. They can trade these ridges. They're peeking over. This is a trade. There's 1 HP on GG boys. He's coming over. He's cleaning it up. It's a massive amount of kills. It's 11 kills for Azerbaijan in last game.
Game खल्ली बलि
Look at the zone. It's right.
तर छेरपटे Hello Simran Maya फेरि आइरे के छ रे
We're honestly not expecting Azerbaijan to make it down from the hilltop, but the fight for first place, it's still on.
Yes, yes. So stay tuned because the fight, as you said it, the fight for first place is very much alive. Saudi Arabia against Vietnam, ladies and gentlemen. And Vietnam at this point, I don't know how many frags they have, but Saudi Arabia has to take them out early on, otherwise it might just happen either way. They do have the advantage in terms of points coming into this quite heavily actually. It was around 10-15 points, so that's what they need to catch up on. So the win itself won't matter at this point. They will need to have frags on top of that, especially if Azerbaijan gets taken out now. That means another 2 points in the bags for Vietnam, just free of charge essentially.
Oh, and that's an absolute in points collection. Now, Saudis, they have to force this fight. The problem is, they don't have the information we got. They don't have a live scoreboard. As you said, they can't just turn around, look at the scoreboard every few minutes and try keep calculating this. All they know is they want to play good last game, they want to go out with a bang, and they're hoping good performance from them in this last game. For them, it's more of a, it's a bit of a shake-up. It's a bit of a last stand, getting yourself a few placement points, making that score but look a little bit more pretty when you come out of the games. But again, this is theoretically still a fight for first place.
Absolutely. These Ecuadorian players, they've been some of the nicest players we've met so far. We're also just love to see these guys picking up a win.
Oh, that's big.
Powerful. Takes down Rabiz, and he gets the finish as well. This is one hell of an opening. They do know that it's Vietnam. Please do know that it's Vietnam. So if they do want to change something about the situation now, they will need to push this. This is the decision they need to do. Whether or not you're a Vietnam fan or a Saudi Arabia fan, it doesn't matter. In terms of decision making, they need to push this right now.
The problem is the more you get
yeah.
into that fight, the more reckless you get, the more aggressive you get, the more of a chance Ecuador comes back to bite you. The more of a chance gets knocked. The res is not possible. You're down to 3 members all of a sudden. You have to be so careful, but absolutely, you do not want to give them a single placement more. 2 more points. You need them to get as much as you can, but look at Falcon.
Yeah,
where Ibiza is, the flashbang comes out, the molly connects. Damage comes out, the UMP is there as well. So low on HP. He's trying to keep them back. The zone will slowly start moving on in. Lamborghini, is his position known? That nade could be massive. Saudi is right in it. He's got to come over the top. He's got to find this. He finds good damage. Does he find the knock? The trades are there over the top. I'm not sure what's going on. Vietnam, they're falling by the pieces, but they're getting the trades, and this Saudi is suffering so many casualties.
He has 2 players down, and for some reason, Vietnam is still standing. And they're just now getting pushed by Ecuador, who somehow find themselves in a very winnable position as well. Tamar is being taken down. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? What is this, ladies and gentlemen?
Pubg.
Vietnam, in the meanwhile, somehow has been taken out. 10 kills, but they do need every single one of these players coming in from Ecuador to be able to have a chance at the first place.
They need to win. They need to win now. Yes, they've taken out Vietnam. Yes, 11 kills and counting. But if they don't get the win, I don't think it will be enough. The gap was there. The gap is now absolutely minimal. It is so close. Can Ecuador be a dream denier? It doesn't look like it. Powerful. Another big knock from the top. They've just gotten the res. Now they've got the numbers. There's still a bit of utility. There's still a nade in the pocket. There's still a Molotov. They have the high ground. They can use this so effectively. They can do so much damage with it. D7.
Oh! What? Oh, I want to stab this Desco hard. There is no way in hell they have done it. Saudi Arabia picks up the win. And ladies and gentlemen, we might have an incredible upset at our hands. I don't know the leaderboard situation right now, but we have seen Vietnam being taken out, not only by anyone, by Saudi Arabia. And then on top of that, they win the game and pick up all of the frags from Ecuador. I'm at a loss of words, literally.
What a better player. It's the one player that's not from Team Falcon. It's the one that doesn't fit the lineup.
Yeah.
It's the one that popped off massively in the big game the Saudis started with. We've gone full. It is absolutely crazy what these guys have done in 2 games.
Just for experience and good memory.
So far in these individual 2 matches. And I'm staring at the scoreboard for half of this game. Yeah, for everyone watching at home. We've been looking, we've been checking, and we still don't know. We still don't know. We have no idea. We know it's close. We know Vietnam's up there. We know Saudi Arabia's up there. They've played a tournament out of their minds. And well, best finisher, absolutely massive. We have to talk about Azerbaijan. We have to talk about Ecuador. Big last game for them, but that was an absolute nail-biter finish.
Yes, it was. Let's take a look at some of the best players in this matchup. I mean, Ghost Prime, obviously. Azerbaijan, really well played. 5 kills for him, 769 damage as well. Best companion, the best supporter of this. Yes, I mean, obviously. Picked up 3 revives, 3 assists as well. 3 revives from the assists. These are great stats.
Yeah.
It's absolutely crazy. Survival time of 1.6 as well. Almost the same as ID7.
कति भयो भनेको
My goodness.
चाँडो त हुन्छ
DET 2022 does not disappoint. We've been waiting for these games, but they have come down to an absolute nail-biter. Sure, maybe it's late in the night, and sure, maybe you've waited some time, but this is it. This is PUBG Mobile, ladies and gentlemen. Crazy.
Fantastic stuff. In the first game, we said, yeah, other games, they've got simpler formats. Yeah. But in PUBG, it still always comes down to the last game. Could that have been any better? I don't think so. Do you want the top 2 teams battling it out in the top 3 of the last game?
Yes.
Can you really think of anything better? I can't.
Can you see
the sub coming in and finishing up the last 2 players with his own nade? Fantastic stuff. it's been a pleasure. It's been a joy. These teams have made all of the nations proud. Played 6 games, a fantastic Pubg, closed it out on Miramar. It's been such a joy to watch. I hope you guys have enjoyed it at home as much as we have here in the studio. It's been a long night. I won't lie. We've been up here for quite a while. But oh man, this has been an absolute joy.
Man, I'm sweating. I can't believe the
Yeah.
Starting off with the first 2 games, with the whole storyline about Chinese Taipei coming out of nowhere, and Vietnam and now Saudi, some of the most experienced teams. Then the whole thing about Turkey just not pulling up at all. Unfortunately, me as a huge fan of that lineup, obviously expecting them to do really well at PMGC this year as well. I'm at a loss of words. We've had incredible things. Either way, my name is Felix. This has been Kovo, and I think this is it for us. We will toss over to this stage. Thank you guys so much, and have a great evening.
अच्छा ल अब हामीले जितिदैन थाहा छ टाइटल त हैन
Wow. A big round of applause for all the teams competing here at Istanbul 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, çok güçlü alkışlar. PUBG Mobile'de mücadele eden tüm takımlar için olağanüstü bir final yaşadık. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the medal ceremony. Ve işte şimdi madalya töreni zamanı. First,
team
bronze medalist, bronze madalya.
Third.
Having a total of 89 points after 6 matches. 6 maç sonunda 89 puan topladılar. Chinese Taipei, Team Taipei'si.
Change 2-3 कुरा पछि
And the silver medalist, gümüş madalya. Having a total of 97 points after 6 matches. 6 maç sonunda 97 puan topladılar. Suudi Arabistan, Saudi Arabia.
साउदी अरेबियाले चिकन खाएर नि सकेन त्यार 29 पनि ल्याएर नि आसममा कस्तो पो हान्दो रहेछ त्यहाँ भेटनामले यिनीहरूदेखि हेर्दा पनि अझै खेलाएको छैन यार
The gold medalist, Sultan Madalya. A total of 102 points. 102 puan topladılar. Vietnam! Vietnam! Ladies and gentlemen, now to present the bronze medal, bronze madalyaları takdim etmeleri üzere Espor Federasyonu'nun sorumlu İşler Direktörünü davet ediyorum. Please welcome the Executive Director, Community and Administration of the Global Esports.
ल बाय बाय थ्याङ्क यू सो मच सबैजनालाई फर स्टेइङ इन लाइभ अहिलेसम्मको लागि चिल केही छैन पिएमजिसी फाइनल्सको हामी यसरी नै भेट हुन्छौँ होइन पिएमजिसी फाइनल्समा बाय बाय थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर वाचिङ जय डिआरएस जय नेपाल